Death, in its fleeting nature, should be familiar enough to elicit neither fear nor evasion, thought Clock in the final moments of existence. Yet, there lingers a certain pain. At the tender age of 7, Clock received her peculiar and unappealing name Clock. This odd moniker was bestowed upon her when a fellow trainee arrived late, prompting the instructor to hurl a nearby clock, which tragically struck the child's head, leaving them motionless in the torrential rain. The instructor ordered Clock to retrieve the shattered timepiece and casually dubbed her Clock, devoid of a surname. For these children, surnames held no significance, as they were oblivious to their origins or parental identities. Thus, a surname merely serves as a reminder of their solitude, living alone and dying alone. What does death feel like? Aside from the fading heartbeat, the world grows quiet, and the wounds, as blood drains away, lose sensation. The coldness creeps in as control over one's body slips away. Even the simplest movements, fingers twitching or eyelids blinking, become increasingly arduous. Gradually, the feeling dissipates from feet, legs, and hands until thought and consciousness slow to a halt, plunging into an eternal silence and darkness. Even in the midst of dying, the sensation stretches endlessly. Hence, when consciousness returns and the body is once again perceived, the swiftness of it all can be overwhelming. Clock opened her eyes even in the night. The light in the room was blinding, perhaps due to her long absence from illumination. Soon, she discovered the truth. It was not the absence of light that caused such discomfort. Ignoring the large hand that approached her, Clock peered into the basin of water a woman used to clean her, revealing her own Uchiha newborn girl. Many children in the training camp had been there since infancy. All were devoid of parents and family. The upper age limit for entering the camp was 4. Some were purchased from orphanages, others retrieved from accident sites, while some came from refugee groups or human traffickers, and a few were the offspring of defectors or children whose parents perished in missions, left without guardians. These children would be indoctrinated with various ideologies and knowledge, experiencing bloodshed, theft, and betrayal. They had 2 singular tasks: to grow stronger and to survive. The training camps served as a base for the organization, with these children forming a reserve army. The term reserve army is somewhat misleading, for within a single training camp subunit, the total number of children hovers around 300, yet only about 40 would graduate at the age of 15 to become new members of the organization. However, an unyielding and inhumane rule existed within the camp. No child with a promising future would be accepted. Due to this rule, the camp procured children from orphanages that struggled to sustain them, from traffickers who would sell them into the mountains, or to beggars, and from refugees unable to care for their offspring. Yet, they would never resort to stealing or seizing infants from ordinary families. Every graduate of the camp would partake in 1 or 2 child purchasing missions to illustrate to each graduate what their original fate entailed and how fortunate they were today. The camp had afforded them the chance to live and grow stronger. They had survived, thus they were exceedingly fortunate. No one would remember the children who perished before graduation. No one would recall the girl who was killed by the clock in the rain. Her number was 327. And the cadet known as Clock once bore the number 326. They were friends. In the training camp, the term friend feels almost surreal, as today's companion may be tomorrow's assailant. Friendship exists only before betrayal has been experienced. What does friend mean? As said by instructor Juetian, a girl inquired, her pronunciation imperfect yet full of curiosity, making her appear rather endearing. It means. The girl accompanying her tilted her head in contemplation, evidently forgetting the instructor's words. Yet, to save face, she delved into her limited vocabulary to extract an explanation for the 2 characters. The 2 girls donned identical outfits and sported matching ponytails, and even though the camp's uniforms were monotonous and unappealing, they resembled twin sisters. After pondering for too long, the girl who had posed the question, growing impatient, gently poked the chubby cheek of her companion. Hey, what does it mean? This prod seemed to spark inspiration in the other girl, who finally articulated her thoughts. Friend means someone like us? So, we're friends. We're friends. They were still oblivious to the true meaning of friend. On the day prior to that, 327 had fallen ill with a fever for being caught in the rain and could not arrive at the assembly on time. It was meant to be the day all the children received their names. Ultimately, not all did. After being supported along the way, 327 broke free from her grasp. "You go ahead, it'll catch up soon." Seeing her hesitance, 327 mustered a reassuring smile and gently poked her cheek. "I am just tired and want to rest a bit, really. Just a moment, I won't be late. You go on ahead and see if the new instructor is nice or not. Hurry." In the remaining days and nights of Clock's existence, amidst every silhouette of light and darkness, another figure lingered, incessantly questioning her. "Why did you agree so readily then, without insisting on staying with me? Knowing full well I could hardly speak, why didn't you dare to defend me to the instructor? Why, when you saw me die, did you not shed a single tear? We were clearly friends. Why? The one who died was not you." On the day 327 perished, 326 profoundly understood the meaning of betrayal. It's like us. From ages 7 to 12, the children were required to learn 2 additional languages and some fundamental knowledge, such as human anatomy, basic firearms, first aid for injuries, and basic poison identification and preparation. Moreover, combat training was of paramount importance in their daily regimen. Starting at the age of 7, they learned how to kill, with potential targets including their peers or even the camp instructors. During this period, the mortality rate within the camp was at its highest, with injured children being sent to the medical room each month, and each year the children had to engage in a violent display to showcase their skills. 88, she took a life for the first time, employing poison. At 9, during the assessment, she shot a homemade crossbow bolt into her opponent's temple. At 10, she buried herself in the ground and stabbed through her opponent's femoral artery. At T11, she was inverted beneath the bedboard and plunged a dagger into her opponent's heart. By the time she reached 13, she advanced to the youth training camp assessments, facing the opponent universally acknowledged as the strongest in the camp, codenamed Vine. Most of the code names within the camp bore no relation to the individual circumstances and often stood in stark contrast. For instance, the female cadet dubbed Pigeon excelled in poisoning rather than intelligence, while the male cadet known as Willow was infamous within the camp for his brutish demeanor. This situation also applies to Vine, the most lethal individual among the camp's members. Generally speaking, the training camp aims to maximize the retention of talent by avoiding the placement of 2 exceptionally skilled individuals together. The individual known as Alarm Clock is somewhat aware that this arrangement stems from an incident 3 months prior, when Alarm Clock took the life of an instructor. This was not the first instructor murdered by a member, yet it remains the sole case of a death occurring in an unknown confrontation, and it was also the most gruesome. When the instructor's corpse was discovered, all limbs had been severed, and the head was grotesquely mutilated. Scattered among the pool of blood were fragments of Alarm Clock. The final page of the autopsy report states, the deceased first sustained a stab wound to the left ankle, rendering them immobile, and during the ensuing close combat, both hands and the right foot were severed. Based on the wounds on the corpse and the bloodstains of the scene, the order was as follows: left hand, right foot, right hand. According to the degree of blood oxidation, the time from the initial assault to complete incapacitation did not exceed 3 minutes. Subsequently, a compound was administered that scorched the vocal cords. Examination of the oral cavity and the damaged throat tissues indicated sulfur dioxide, consistent with the analysis of the liquid residue on the ground. The deceased skull was subjected to high-frequency strikes by Alarm Clock. An analysis of the cranial fragments and damaged brain tissue confirmed this as the fatal injury, a process that lasted nearly 5 minutes. Furthermore, the autopsy revealed no poison in the esophagus or stomach, but significant quantity of alcohol was detected, with a blood alcohol content exceeding 150 mg 100 ml, suggesting the individual had engaged in excessive drinking approximately 20 minutes prior to the attack. Additionally, there is a special circumstance that the autopsy department deemed necessary to report concerning a pinprick on the left side of the corpse. Through dissection and testing, it was discovered that the deceased had been injected with a substantial amount of a cardiotonic agent before death. The initial report indicated that this injection occurred during the struggle. However, upon re-examination, we found that the dosage far exceeded the normal range, and no fingerprints belonging to the deceased were detected on the syringe. After discussions between the autopsy and medical departments, it was concluded that the member known as alarm clock continuously injected the deceased while striking their head, in an attempt to prolong the individual's life. After reviewing this report, the camp leader refrained from imposing any punishment on alarm clock. The first lesson taught at the training camp is that each individual must firmly grasp their own life. The camp will not stifle the future of the strong due to the demise of a weakling, despite the absence of punishment. Alarm clock also paid a price for this assassination. A poison dagger left a grotesque scar on her left cheek, and the toxins that were not promptly addressed permanently damaged the facial nerves on the left side of her face. When medical personnel informed her of this outcome, they were astonished by her calm demeanor. "It's all right, I never intended to cry or smile at anyone in the future." The assessment for promotion to the youth group marks the final instance of internecine conflict among the recruits, save for the subsequent task of purging traitors post-graduation. Each pair of recruits is randomly assigned to disparate environmental zones, where surveillance will continuously monitor their performances. Crossing the boundary of the designated area even by a single step results in automatic disqualification. Recruits may bring along their pre-prepared weapons and tools. However, drugs, food, and firearms are strictly prohibited. The time limit for the assessment is 3 days. Returning alive to the entrance without losing one's identity badge after this period is deemed a success. An early conclusion to the assessment can be achieved by returning to the entrance with both one's own and another's identity badge. During this interval, any actions taken will incur no penalties. The camp leader cheerfully added, "It is also permissible for 2 individuals to peacefully endure the 3 days or to exchange identity badges." Clearly, no one would entertain such notions. Surviving 3 days without sustenance in an unfamiliar environment and still having the strength to return to the entrance is likely a daunting prospect for most. Furthermore, trust in another's benevolence is a luxury few can afford. Some recruits find themselves in dilapidated districts, others in deserted ports, while some are cast into the snowy expanse, with the battleground for the assessment being the wilderness. The final testing ground is the outdoors, which offers certain advantages: food, various herbs, and an ample supply of crossbow bolts. This setting is most conducive to a peaceful passage of 3 days. However, for the recruit known as the clock, it presently constitutes the worst scenario. The wilderness, for those skilled in tracking, is the easiest place to leave traces of movement: crushed leaves underfoot, disturbed thorns, startled birds, and the marks left from foraging. The Ivy, recognized as the strongest in the camp, whether due to his pride as the foremost recruit or his intrinsic nature, cannot overlook the prey before him. Whatever the clock can learn, Ivy can learn faster. In the camp, whether it be the setting of traps, concocting poisons, or assembling devices, Ivy outpaces the clock by a margin. Yet, these skills do not decisively influence the outcome of the assessment. In the wilderness, what truly matters is physical prowess. Due to years of rigorous training and ample nutritional supplementation, the 12-year-old recruits possess physiques strikingly akin to those of adults, with many surpassing numerous adults in sheer physical strength. Ivy boasts the best physical condition, standing at 1.9 meters tall and weighing 118 kilograms. At 12 years of age, his physical capabilities rival those of the camp instructors, though he does not display a bulk of muscle. Rather, this indicates an astonishing density of muscle beneath his skin, with his physical prowess continually improving as he matures. Ivy and the clock symbolize the 2 achievements of the training camp: the first kill instructor and the solo kill instructor. On December 27th, at 8 a.m., the assessment commenced. The 2 individuals entering the arena from different entrances exhibited wholly contrasting behaviors. The clock exerted himself into a sprint, swiftly utilizing the wilderness to conceal his form, leaving only the surveillance footage to discern his whereabouts. In contrast, Ivy ambled leisurely, donned in a backpack and sunglasses, resembling a tourist rather than a participant in a life-or-death trial. Flight is the instinctual response of prey, while the hunter merely needs to follow the traces left behind, often without the necessity of delivering a fatal blow. The psychological strain of being pursued can lead the hunted to the brink of collapse. At this moment, Shudung assumes the role of the predator, leisurely foraging for plants to concoct his potions, showing no haste to explore the terrain, having only caught a few birds for sustenance. An hour later, amidst a small bamboo grove, he stumbled upon several slender bamboos that had been severed, despite being partially concealed beneath decaying leaves. They did not escape his notice. He assessed the strength of the bamboo and smiled. The clock, here for the same purpose as he, also wielded a crossbow, seeking materials for crafting bolts. However, the arrows made from these bamboos would inflict no significant harm upon Shudong, though they could prove fatal for the clock. Shudong harbored no concerns regarding the clock concocting any lethal poisons. Throughout his journey, he had yet to encounter even the common oleander, and as for venomous snakes, alas, they were in hibernation. Rather than pursue the traces, he kindled a fire in the bamboo grove and then turned towards a higher hillock to survey the terrain. Ah, clock, if you possess any wit, you should reveal your position before darkness falls, utilizing your prepared traps to determine the victor. Should this devolve into a war of attrition, your chances would be utterly extinguished. Moreover, I have no desire to postpone the act of killing until the morrow. The bamboo crackled and popped in the fire, releasing wisps of green smoke that swiftly ascended above the grove, conveying a message to the distant figure. I am aware of your presence here. Meanwhile, the clock crawled through the dense forest in an unusual stance, her scarred face and indifferent eyes rendering her akin to a beast of the jungle. She incessantly sniffed at the ground, attempting to discern any peculiar scents amidst the decay of leaves and the remains of insects. After several minutes, she halted, having pinpointed her direction, and cautiously crawled forth. She had found what she sought. However, the clock understood that now was not the time to relax. Her plan still required a terrain that would favor her advantage. This struggle for survival had only just begun. Over the next 2 hours, both individuals continued their preparations, one appearing relaxed while the other was fraught with urgency. Shudong ignited a fire at every location where he suspected the clock had lingered, aiming to dismantle her psychological defenses. At noon, as Shudong prepared to roast a few sparrows, he noticed smoke rising from another direction. He was certain he had never ignited a fire at that spot, so it could not be a rekindled ember. The implication was clear: the clock was luring him. A cold smile crept across Shudong's face. The timing was quite opportune. How brave of you to summon me at a mealtime. Yet, did you truly believe such a ruse would ensnare me? With patience, he awaited the sparrows to roast thoroughly, indulging in a hearty meal before gradually making his way towards the source of the rising smoke. As he approached the final few hundred meters toward the alarm clock, the vines effortlessly severed several nooses, while he deftly caught the bamboo arrows that came his way. The vines had anticipated that the alarm clock would conceal itself before his arrival, only to emerge at a critical moment to deliver a fatal blow, a tactic it had mastered in the past. To his surprise, the alarm clock was simply seated upon a large stone by the riverbank, awaiting his arrival. As the alarm clock scrutinized him, he too was quickly surveying his surroundings. Beside the stone lay a recently extinguished campfire and some remnants of fish. On the opposite side of the stone rested the alarm clock's pack, which, judging by its size, likely contained little. What, then, might be concealed behind the stone? Across the river lay the boundary of the arena. Stepping beyond it would result in disqualification. The river had yet to freeze over, presenting a slight drop, yet it had entered a low-water phase, flowing gently. The weather was splendid, sunlight dancing upon the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. So, alarm clock, is this your trump card? In such weather, how does the fish taste? To his astonishment, the alarm clock replied with utmost seriousness: mediocre, lacking salt, rather bland, with a hint of fishiness, though it can fill the belly. Oh, I see. The vines chuckled, retrieving a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donning them. I discovered some herbs in the thicket to the east that can mask the fishy flavor. You might want to try them next time. If one were unaware of the situation, they might assume two old neighbors were merely exchanging pleasantries after a meal. However, when the vines put on the sunglasses, the alarm clock's expression shifted, fleetingly returning to normal, yet the vines caught the change. The alarm clock shook its head. I've encountered those herbs you mentioned. They can mask the odor, but may cause stomach pains. Moreover, there won't be a next time. We have but this one chance to determine our fates. So those herbs could induce stomach pain, he thought, relieved that he hadn't used them while roasting sparrows earlier. The vines maintained a facade of a smile. Yet the gaze behind the sunglasses was as frigid as that directed at a corpse. Alarm clock, I had presumed you would delay until sunset. At least then, if defeated, it would be easier to escape under the cover of darkness. Yet you not only chose midday, but also positioned yourself at the boundary. A desperate gamble, indeed. But tell me, where could you possibly flee? With that, the vines pointed to his own eyes. Selecting this time, an angle was rather astute. A mere glance upwards reveals the sun. However, perhaps you did not anticipate that I brought sunglasses, worried I might be assigned to the snowfield before my arrival. I left one of the traps you set in the thicket behind, and the various plants you gathered earlier can be concocted into 2 effective healing potions. Not to mention the dagger hidden in your boot, the blade tied behind your hair, and the crossbow concealed behind that stone. Overall, with proper execution, you still possess a sliver of hope. The vines jested nonchalantly. However, you do seem a bit bulkier than before. I suspect you've stashed something within your clothing. Oh, speaking of clothing, to be honest, I believe that without the scar on your face, you would be quite attractive. There's an allure to a cold beauty that often incites a desire to conquer, is there not? If you were to disrobe, allowing me to relish the moment, I might consider sparing your life after taking your identity tag. What say you? Would you contemplate it? Behind the sunglasses, there was no hint of lewdness in the gaze of the vine. Whether in panic or anger, once a crack appeared in the psychological defenses of the alarm clock, it would spiral out of control. Without uttering a word, the alarm clock extended a hand, revealing a small metal tag strung on a chain, her identity tag. Hey, are you really considering surrendering? This is unlike you. As soon as the words were spoken, the alarm clock hurled the identity tag towards the distant riverbank. Who survives will claim it. The vine raised an eyebrow, removed her identity tag from her neck, and tossed it to the alarm clock, her tone chilling and ruthless. I shall reclaim it from your corpse. For millennia, competition has been innate to all living beings. Trees vie for nutrients in the soil, striving to grow taller to bask in more sunlight, while animals inevitably consume other species, fighting fiercely to propagate their lineage. The essence of life is competition, ultimately a pursuit for survival. The alarm clock unsheathed a dagger, and the vine threw a punch. Their daggers clashed in the air, sparking friction with each encounter. With every clash, the alarm clock winced, while the vine's left arm bore signs of slight fractures from deflecting the blows. In less than 5 minutes, the alarm clock began to gasp for breath. What's wrong? Can you not endure? The vine remained unfazed, relentlessly pursuing and offering no respite. The alarm clock's expression tightened. Seizing an opportunity during their next clash, the dagger danced between her fingers, spinning rapidly before being flung toward the vine's neck in a swift arc. Just as the vine prepared to advance, her left leg pivoted abruptly, halting her forward momentum, the dagger merely grazing her skin. In that moment, the alarm clock lunged, grasping the vine's right wrist, using it as a fulcrum to launch herself into the air. With a half-turn of her body, she aimed the blade toward the vine's head. The vine smirked, retracting her left hand with astonishing speed to seize the swiftly approaching blade aimed at her eyes, shifting her weight to the right and delivering a kick that sent the alarm clock flying. The alarm clock, midair, coughed up blood, tumbling before regaining her footing. Her palms a gruesome sight. Needles in your sleeve. The vine, with an amused expression, twirled a strand of hair, flinging the blade into the air. A small piece of scalp still clinging to the hair's end. These needles were specially prepared for you. How does it feel? Do your palms tingle and itch? Tossing the hair aside, she rolled up her bloodied sleeve, revealing the needles on her wrist, each bristling with tiny barbs. These barbs were the very reason the alarm clock's hands were reduced to a bloody mess. This was taken from the instructor I eliminated 3 years ago, due to the mismatch in size. Today marks the first time I have utilized it. Before my arrival, I applied a slight coating on it. Rest assured, it is not lethal, though I am uncertain whether you will appreciate it. Do you believe this guarantees your victory? Is it not so? The vine kicked the dagger in front of the clock. You can hardly even hold the dagger. How do you intend to fight? At this juncture, still defiant, will you not retrieve that repeating crossbow akin to the one on my back? The clock inhaled deeply, refraining from bending down to grasp the dagger before him. Instead, he swiftly retreated, executing a backflip to take cover behind a nearby stone. In the instant he landed, one hand seized the crossbow while the other pressed against the gravelly ground, disregarding the pain. As he spun around, he released 3 bamboo bolts in rapid succession. The vine's reaction was even swifter. The moment the clock executed his backflip, he drew the crossbow from behind and fired 3 consecutive shots. For these two, the distance between them was negligible. The act of aiming and firing transpired in mere moments. However, the vine's initiation was quicker. Although the clock's maneuver prevented him from targeting the head, the 3 bolts still struck her abdomen as she raised her hand to shoot. In that instant, the vine relinquished the crossbow and began to sidestep, evading the 3 bolts aimed at him. The first grazed his shoulder, compelling him to shift left, causing the second to miss. He narrowly dodged the third. Yet, this final bolt pierced a rope concealed in the woods behind him. Triggering the clock's last trap, a massive tree trunk descended, hurtling towards the vine. Caught off guard, the vine sidestepped into a bow stance, his right hand tensed, veins bulging as he braced himself with immense strength to absorb the impact of the trunk. Yet, the clock's assault was not yet complete. The air crackled with the sound of another bolt slicing through. The fourth bolt. Compared to the previous 6, it was finer and shorter, yet swifter. The vine revealed a knowing smirk, his left hand positioned behind him to intercept the bolt between itself and his neck. The arrow embedded itself less than a centimeter into his arm before halting. Against the density of the vine's muscles, the bamboo's strength proved insufficient. At that moment, the clock pressed her left hand against her right arm, blood-soaked gravel seeping from the gaping hole in her abdomen. The gravel, concealed within the layers of her clothing, had absorbed the arrow's impact, rendering the wound shallow. With 2 palms, 3 injuries, and significant fatigue expended, she had only managed to inflict a minuscule puncture on her opponent's arm. Everything unfolding here was being transmitted live to the control center of the training camp through a network of surveillance cameras. In the control center, a man in his 40s occupied the main seat. He was the highest authority of the camp, wielding ultimate power over the training facility's life and death decisions. Beside him were several men in suits, each responsible for various subcamps, including the one overseeing the vine and the clock. He felt a twinge of anxiety, for the supreme leader had been fixated on the assessment between the vine and the clock for the entire morning. This examination had been personally sanctioned by him. The highest-ranking official responsible for assessments in other venues scarcely glanced at the proceedings, uncertain whether this was a fortuitous or calamitous sign. Typically, training camps refrain from placing 2 exceptional candidates in the same evaluation, as the exceedingly high injury rates signify a potential loss of talent for the future. However, this is merely the norm, and exceptions, often referred to as special circumstances, do exist. The presence of such circumstances suggests that the on-site division leaders are not lacking in acumen. The chief administrator's personal decision to pair these 2 individuals for evaluation indicates that one of them, for some undisclosed reason, must perish. The individual known as Vines had the highest number of assaults on instructors, totaling 7. Yet he had ceased such actions 2 years prior and now maintained a harmonious relationship with the instructors. In contrast, Clock, who had murdered an instructor 3 months before the assessment, had met a particularly gruesome fate, yet she had demonstrated her capacity for solitary kills. Thus, both individuals had justifications for their potential demise as well as reasons for survival. What truly perplexed the division leaders was that these factors hardly warranted the chief administrator's intense scrutiny. One division leader addressed the middle-aged man, stating, "Sir, the outcome of this assessment has already been determined. There is no further need for observation." Other venues are hosting equally thrilling confrontations that will not disappoint. The middle-aged man, with hands loosely clasped, rhythmically tapped his right index finger against the knuckles of his left hand, and in a remarkably calm tone, posed a question. "Do you recall what the first lesson taught at the training camp is? Your life must be in your own hands." A division leader replied firmly, his conviction palpable. If one's life must indeed be in one's own hands, then as long as one is still alive, the outcome of this contest remains undetermined. Several individuals present furrowed their brows, contemplating whether the chief administrator implied that the girl called Clock still held a chance for a comeback. "I am not here merely for entertainment. Since its inception, the training camp has supplied the organization with a steady stream of talent. At this juncture, the knowledge and skills imparted to these children have been thoroughly absorbed. If that is the case, then why is this assessment still necessary? If the organization merely seeks a cadre of killing machines, such measures would be superfluous. This assessment is designed to test the capabilities of these children." Capabilities? Are you suggesting that this child possesses talents unknown to us? The middle-aged man neither confirmed nor denied this, but instead calmly transitioned to another topic. "Clock committed her first murder at the age of 8. Do you know how she accomplished it?" The leader of Clock's camp slightly inclined his body and replied, "The records indicate it was through poisoning." The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, it was poisoning, although her initial attempt at dinner was quickly detected by her opponent. Nevertheless, her adversary ultimately succumbed to the poison, as she had applied another toxin to the utensils. To many, her methods may appear somewhat immature, indicative of a novice who had only just begun to grasp the rudiments of poison preparation. The middle-aged man's words carried a hint of appreciation. When it came to teaching the use of tools, Vines had indeed been the first to create a crossbow. However, Prior to Clock's lethal use of the crossbow against her opponent, no one in the camp had any inkling that she had successfully crafted one as well. During the moment she pierced her opponent's carotid artery, it is unnecessary to elaborate on her precision, timing, and adeptness in predicting her adversary's movements. Prior to her opponent's arrival at that location, she had buried herself in the earth for nearly 3 hours, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. Recently, during the instructor's elimination, her performance continued to captivate onlookers. The camp leader, after careful consideration, respectfully remarked, "Even so, employing such a talented individual as Tree Vine as her sharpening stone seems rather extravagant." He dared not contradict the chief's assessment of the alarm clock's potential for a comeback, and instead sought to subtly gauge the chief's sentiments regarding Tree Vine's fate. The middle-aged man cast a cold glance his way, causing him to hastily lower his gaze. "I cannot fathom how you attained this position. A child with extraordinary physical capabilities and remarkable memory, not only brought to the training camp, but also transformed into your trainee. Such fortune seems almost surreal." The entire command center fell into a chilling silence. A decade ago, the research institute had clandestinely initiated a human experiment, which was subsequently halted by higher authorities. Tree Vine was one of the remnants of that experiment. This experimental subject possessed a cellular regeneration rate far exceeding that of an ordinary person, reaching their peak at 16. Capable of punching through steel, yet beginning to age at 18, scarcely surviving to 25. Was the intention merely to have him graduate at 15, carry out a couple of missions, and then retire? If the institute had not been able to easily dismiss him with a fabricated report, would they have sent him to your domain? No one dared to speak at that moment. The man who had spoken was drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to lift his head. He could hardly believe that the trainee he valued most was merely a failed experiment. Each child in the training camp has a corresponding report detailing their background, which is submitted to their supervisor. When an abnormal child is present, the supervisor verifies their origins based on this report, as some children may have been abandoned due to hereditary diseases or congenital defects, such as colorblindness or congenital heart disease. Following verification, these children would be treated with special care. Thus, the remaining individuals regarded this supervisor with contempt. An evidently abnormal child, who had not undergone background verification, was treated as a prized possession. Such a fool would likely be the first to perish at the hands of a trainee. The middle-aged man paused, regaining his composure before continuing, bold and innovative ideas. An intelligent and meticulous mind, careful and nuanced actions, a resilient and courageous spirit, and a piercingly astute judgment of the situation, coupled with an unparalleled calmness and almost reckless expression of inner emotions. Prior to this assessment, the alarm clock had already displayed an exceptionally fluid and splendid execution of all she had acquired in the training camp. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what true talent embodies. What I desire to witness is the extent to which this talent can manifest. Tree Vine revealed a sinister grin towards the alarm clock. "Did you think that by keeping silent, I was oblivious to the hidden dart in your right sleeve?" Observing the alarm clock's increasingly pale and expressionless face, he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. My deliberate silence was merely to lead you to believe I was unaware, to make you think you could slay me. Ha ha ha. Now, how does the taste of despair feel?" Under the watchful gaze of the alarm clock, the laughter of the vine abruptly ceased. A sensation of numbness and weakness surged through his left hand as he gazed in horror at his injury, which had transformed into a purplish-black hue, with the surrounding area swelling ominously. "It is the venom of the snake. Did you think that since snakes are hibernating, there was no need to consider such threats?" The alarm clock, which had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The vine tore at his clothing to tend to the wound, yet the clock did not intervene. "That dense thicket of small trees was the only place you had not ignited, for at your height, navigating through it was quite cumbersome. You were oblivious to my lingering presence there. I had crawled for over 40 minutes, ultimately discovering the snake's hibernation den." The clock let out a sigh and continued. "The clash between two individuals, the psychological game, remains perpetually in its initial phase. Your psychological offensive is commendable. It indeed instilled a sense of urgency within me. You are confident in your abilities, yet you overthink and are overly conceited. From the outset, you presumed I would not confront you and would inevitably flee. Thus, you deliberately set traps along the optimal escape route, hoping to hinder me. You believed the identity card I threw was a decoy, intended to divert attention from my escape. You even refrained from mentioning the hidden darts and handed your identity card to me, thinking I would succumb to a false sense of security, forfeiting my chance to flee in order to kill you. The alarm clock shook its head. Sadly, my identity card is genuine, as is yours. Even now, the anger etched across your face is feigned. I have been pondering how to truly provoke you, and you unwittingly assisted me. It appears that in this initial phase, victory lies with me. As the vine tended to his wound, he fixed a fierce gaze upon the clock's expression, yet even then, no emotion surfaced. The clock, maintaining an impassive demeanor, removed the hidden darts and affixed the vine's identity card. There was no time to intervene. Under the astonished and furious gaze of the vine, the darts along with the identity card were hurled across the river. The opposite bank lay beyond the confines of the arena. The rule was clear. Stepping outside the boundary results in disqualification. Losing your identity card means failure in the assessment. Now what will you do? The vine tied a knot around his left arm with his mouth and right hand. The furious expression of wide-eyed rage had vanished, replaced by a visage of seriousness and coldness. This was the true face of his anger. Alarm clock, the vine rose and, with a voice squeezed from between clenched teeth, uttered, "You will die a terrible death." With that proclamation, the vine stomped down, sending sand and gravel flying from the riverbank under the immense force of his kick. This marked the vine's first proactive assault. The clock raised a hand to shield its eyes and began to sidestep the larger stones. Just 2 steps in, the clock heard the whistling of the wind, followed by a tremendous force striking its chest, causing its body to lose balance instantaneously. The downward trajectory of the force knocked the clock to the ground. Blood surged forth, erupting from the clock's mouth and nostrils. The force of the recoil propelled its body off the ground, and before it could even touch down for a second time, a foot came hurtling towards it. The clock managed to feebly defend itself with its right hand, only to be sent flying. Coughing violently, it expelled another mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of shattered flesh. Regaining its bearings, the clock shook its head to alleviate the ringing in its ears caused by the rush of blood, finally piecing together the calamity that had just unfolded. In the moment that the gravel was kicked up, the vine surged towards it with astonishing speed, so swift. Despite the mere 8-meter distance separating them, the vine nearly arrived at the same instant as the scattering debris. That right fist, propelled by immense momentum, bypassed the clock's feeble defense of its left hand and crashed into its body, turning much of the gravel wrapped within its clothing to dust. The impact shattered at least 2 of its ribs, pushing the clock back a full meter. Then came the furious kick. Although the clock barely managed to fend it off with its right hand, the wound on its abdomen reopened. At this moment, the distance between them had dwindled to less than 4 meters. Thus, with the next strike, evasion remained a precarious prospect. The clock had miscalculated. It was expected that the vine would conceal its true strength, yet this level of power still exceeded its expectations. The overwhelming force and instantaneous explosive speed allowed the vine to forcibly alter its actions in the briefest of moments. This was the secret to the vine's survival through countless skirmishes. Many who perished in the training camp had indeed perceived danger before being injured. However, their bodies simply could not respond in time. Perhaps it was merely a tenth of a second, but that fraction represented the limits of human capability. Yet the vine had evidently shattered this limit. Regardless of the traps or the seemingly unavoidable attacks, as long as it could react, its explosive power would enable its body to keep pace with its reflexes. This prowess allowed it to evade the spinning daggers and seize the deadly blade in its hair only at the critical moment before injury, employing its explosive strength to defuse the crisis and reverse its fortunes. That explosive punch, when unleashed upon an ordinary individual, would undoubtedly result in instant demise. The clock was certain that the vine's speed and strength had surpassed even that of the camp instructors. Remarkably, it had not lost consciousness on the spot. Luck was on its side, but the forthcoming events would not be as forgiving. Enduring the searing pain akin to internal combustion, the clock endeavored to retract its body, resolutely avoiding a head-on confrontation. Another blow of that magnitude would be unbearable. The vine launched another attack, its speed far exceeding the norm, though not quite matching the ferocity of the previous strike. This was a silver lining, as such overwhelming power could not be summoned repeatedly. The clock rolled to the left, narrowly evading the punch. Due to the effects of the snake venom, the vine's left hand was incapacitated, leading to another kick. The clock just managed to dodge it. For the next few minutes, The clock could do little but continuously shift its position, evading the vine's relentless onslaught like a tempest. The vine continued to hurl curses, vile words spilling from its lips. You wretched creature, believing oneself to be remarkable for having slain an instructor. Do you truly think you can be compared to me? With such triviality, I could dispatch 7 or 8 without breaking a sweat. Ending your life is no more significant than extinguishing a dog's existence. The alarm clock remains impervious to such taunts. The assault by shutting misses its mark once more. A worthless fool who dares to strike an instructor at the tender age of 12. You think you have the capability to kill an instructor? You must have seduced him with your wretched body in bed to have achieved that. Shutting's attacks have become increasingly erratic, his movements more chaotic, as he gradually discards the combat techniques taught in the training camp. Now, his eyes blaze crimson, his muscles involuntarily bulging, with his left arm turning purple from lack of blood flow. Do you believe that the absence of punishment from above means you have escaped unscathed? After ascending to the youth group, do you not realize the significance of resources and connections for advancement? Yet you choose this moment to murder an instructor. Do you think you can survive the evaluation? Let me enlighten you. The higher-ups have appointed me as your adversary with the sole intent of your demise. Exhaustion is beginning to take its toll. The vigorous exertion renders each breath laborious, while fractured ribs press painfully against my innards. A single more blow, and I may truly be unable to rise again. But it is imminent. In a fit of rage over his evaluation failure, Shutting unleashes another furious assault. Intent on avenging himself upon me, his sanity slipping away with each moment. If I can merely endure this onslaught. Once more, Shuttung erupts, kicking a stone into the air. Alas, this time, the alarm clock cannot evade it. The rock crashing against her chest where ribs have already fractured, sending her sprawling to the ground, perilously close to the riverbank. Gasping for breath, Shuttung unsteadily approaches her, his right fist bearing the scars of relentless strikes against stone. His stamina is nearly depleted after such a protracted pursuit. Do you think, huffing and panting, that without my identification badge I cannot pass the evaluation? I have long since cultivated a favorable rapport with the authorities. Half of the rewards from my post-graduation assignments are devoted to honoring him. Ha ha ha. All I need to do is, cough, return with your head, make a call, and he will undoubtedly grant me a favor. The alarm clock is now barely clinging to consciousness, struggling to discern his curses. Is this a figment of my imagination? It seems he is jesting about the absurdity of receiving leniency in the evaluation. How could that man possibly allow such a thing? Just a little more. Just a fraction more. A foot brutally presses down upon her chest, as if determined to apply the weight of the world upon that single point. The sternum, unable to withstand the burden, emits a crackling sound. Ugh! The alarm clock cries out in agony. Therefore, perish. The foot's owner intensifies the pressure once more. A pair of trembling, bloodied hands weakly grasp the foot that bears down upon her. The alarm clock's eyes reflect a pallid resignation, as if she is destined to meet her end in this manner. In that moment, amidst the feeble strength of her hands, an unexpected power surges forth, toppling Shutting unceremoniously behind her. He attempts to halt his fall, only to discover that the riverbank has been hollowed out. The surface merely a disguise of clothing draped over a layer of sand and stone. There is no time to inhale deeply. The two of them plunge into the riverbed together. The frigid waters of the river finally rouse the vine from its fervent state, only to be met with a panicked realization. Despite it being the dry season, the depth at this small drop in the river was nearly 4 meters. With its body density, remaining still in the water would render it incapable of buoyancy, considering the oxygen consumption from its frantic movements. The vine hesitated not and began to swim upwards. At that moment, it became apparent that its swollen left arm had become numb due to prolonged blood flow obstruction, rendering it powerless. Meanwhile, the alarm clock clung desperately to its right foot, her garment, laden with sand and stones, adding extra weight. Had the traps been meticulously laid out from the very beginning, targeting my height, weight, and athletic prowess, the advantages the vine once relied upon had, in that instant, transformed entirely into disadvantages. Lacking any weapon, the alarm clock resorted to gnawing at the vine's ankle veins with her teeth, utterly oblivious to the river water flooding her mouth. Thus, the victor shall indeed be you, alarm clock. Soon, a copious amount of blood seeped from the torn vessel, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The alarm clock, under the vine's increasingly feeble kicks, finally relinquished her grip, her heavy attire dragging her down into the depths of the river. A minute later, a sodden figure emerged on the shore. It was the alarm clock, struggling to collapse onto the riverbank, blood mingled with mud pouring from her mouth and nose. She herself was unaware of where she found the strength to swim back to shore. Only a voice echoed incessantly in her ears. Why did you agree so readily back then, not insisting on staying with me, knowing full well I could barely articulate a word? Why did you not dare to plead my case to the instructor? Why, upon seeing me perish, did you not shed a single tear? We were supposed to be friends. Why? You were still alive. Her waterlogged visage, grotesque scars, and the damage to half her nerves rendered it impossible to discern whether she was crying or laughing. In a crude and unfamiliar delivery room, the pain from a woman's labor jolted the alarm clock from her reverie. Her hazy vision sharpened, allowing her to observe her surroundings. Two women, or rather, one woman and a girl, were chattering in a hurried and anxious manner, their words momentarily incomprehensible to the alarm clock. Lying on the bed was another woman. Her complexion pale, most of her body enveloped in blankets, her hair drenched, and her pillow soaked with perspiration. Despite her dire state, her features were still discernible as quite fair. Given the circumstances, she had just given birth, yet she wept and murmured incessantly. Outside the door, two individuals awaited. One was pacing anxiously, and judging by the sound of his footsteps, he was male, his breathing betraying his tension. This must be the husband of the new mother, though it remained unclear whether he desired a boy or a girl. However, weighing in at approximately 110 kilograms, could it be that the newborn's overly sensitive ears had led to this misjudgment? The decor surrounding me is somewhat antiquated, with handcrafted wooden beds and scant furnishings, suggesting that this household is of modest means. However, the arrangement of the doors, windows, and furniture exudes a distinct vintage charm. The table appears to be rather low. Is this Japan? If I could ascertain whether the shoes on the feet of these individuals are wooden clogs, my suspicions would be confirmed. It would not be surprising if Japan exhibited such retro aesthetics. Are the lights fueled by oil lamps? Furthermore, there is an absence of any industrial products, and both the fabric of the clothing and the architectural style seem to hail from a bygone era. Could this truly be an ancient time? It seems so otherwise. How could a woman give birth at home instead of seeking a hospital? As I confirm the reality of my surroundings, realizing I am not ensnared in a dream, the clock finally comprehends its predicament. I have become an infant newly born in ancient Japan. A self-deprecating smile crosses my mind. Even after being pierced by a bullet, I have survived in an alternate manner. Indeed, you were correct, sir. I have not perished. Lying on the bed is my mother, while my father lingers outside the door. Yet why the tears? Why the incessant slapping? When I finally grasp that they are speaking in Japanese, the clock begins to decipher the words of the women. This understanding is attributed to my studies in various languages during my time at the youth training camp. The girl cradling me exclaims, "Sister Hannah, what should we do?" Little Chisana is utterly still, as if lifeless. Another woman responds, "I don't know what is happening. No matter how much I strike this child, she does not cry." Meanwhile, my mother, lying on the bed, weeps and pleads, "Oh, divine beings, I beseech you, do not take my Chisana away. I implore you." So, am I now called Chisana? Suddenly, I recall a book I once read in my previous life, which stated that it is essential for a newborn to cry. If they do not, they must be struck until they do, for a crying infant signifies that their airway is clear and there is no risk of asphyxiation. It seems that in my moment of recollection, my stillness frightened them. My mother continues to cry and plead, and with no other option, I must feign crying. Although not crying is permissible, if the girl holding me calms down, she will realize I am indeed breathing. Yet, there is a risk of being perceived as having cerebral palsy, and the woman named Hannah continues to strike me, which is quite painful. Alas, I inadvertently let out a loud sound. Despite having witnessed an infant crying only once during the induction of new members at the camp, I still possess a certain impression of how a baby cries, ensuring my cries do not seem too contrived. Upon hearing the sound, joy instantly spreads across the faces of the two women. She is crying. She is crying. Sister Aki, quickly look, little Chisana is crying. She is all right. The woman on the bed smiles through her tears even before the girls can celebrate. Suzuki, bring her to me. Let me see my little Chisana. As soon as the words fell, a man who had been anxiously waiting outside burst into the room. Contrary to the historical portrayal of ancient Japanese men as diminutive, he was rather tall, perhaps due to the perspective of a child, which made him appear even more imposing. His face bore a somewhat square shape, and from the lines etched upon it, it was evident that he possessed a rather stoic nature, yet he emanated a sense of amiability. The muscles of his face suggested he rarely laughed heartily, and his emotions were not overtly expressed, indicating he often assumed a facade of seriousness in various situations. However, at this moment, an unmistakable blend of joy and anxiety illuminated his countenance. Was this his first experience of fatherhood? "Brother Iwa," the girl named Rin chided. "Why did you come in? You should stay outside and wait." It seemed the man, referred to as Iwa, held little authority in the presence of the 10-year-old girl. Realizing his indiscretion, the man cleared his throat softly, making a valiant effort to mask his excitement and anxiety, donning an air of calm composure. "It's quite all right. I merely entered out of concern for Aki's condition, and it appears she is well. Ahem. However, I believe I just heard the sound of a baby crying. I must not have misheard. Has little Ichiko been born?" The remaining individuals in the room could not suppress their laughter at his words. How tense he must be to express concern for his wife upon hearing the cries of an infant. Thus, they all chuckled in unison. The woman named Hannah teased him with a smile. "Indeed, you heard correctly. Both inside and out, the cries were unmistakable. However, it is not little Ichiko. It is little Chika." Caught in the act, the man offered a sheepish laugh before continuing. "Well then, allow me to see my daughter." At that moment, the infant ceased her wailing, merely making some cooing sounds, and he realized that crying must be quite exhausting for a newborn. Rin approached Iwa, showing him the tiny baby cradled in her arms. Just as Iwa reached out to take the child from Rin, his hand was playfully swatted away by Hannah. "No holding her. Little Chika's body is still fragile. What if you accidentally hurt her?" The man was about to retort that he would know how to handle his own daughter, but upon turning, he met the stern gazes of his wife, Hannah, and Rin, all fixed upon him. He could not help but shudder slightly, offering an awkward smile as he extended his hand to gently tease the newborn. "Look at how much this child resembles me. Her eyes and nose are simply identical." The three women replied in unison, "What kind of expression is that? If she truly resembles you, raising her could be disastrous." The infant, seemingly unaware of her appearance, chimed in, "I may not know what I look like, but I certainly don't resemble you. Come now, I am your father. Call me Papa so I can hear it." The three women responded, "How can a newborn speak? Genetics will not hinder little Chika's intellect, will it?" The infant replied, "If you wish to hear me speak, I can oblige, but I fear it may frighten everyone. By the way, have you all decided on a name? You can still ponder it. Although initially, you mentioned that if it were a boy, I would choose the name. I think Toka sounds delightful, and Cumin is also quite nice." As he noticed the man still clinging to the notion of naming rights, the four women collectively confronted him. Before the women erupted in anger, the man decisively changed his words, naming her Chinna, for there could be no name more exquisite than Chinna. Outside the door, the man, exasperated, supported his forehead with his hand. His status as the brother-in-law felt somewhat diminished before the family. This tale unfolds between two families, formed by a pair of siblings and a pair of siblings united in matrimony, Kawa and Hannah, Aki and Iwa. In an era marked by a high birth and death rate, Kawa and Hannah had already welcomed a son, while Aki and Iwa, after adopting a girl named Rin, celebrated the arrival of their fourth family member. The round moon outside cast a silvery hue over the tranquil gathering. Inside, the man beamed with joy, unable to resist caressing the delicate face of the infant with his rough fingers. Beside him, a girl turned away in indignation, refusing to let the man touch the child in her arms. Another woman, noticing the man's intent to reach out, placed her hands on her hips and approached. Seizing his ear, the man cried out in pain, seeking assistance from another man who had just entered. Upon witnessing this scene, the newcomer could not help but let out a deep sigh. The woman on the bed observed the harmonious and lively spectacle before her, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. All of this unfolded in the eyes of the little girl who was the cause of the commotion. Her name was Chinna, Uchiha Chinna. At that moment, the infant was oblivious to the significance of the surname Uchiha, yet she embraced her name with acceptance. It was her first time being held, her first family, her first experience of someone weeping for her, her first dispute over her name, and for the first time, she was regarded as the center of the universe, arriving in an unfamiliar time and space. No one could instantly resonate with the uncertainties of this new era or the unknown world. The brutality and bloodshed that stained the fabric of life would not vanish with the passage of time. Nevertheless, it was precisely those memories that provided insight into the joy and honor that accompanied the birth of life. Although she had yet to verify whether this scene, filled with warmth and kindness, was but a fleeting, ethereal dream, or to comprehend the nature of the absurd tale of rebirth, the heart, battered and scarred by blood, fire, and iron, found solace in this moment and place. Years later, the little girl Rin would recount, time and again, the beautiful and harmonious scene of Chinna's birth night. By then, Chinna had grown and would sit beside Rin, listening endlessly to the stories of the moments she had already etched in her memory. In the eastern sky, a hint of light began to emerge. In this world devoid of towering skyscrapers, one need not ascend a lofty mountain to witness the horizon's transformation. From a single point in the middle of the horizon, an orange-red glow spread, illuminating the sky gradually, from afar to near. Qianni encounters such splendid sunrises almost every day. Although she is no longer in the same body as before, she still awakens early at 5:30. If not due to her biological clock, it must be certain habits from her previous life, deeply rooted in her consciousness, which remain steadfast even after 3 years. Thus, each morning, Qianni sits on her bed, taking some time to gaze at the sunrise. The dawning light caresses her fair, delicate visage, causing her long eyelashes to tremble slightly in the brilliance, and her eyes, illuminated in that moment, sparkle with a radiant glow, as the light imbues her irises with a natural and profoundly authentic hue. Indeed, reality possesses a color. Nearly 3 years have passed, yet it is still difficult for her to believe that a shadow once wandering in darkness could one day truly bask in the favor of light. However, Qianni pinches herself and feels pain. The people around her bear no semblance of familiarity, and the events transpiring are entirely logical, all indicating that this reality is genuine. If it were merely actors and props, prepared at great expense by opposing forces of the organization to extract information, it could not explain her newborn body. Although Luo once mentioned a drug from an anime that transforms one into a child, how could she possibly exist within an anime? If it were a deep hypnosis, it would be impossible to have no recollections of the people and environment surrounding her, and furthermore, the organization possesses no valuable intelligence. After awakening, Qianni refrains from disturbing Ling, who sleeps beside her, and quietly leaves the warmth of her bed to train in the yard. Following a series of back bends, she progresses to handstands, and after that, her recent training allows her to easily touch her shoulders with her toes. At 3 years old, her body remains quite fragile, making it imperative to avoid excessive physical training, lest she incur irreparable injuries. Therefore, her regimen emphasizes balance and flexibility. These exercises were mandated by the training camp for children of her age, laying a foundation for the future. The alarm clock had spent a considerable duration within the organization's research facility. To be precise, it worked there until its demise. Hence, she has scrutinized the scientific basis of this training method. If one does not establish a solid foundation in childhood, no amount of effort later can compensate for the shortcomings. A person who has not undergone such training from an early age will have stiffer joints and bones, making movements involving the lumbar spine less agile, and their ligaments will possess weaker instantaneous resilience. The cumulative effect is diminished physical extensibility. Simply put, such individuals find it exceedingly challenging to rotate their bound hands to the front of their bodies. Forcing such a movement may lead to sprains or even dislocations. Nevertheless, the past and the present are ultimately different. The training camp, in consideration of the future foundations for its trainees, would not hesitate to provide high nutrition, high-energy foodstuffs. Yet, presently, such conditions are lacking. Uchiha Yin and the Uchiha Chiyo family do not enjoy substantial income, barely scraping by. As Qianni grows, the household's demand for food will undoubtedly increase. Both Iwa and Aki find themselves in a relentless routine of early mornings and late nights, diligently working towards ensuring that their daughter, Chitose, will one day possess her own dowry. Though merely 3 years old and still small in stature, she currently shares a bed with Rin and can fit into some of Rin's old clothes from her childhood. However, it is evident that as time passes, a more substantial provision will be necessary for the two of them. Thus, every morning, they awaken to find Chitose playing joyfully in the courtyard. How remarkable, Chitose! You can already touch your knees to your head. Your mother couldn't do such a thing at your age. Parents are seldom stingy with praise for their young children. a lesson imparted to them by Uchiha Hana shortly after Chitosa's birth. She remarked, "Children of this age crave recognition from others. If you do not commend them, they will cling to you incessantly, which can be quite bothersome." At the time she made this observation, when Chitose was still unable to speak, she did not shy away from addressing her directly. Yet Chitose deemed this piece of advice among the least valuable of Hana's myriad insights, recognizing that it was merely an application of her own parenting experience to another's daughter. Chitose, with her mature soul, found little merit in such childish behavior deserving of accolades. In the courtyard, Chitose lowered her legs, turned, and performed a respectful bow towards Aki and Iwa. "Good morning, esteemed parents." Uchiha Iwa maintained a facade of solemnity, responding in a measured tone, indeed. Aki shot him a sharp glance, her eyes gleaming with intensity, and delivered an elbow to Iwa's abdomen. "Respond appropriately when our daughter greets you." The blow caused Iwa to falter, his expression contorted in discomfort as he clutched his stomach and straightened up. "Aki, I feel you have become increasingly aggressive lately." "What did you say?" "It seems you are growing impatient with life." I concede. "Aki, please stop. My arm feels as if it will break." "Is that so? I suspect you could endure a bit more force." What do you think?" Please cease. It truly feels like it will snap." "Little Chitose, if you witness us like this, you may grow up to be just as violent and struggle to find a suitor." "What? You dare to retort?" "Help! Little Chitose. Save your father. I am perishing. No rescue." Aki then exerted a sudden force. A sharp crack echoed. It seemed that something had indeed broken. A simple greeting had spiraled into a chaotic scene of domestic turmoil. Since Chitosa's arrival 3 years ago, similar scenarios have unfolded in various corners of their home, be it the kitchen, the living room, or even the rooftop, each with its unique flair of absurdity and a lamentable spectacle. Yet the victims of this domestic strife remained constant. "I've got you, little Chitose." It was Rin's voice. Whenever Aki and Iwa engaged in their antics, Rin would seize the opportunity to sneak up behind Chitose, launching a surprise attack by lifting her high into the air, sometimes even spinning around in place. Initially, Aki and Iwa worried that such actions might frighten Chitose, but after witnessing her reaction on several occasions, her lack of fear and even signs of joy, they decided against curbing Rin's exuberance. After their playful scuffles, the family gathered for breakfast. Although Aki patiently instructed Shinai in the intricate nuances of etiquette within the familial sphere, the atmosphere remained quite casual. The couple engaged in a lively exchange, each taking turns to speak. At times, they would recount tales of children discovering money, discuss the growth of crops, or even engage in playful banter. It was during these moments that Shinai would listen intently, absorbing tales of life beyond their home. This scene served as a reminder that they were a young couple, perhaps a tad excessive in their vivacity. Iwa was merely 20, while Aki was only 19. In an era where the average lifespan was brief, and women typically married and bore children by the age of 14 or 15, their marriage was considered rather late. Following breakfast, both Iwa and Aki prepared to leave for work. Iwa was a member of the clan's patrol team, often returning home only after midnight. Occasionally, the patrol would embark on hunts, which could last a day or two, yet any game caught would be shared among all, providing a rare opportunity to enhance their meals. Despite spending more time away from home, Iwa always returned with 3 pieces of candy. Aki worked at a household on another street, where locals shared a few weaving machines. The ancient hand-operated looms were slow when operated by a single person, necessitating collaboration. This place was also a hub of information. The women there would discuss various tidbits they had learned, and young girls about to wed could inquire about suitable matches. Rin mentioned having heard from Iwa that the Uchiha clan was extensive, with Iwa residing on one side of the clan land, while the Kawa family was situated on the opposite side, a considerable distance apart. Uchiha Kawa had married Iwa's sister, Hana, through information gleaned from the weaving community, just as Iwa had wed Kawa's sister, Aki. Due to their daytime commitments, Rin and Shinai spent the most time together. In Shinai's infancy, it was Rin who cradled her, and at just 11 years old, Rin took on the majority of household responsibilities, including Shinai's early education. Thus, when Iwa and Aki were away, Rin would often encourage Shinai to call her sister rather than aunt. Initially, Shinai's feelings towards Rin were not those of sisterly affection, but rather embarrassment. Indeed, embarrassment. Though still an infant, Shinai's soul resonated with that of a 20-something adult, and the experiences of being fed, bathed, and even having her diaper changed felt profoundly humiliating. From Aki and Iwa's perspective, Rin's guidance of Shinai was undeniably successful. By the age of 1, Shinai had ceased to wet the bed. At 2, she walked with remarkable steadiness, and by 3, she had fully mastered the art of speech. The truth was, had Rin been literate, Shinai would have already begun to write and draw. Shinai's perception of Rin transformed during their shared slumber. Many of Rin's garments were repurposed from Iwa's childhood attire, and the loose-fitting clothes obscured her figure. Despite being 11 years of age, Rin's physique resembled that of a child aged 8 or 9, lacking development and appearing frail. When they bathed together, the outlines of her bones were easily discernible. Although her hair was long, it was notably sparse, a clear indication of malnutrition. Yet, Rin remained incessantly busy throughout the day, leaving Shinai perplexed by the immense strength contained within her slender frame. It seemed as though she exerted herself tirelessly, moving furniture and grains meant for drying, repeatedly hauling a water bucket that was half her height to fill the cistern. Shinai was aware that Rin was not a pure Uchiha. Tracing her lineage reveals that it was her grandmother who belonged to the Uchiha clan. Her parents had not inherited the Uchiha surname, and by Rin's generation, the name had faded, leaving only their first names as commoners. After Rin's parents perished in the turmoil of war, Iwa's family took her in, rescuing her from the brink of starvation by the riverbank and granting her their surname, Uchiha. Nevertheless, Rin never identified herself with the Uchiha name, and Shinai could only observe her vibrant energy as she busied herself, continuously cheering herself on, even completing tasks that were not expected of her. As the sun set, she would lie quietly in the twilight, as if in that moment, her heart found immense contentment and happiness. Father, mother, sister, home, these elements gradually revealed themselves in an undeniably raw and vivid manner. One spring evening, Shinai's family gathered for dinner, where fish and sushi made a long-awaited appearance on the table. For this meal, Aki and Rin had been busy since the afternoon. Before dinner, Aki repeatedly confirmed with IWA. IWA, have you made the arrangements? Are you certain you won't need to patrol tonight? Hush, IWA whispered, raising a finger to indicate silence while casting a glance towards the kitchen entrance. Don't speak so loudly. What if Shinai discovers that I've returned secretly? Rest assured, I have already secured a leave from the patrol team. As long as nothing significant occurs tonight, they won't summon me. That's good. What gift have you prepared? You should bring it out soon. Upon hearing this, IWA's expression turned blank as he slowly turned to Aki. Oh no, I forgot. What? You forgot? How can you call yourself a father? Aki's voice rose, only to be hushed again by Iwa's admonition. It's not that I was only focused on buying ingredients. I simply overlooked the gift. At that moment, Rin entered the kitchen, inquiring, Aki, IWA, how is dinner coming along? It's already dark. Hush. Aki and IWA interrupted Rin simultaneously. Rin, keep your voice down. We can't let Shinai know I'm back. I want to surprise her. Rin nodded helplessly, harboring little expectation for Iwa's immature plan to suddenly appear before Shinai. You forgot to prepare the gift, and yet you speak of surprises? What? Rin displayed the same astonished expression as Aki. How could you forget such a thing? Confronted by the inquiries of two individuals, Yin sheepishly scratched his head. As for the matter of the gift, I shall manage that myself. There will always be a way. Very well, then you had best prepare a gift of respectable quality. By the way, Ling, has there been any unusual behavior from Chiyo? Ling, earnestly playing the role of Chiyo's little spy, responded with utmost seriousness. Mo. Chiyo is still in her room, completely unaware of the situation here. Shortly thereafter, Ling's voice echoed from the kitchen. Chiyo, it's time to come for dinner. All right, I'm coming right away. Chiyo closed the book she had borrowed from Yan's room and set it aside. The days of Chiyo babbling in her infancy had long since passed. Both Aki and Yin realized that the education in reading and writing could no longer be entrusted to Ling as it had in the past. Thus, after Chiyo's 3rd year, Aki dedicated his evenings to teaching her writing, often bringing along the barely literate Ling to join in the lessons. In this era, pens and books are exceedingly precious commodities. Despite the low quality of paper, its price remained steep. The household possessed only a single pen, which Yin used for correspondence. Literacy is a protracted journey, and the family could scarcely afford to purchase vast quantities of paper for the sake of their children's education. Consequently, Chiyo and Ling practiced writing on a single sheet of paper each day, while the rest of the time, The three of them would draw on the ground using twigs and charcoal. The curriculum was overly simplistic. For Chiyo, learning to write felt more like a formality. In truth, her knowledge of characters far surpassed that of Aki. However, due to the discrepancies between phonetics and form in their era, Chiyo diligently committed herself to her studies. In contrast, Ling faced considerable difficulty, as many concepts had solidified into fixed impressions in her mind, making correction a cumbersome endeavor. In her previous life, Chiyo had never encountered illiteracy. The children in the training camp began their studies with literacy, and by graduation, each had mastered at least 2 languages. This was Chiyo's first encounter with the bitter reality of being unable to read. Ling often misidentified characters, mistaking one for another. "Oh, does this mean table? I always thought it was chair. I see, so this is how clothes is written." During their studies, Ling would frequently exclaim in wonder, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Chiyo attempted to envision Ling's predicament. When hearing certain phrases, her mind conjured images not tethered to words, but rather to the objects or actions themselves. When asked a question, Ling struggled to explain which character she meant based on its shape and structure. Encountering rare vocabulary left her grasp of the entire sentence tenuous, akin to reading with vital words missing. Though discovering literacy should be a source of joy and surprise, why had there never been a prior request for learning to read? For Chiyo, the greatest advantage of literacy was the ability to inquire about the nature of this era during her study breaks. She could also indulge in her own unrestrained doodles that others could not decipher. The collection of books at home is indeed scarce. Chiyo could only find 3 volumes in the rooms of Chiyo and Yin, all of which were quite antiquated. One of the tomes was filled with an erratic assortment of characters. Her former profession as an assassin led Chiyo to believe it was some form of coded language, only to realize it was intended for literacy and calligraphy practice. The second book contained a compilation of folklore and nursery rhymes, serving as a bedtime reading material. The stories that Yin used to tell Chiyo to lull her to sleep before she turned 2 were adaptations from this very book. It was indeed curious how a man of Yan's limited vocabulary could possess such a wealth of bedtime tales, though the stories might still hold some degree of reference. Upon opening the third book, Chiyo immediately shut it, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. This volume was filled with illustrated depictions accompanied by textual descriptions, all relating to intimate matters between men and women. Yet, something felt amiss. The writing in this book appeared distinct from that of the previous 2. Was it possible that this book belonged to Chiyo? Was it intended to guide her in her relationship with Yin? Although Chiyo often deflected her inquiries with reassurances like "you are still young, you will understand these matters in due time," she nonetheless gleaned a considerable amount of valuable information. First and foremost, there was the mention of the Uchiha clan, a lineage steeped in history, boasting a legacy of at least 1,000 years, as Chiyo had mentioned. However, was there truly a clan by the name of Uchiha in the annals of ancient Japanese history? The training camp placed little emphasis on historical, philosophical, or religious studies, only brushing up on relevant knowledge before undertaking related missions. Thus, Chiyo's understanding of Japanese history was quite limited, primarily derived from what Luo had recounted at the time. Consequently, the value of this information was rather constrained, rendering the names Senju, Yui, and Hyuga similarly inconsequential. Furthermore, there was mention of the Land of Fire, alongside nations such as the Land of Bears and the Land of Water, which revealed a rather unembellished approach to naming countries. During Japan's Warring States period, numerous small states vied for dominance, engaging in continuous conflicts. While the specifics remained unclear, the multitude of nations aligned with the current scenario. It seemed that the era of the Tokugawa shogunate had yet to dawn, though it was uncertain whether figures like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu had been born yet. If they had, the end of the Warring States period could not be far off. Nonetheless, Chiyo remained skeptical about whether she truly found herself in Japan's Warring States era. The question of how she had arrived here perplexed her as well. Had her soul traversed time, returning to antiquity? If her presence altered history, would there one day be a person named Alarm Clock? Or was it that the life of Chiyo, upon its inception, glimpsed the future of a person named Alarm Clock, centuries hence? If so, who was she truly, Alarm Clock or Chiyo? Alternatively, had too much time elapsed since her demise, enough for ancient civilizations to crumble? And what she now witnessed was merely a vestige of a bygone era. Was it possible that she had awakened due to some scientific phenomenon? Or had she arrived in an entirely different realm? This is no longer the Earth of old. So why do we find here the semblance of familiar script and civilization? Before my arrival, did others from my homeland leave behind the embers of culture? As Chiyo regained her focus, she realized her thoughts had drifted far afield, spiraling into fanciful musings. Over the past year, she meticulously documented her speculations and contemplations about this world in a different language, yet unprovable conjectures remain forever mere guesses. The only means of validation lies in time, in waiting for her to grow and explore the truth of this realm, and for the day when the names of Tokugawa Ieyasu and his ilk might reach her ears. For now, however, she must join her family for dinner. Chiyo was aware of Iwa's presence at home. It was not due to Suzune's secretive whispers, but rather the armor, straps, and blades he required for patrol still lay in the living room. How could he venture out without them? Chiyo pondered why Iwa had not gone on patrol today. It surely wasn't due to the arrival of significant guests, as visitors were a rarity, and the few neighbors seldom interacted. Furthermore, she had not heard any conversation from guests while in her room. Then it struck her, tomorrow marked her 4th birthday. Could it be that Iwa had forgotten? Such a blunder was indeed plausible for him. One must admit, Iwa's feigned seriousness, coupled with his somewhat endearing awkwardness and his role as a dutiful husband, rendered him at the bottom of the household hierarchy. Even the gentle Suzune occasionally found herself unable to resist teasing him, while Chiyo often maintained a facade of respect, attributing most undesirable occurrences to him. Such assumptions required no proof. It was usually he. The kitchen and dining area were situated on the opposite side of the yard, a design intended to mitigate damage in the event of a kitchen fire, safeguarding the family's resting quarters. In the event of a midnight blaze, this arrangement offered greater safety. Yet, as Chiyo stepped into the yard, she noticed the kitchen was unlit, shrouded in darkness, yet the aroma of food wafted through the air. Was this yet another of Iwa's unreliable schemes? A sense of caution enveloped her as she tentatively called out, "Father, Mother, Sister Susan, are you there?" This was not a prank of Iwa's. He would never jest with the safety of his family. Considering Iwa's unusual behavior of hiding at home today, it was entirely possible that something had gone awry. 5 seconds passed without reply. The wind rustled through the branches, a faint metallic scent pervaded the air, and the yard fell into an eerie silence. In this brief interval, Chiyo's mind raced. From the moment she heard Suzune's voice to her arrival in the yard, scarcely 40 seconds had elapsed. 40 seconds. The silent resolution of 3 individuals, one of whom was the robust Uchiha Iwa, could only be achieved through the use of highly potent tranquilizers. Lacking knowledge of this era, she was unaware if such substances could be procured. The kitchen space is insufficient, accommodating no more than 4 individuals who can move about freely. With 3 already present, the addition of 2 more would undoubtedly cause inconvenience and raise suspicion. Thus, there can only be one adversary. This individual must accomplish their task within 40 seconds, a time frame that may prove inadequate. Therefore, before the bell could utter a word, both Iwa and Aki had already been dealt with unnoticed by Rin. However, the lights must have been extinguished only after neutralizing the 3, lest it incite chaos. This presents a contradiction. If the motive was murder for profit, it would be more strategic to extinguish the lights first, creating turmoil under the cover of darkness to commit the act. Instead, the assailant chose to kill first and then extinguish the lights. Was this a reckless move? Where had the lapse in discretion occurred? Was it in the wooden boards used for recording? The inscriptions were composed in coded language, presumably indecipherable to anyone. Was this an effort to silence them? Chitina had not even realized that her eyes bore a calmness bordering on indifference, her entire being resembling a frigid machine, calculating the efficiency of the assailant's actions, the distance separating them, the speed at which the metallic scent of blood spread, and the time it would take for neighbors and patrols to arrive. The 3 individuals, whose fates hung in the balance within the kitchen, were not the beloved family members who had raised her for 4 years, but rather complete strangers. It was akin to waking at 5:30 each morning. Regardless of how Chitina perceived the remnants of her past life, whether with disdain or indignation, she could not escape the ingrained instinct for violence that had become second nature to her. Chitina was born anew, yet the alarm clock of her previous existence had never ceased its relentless ticking. What, then, constitutes the essence of life? What renders it splendid, compelling countless souls to struggle within its grasp, enduring torment, while simultaneously relishing it? Life begins with an endowment of all things, followed by a gradual process of trade, where what one possesses is exchanged in increments. However, the very act of exchange implies a cost. Thus, a review of life reveals a continuous cycle of loss. As one's possessions dwindle in the process of barter, it signifies the approach of life's conclusion. The flowers nurtured through torrential rain, the bones trampled in the yellow sands. Regardless of their form of existence or demise, the allure of life remains unchanged, holding the key to an infinite mystery. Indeed, there is but one life, an irreplaceable journey that cannot be retraced. Thus, arriving in this world devoid of reference points, one ultimately returns to the realm of the unknown. Each fleeting moment and every perspective, unbound by joy or sorrow, anger or pain, screams or fear, each is uniquely singular. Consequently, within the depths of every life, there resides an enduring affection for existence. What, then, is the significance of a life lived once more? A life indistinguishable from the last, what value does it hold? In prolonged silence, Chitina slowly pushed open the door, a decision that seemed patently foolish. There were no cries for help, no attempts to flee, not even a reach for the knives in the living room. The gradually flickering light startled Chitina. Instinctively, her left hand reached to her side, while her right hand sought behind her, only to grasp at emptiness. This was the most familiar movement of the alarm clock, drawing forth her dagger and firearm. Happy birthday, little Chitina. As the flames of the oil lamp flickered upwards, the figures of Yin, Chiyo, and Ling emerged. Qian stood frozen at the doorway, speechless, her hand still poised, as if gripping a weapon. They were alive. The air descended into a fleeting silence as the three gazed at Qian, puzzled by her unexpected silence. Chiyo was the first to shatter the stillness, seizing Yin by the ear. Look, this is all your terrible idea. You said it would be a surprise for Qian, and instead, you frightened her. Ling quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Qian might have been startled by their sudden appearance. She rushed forward to embrace Qian, gently patting her back while murmuring words of comfort. It's all right. Qian, it's over now. Don't be afraid. Your sister is here. We didn't mean to scare you. Releasing Yan's ear, Chiyo continued to soothe Qian. I'm sorry, Qian. It was all Daddy's idea. Daddy is a bad guy. After dinner, Mommy will take care of him. The scoundrel. When you called us just now, he actually covered our mouths to keep us from answering. It's all Daddy's fault. From their words, Qian began to piece together the sequence of events. Yin had intended to surprise her by not patrolling, but when she called out to them, he thought she was testing to see if he was home, thus silencing Chiyo and Ling. The intention behind the surprise meant that today was indeed her birthday. Realizing her mistake regarding the date, Qian understood that she had mistakenly identified the first day of daylight, March 27th, as her birthday, when in fact, she had been born just before midnight. Therefore, her birthday was not tomorrow, but today, March 26th. She looked up at Yin, who resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. Her father had not actually forgotten her birthday. However, under Qian's gaze, which seemed to uncover the true culprit, Yin became increasingly flustered. He had done nothing wrong. He simply did not anticipate that a 4-year-old girl would remember her birth, nor did he foresee that the soul within Qian, from another world, would interpret the situation so darkly. Qian, I'm sorry. You see, today is your birthday. Can you be magnanimous and forgive Daddy? Let us eat first. If we don't, the food will get cold, and afterward, we'll show you the gifts we prepared. Yes, little Qian, let us eat first. Though Ling was quite displeased with Yan's ill-conceived plan, she felt compelled to smooth things over for her brother. At that moment, as Ling released Qian, she reached out and enveloped Ling in a hug, pressing her entire being against her sister. This is wonderful, Ling. Subsequently, Qian let go of Ling and bestowed a large embrace upon Chiyo. Mommy. Finally, she turned to Yin, exclaiming, Daddy, I'm so glad you're all right. Yin felt a wave of bashfulness at Qian's affectionate gestures. Although he was unsure of the situation, it seemed that Qian was no longer frightened, and the three of them collectively exhaled in relief. All right, Chiyo, let us prepare for dinner. The dinner was as sumptuous as previously mentioned, and everyone relished the meal. Afterward, the family gathered in the yard to stargaze, and Chika received gifts from the three. Aki presented her with 2 sets of clothing, one large and one small. The smaller outfit was a blue casual dress, while the larger one was a kimono made of purple fabric adorned with delicate floral patterns. The smaller one is for you to wear now, while the larger one was crafted with your future self in mind. assuming you will be around 7 or 8 when you can wear it. By then, we can don our kimonos together and attend the summer festival. Chika had yet to experience a summer festival. Aki, please take me along with our family next time. Of course. But Suzu, you must keep a close eye on Chika and ensure she doesn't wander off. I'm already 4 years old. I want to run off. Ha 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 indeed. Chika is such a well-behaved child. Our little Chika is the best. Aki exclaimed. Oh dear, how swiftly time flies. In the blink of an eye, Chika is already 4. I can't wait to see her grow up. No, it's better for Chika to grow up slowly. What nonsense are you speaking? Aki chastised Iwa, bewildered by the notion of wanting their daughter to mature slowly. Meanwhile, Suzu's eyes sparkled with a thought. Ha ha ha, I get it. Iwa and Iken must be reluctant to let Chika get married. Before long, the conversation transitioned from kimonos to marriage proposals, prompting Chika to divert the topic. Suzunichan, in a few years. You will be getting married, right? Do you have someone you like? Little Chika, what are you saying? I'm still far from marriage. Moreover, I haven't met anyone particularly special yet, Suzu replied, to which Aki chimed in. It's not too late, Iwa, we should start preparing Suzu's dowry. There's no rush. We must wait for Suzu to find someone she truly likes before discussing such matters. It seems even Papa is reluctant to let Suzu get married. Alright, enough of this topic. Chika, look at what your sister has prepared for you. Suzu, feigning mystery, produced an item from behind her. Tada! It's a Teru Bozu. The doll even has 2 little bells around its neck. Indeed, it's not a particularly expensive gift. But it's handmade by your sister. So what do you think, Chika? Do you like it? Yes. I can hang it in front of the window. And when the wind blows, it will make a sound. Aki glanced at Iwa, recalling his earlier claim of forgetting to prepare a gift, but assuring he would think of something. Naturally, he couldn't tell his daughter he had forgotten. Although Chika was precocious, she was still a child, and such a lapse would surely sadden her. Thus, he gently reminded him, it's your turn now, Iwa. If you fail to present a decent gift, I might have to scold you. Seeing Aki's expression, Iwa shivered. How could that be? This gift will certainly not disappoint Chika. He then revealed a small wooden sword he had carved. Look, Chiana, this is the gift prepared for you by your father. Initially, I had no intention of presenting you with this, yet after much contemplation, I ultimately chose it, for I hope you will learn to protect yourself in the future. Yes. Thank you, dear father. Aki and Rin exchanged glances upon seeing the gift, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Aki remarked, as expected, you've been absent from the kitchen. Where on earth did you prepare this gift? It is evidently crafted from kitchen firewood. Rin added, no wonder. When you were a child, Uncle forbade you from using a knife, and you fashioned a wooden sword to play with. It seems your craftsmanship has endured to this day. Aki and Rin intended to expose him, but as Chiana expressed her gratitude, even employing honorifics, it became clear that Iwa's words had indeed touched her. They felt it inappropriate to voice their suspicions. However, father, your kitchen knives are in the living room. What did you use to carve this sword? At this, silence enveloped the room. It is well known that knives exist in the kitchen, yet their singular purpose is unmistakable. Iwa froze, slowly turning his neck to face Aki, who appeared as if possessed by an unrestrained spirit. Aki, allow me to explain, it was unintentional. Aki rolled up her sleeves and slammed her palm down in frustration. Iwa, you scoundrel, how dare you use my kitchen knife to carve wood? You are in grave danger. In a fit of rage, Aki dragged Iwa into the room, slamming the door behind them with a resounding thud, casting a sweet smile back at Chiana and Rin before shutting them out. The ensuing scene was unsuitable for young eyes. Thus Rin advised, keep a close watch on Chiana. Moments later, the room resonated with sounds akin to a slaughterhouse. Aki, I was wrong. Please, not the face. Observing Chiana's delighted expression, Rin discerned that she had long seen through Iwa's deception. She felt as if she were witnessing a more cunning side of Aki, silently mourning for Iwa's future. A few minutes later, Aki emerged from the room, gracefully linking arms with Iwa, who bore the marks of a recent altercation. Rin and Chiana struggled to suppress their laughter at his appearance. Iwa, noticing their amusement, sighed, realizing that the last remnants of his dignity and authority at home had vanished. Go ahead and laugh, both of you. I simply have great respect for Aki. I am not subjugated by her. Chiana silently added a rebuttal in defense of Iwa. The evening air was still quite chilly. Iwa, please fetch some firewood from the kitchen and light a fire in the yard. Aren't you going to introduce Chiana to the stars above? Certainly, I shall do so at once. Before long, Iwa returned with a bundle of firewood, which, as expected, contained numerous shavings from his earlier endeavor. He arranged the firewood in the center of the yard, instructing everyone to stand back, and with a cheerful demeanor addressed Chiana. Let me demonstrate the prowess of your father. Fire release, great fireball technique. Iwa formed peculiar gestures with his hands, and suddenly unleashed a blazing fireball from his mouth, which landed with a resounding crack upon the firewood, igniting it into a roaring flame. On Qianai's previously calm face, an expression of incredulity emerged. How could a person expel fire from their mouth? This was not the low-temperature flame produced by the mixture of sulfur dioxide and carbon tetrachloride used in modern magic performances, nor was it of a pale blue hue. The ignition point of firewood is at least 200 degrees Celsius, a temperature that would undoubtedly cause burns. Moreover, judging by the brightness of the flame, the temperature was at least 700. How could a person spit fire? This defied scientific explanation. This place was certainly not Japan. Such phenomena did not exist in ancient Japan. Well, isn't that impressive? Yin chuckled with pride as he observed Qianai's astonished expression. Qianai quickly approached Yin, pressing her nose against him to take a closer sniff. There was no scent of gasoline or alcohol. Instead, a metallic tang reminiscent of blood confirmed her earlier suspicions that the bloodiness emanated from Yin. Father, could you open your mouth for me to see? Yin responded, somewhat puzzled but complied with Qianai's request. In the flickering light, Qianai discovered that Yan's oral structure was no different from that of an ordinary person. What on earth is Qianai doing? Chiyo inquired, equally baffled by Qianai's series of actions. Well, Sui timidly raised her hand. Qianai is perhaps just curious. Yin and Chiyo exchanged glances. Curious? Yes, because I have yet to discuss the matter of ninjutsu with Qianai. In truth, my knowledge of ninjutsu is limited, and I wouldn't want to mislead her by saying something incorrect. I had intended for you two to teach her about ninjutsu naturally. Ah, I see. Ninjutsu. For Qianai, ninjutsu remained a relic of her past life, where the practitioners were highly skilled assassins in ancient Japan, adept at intelligence work, agile, proficient in swordplay and throwing, and skilled at hiding in various environments. The fire release technique was likely a means of deploying smoke bombs for a hasty retreat, rather than spewing fire. The legendary figure representing ninjutsu was a ninja named Hattori Hanzo. Compared to the extraordinary abilities of ninjas, Qianai leaned more towards the samurai, as their methods aligned more closely with reality. Historical figures such as Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kojiro were also more easily verifiable. However, Qianai was compelled to confront the reality that she was no longer in her original world. In this realm, even a middle-income family could master the art of fire-spitting ninjutsu. What other wondrous powers might exist beyond this? Well, Qianai, I shall introduce you to ninjutsu tonight, and also our Uchiha clan's taijutsu. Coincidentally, in a few months, I will begin teaching you these things. Qianai contemplated for a moment before deciding to speak. That can wait, father. I just detected a scent of blood on you. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression instantly changed, and even Sui, who usually maintained a cheerful demeanor, appeared troubled. Yet, just as quickly, Yin regained his composure. Ha ha ha, Qianai, what are you saying? How could I possibly have a scent of blood? You must have misinterpreted it. Ah, it has come to my recollection that this morning, Captain Murata requested me to bring something to that fellow Ichifu, specifically the meat of the prey captured a couple of days ago. It must have been touched at that time. What a fabrication. If there had indeed been a successful hunt 2 days prior, then Iwa would undoubtedly have brought a portion home, and it would have graced the dining table. Furthermore, if the hunt had truly yielded results, Iwa would surely have named the animal rather than simply referring to it as prey. Indeed, it must have been Iwa Onaizen who was the source of that scent. Suzu also stepped in to defend Iwa. Both Suzu and Aki are well aware of the nature of the Uchiha patrols. Aside from their routine surveillance, they engage in hunting and providing warnings, as well as searching for and capturing unidentified intruders, typically spies or infiltrators sent by other clans, or even members of their own clan who have committed serious crimes. During times of war, the patrols are summoned to the front lines to fight. Such duties inevitably stain them with blood. If it were merely blood, it would be of little consequence. However, the chaos and darkness that lie behind that blood are what the three of them wish to shield Chiyo from encountering prematurely. Thus, Suzu seldom speaks of Iwa's work to Chiyo, and Aki would wash away the bloodstains from IWA's garments overnight, ensuring Chiyo would not see them. Even when IWA had finished work early, he would wait outside until midnight, returning only after Chiyo had fallen into a deep slumber. During the Warring States period in Japan, warfare was essentially a conflict between villages, a reality that resonates in both worlds. Hence, Chiyo can certainly surmise the role of the patrols within the Uchiha clan. This understanding allows her to navigate her interactions with them without probing too deeply into related matters, while skillfully hinting at her inquiries to arrive at the answers she seeks, merely a matter of conversational finesse. As for IWA and Aki's concealment of their true intentions, Chiyo comprehends that it stems from a profound affection for the child, manifesting as kindness. Aki, burdened by guilt over the blood that remained on his unwashed garments, is unaware that among the four present, none are more familiar with the scent of blood than Chiyo. After having taken the lives of countless individuals, she has grown numb to that metallic aroma, yet remains acutely sensitive to its presence. Thus, she speaks again. However, that scent does not seem to originate from the clothing, but rather from her father himself. Aki is momentarily taken aback by Chiyo's words. Despite some skepticism regarding a child's discernment, he begins to contemplate the possibility of the scenario she described. If it is not the bloodstains left on his clothing that are responsible, then IWA, remove your garments at once. Ahem, Aki, the children are still present. It would be inappropriate to do such a thing before them. Perhaps it would be better to discuss it later in private. Both Aki and Suzu cannot help but furrow their brows, as IW unexpectedly appears bashful, raising suspicions about what troubles him. Chiyo realizes that she has indeed guessed correctly. It was only by closely inhaling moments ago that she discerned the scent of blood emanating from Iwa's body, not his clothing. The matter of his injury, it seems, he had not disclosed to either Aki or herself. You fool, what are you thinking? Immediately. Right now? Remove your clothing. As she spoke, Chiyo began to remove Yan's clothing. Chiyo, don't do this. Let go. Yan defended his garments as if they were a modest shield, and the two became nearly entangled in a struggle. To Yan's surprise, Chiyo was remarkably resolute, tearing his shirt apart without hesitation. Ultimately, he chose not to resist, allowing his hands to fall, exposing the wound beneath the torn fabric at his waist. The injury was haphazardly bound with strips of cloth, revealing faint traces of crimson seeping through, while the outer bandages bore smudges of a pale green hue, suggesting a crude application of some plant sap intended to mask the scent of blood. Chiyo's face paled instantly, and she instinctively raised her hand as if to slap him, but could not bring herself to do it. Instead, her fist gently pressed against Yan's cheek. You idiot. Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Yan, adopting a carefree demeanor reminiscent of a pig unbothered by boiling water, boldly pushed Chiyo's hand away and embraced her. His bare skin and the bandaged wound pressed against her clothing, a smile gracing his face as he seemed to take delight in her rough, yet caring concern. With an open and reassuring tone, he replied, I didn't want you to worry about me, and besides, it's not such a bad thing. If I hadn't been injured, how could I have so easily asked the captain for leave to celebrate China's birthday? At that moment, Chiyo resembled a bashful maiden in love, nestled against Yan, her body trembling slightly. In the center of the courtyard, the orange flames danced incessantly, swaying like seaweed gently caressed by ocean waves, casting flickering shadows upon the two figures. Next time, don't keep secrets from me. You can hide things from everyone else, but not from me. All right, I promise. And don't say you got hurt to take leave for China's birthday. She would feel guilty. Yes, I'll keep that in mind too. Also, when I hit you just now, I hope I didn't hurt you. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm quite strong. A little pain doesn't matter. And, is there anything else? Well, I can't think of anything at the moment. We'll discuss it later. Whenever you remember, just tell me. It's perfectly all right to take your time. I will always be here for you. What is this situation? Upon witnessing the wound, Ling hurried back to the room for medicine, and upon returning, she found the two embraced. Confused, she asked China. While it's true that those immersed in love often envision each other as extraordinarily beautiful, Yan's current appearance was rather disconcerting. His face still bore the bruises from Chiyo's earlier blows, his shirt was in tatters, and his waist was a chaotic mess of bandages. I don't know, but I think it's best not to disturb them. You make a valid point, China. Ling and China continued to observe the couple, prompting Chiyo to awkwardly extricate herself from Yan's embrace, her face flushed with shyness. She then skillfully seized Yan's ear. Even though you've gotten away with hiding this from me, If you don't clearly explain how you got hurt today, I'll take China to stay at your brother's house, leaving you to live with Ling. Ling eagerly raised her hand in agreement. I shall accompany Sister Chiyo to seek out Sister Hua, leaving Yin here alone. All right, allow me to speak. Chiyo, please release me. Considering that Qian Nai is present, many matters are not suitable for the child to know. Qian Nai, would you prefer to return to your room for a slumber? Mother shall make it up to you tomorrow evening. Just as Qian Nai was about to agree, Yin interjected. What does it matter? After all, Qian Nai has already witnessed it. If we do not clarify the situation, she may have nightmares tonight. Very well. Qian Nai, you must be obedient. If you feel frightened, do voice it, and Mother will have Ling accompany you back to your room. All right. It must be said, after enduring numerous injuries, Yin has become quite adept at treating wounds. The injury is not particularly deep. Although the bandaging technique is rather haphazard, the treatment was timely, and fortunately, there are no signs of infection. In this era, it remains uncertain whether antibiotics have been discovered, but regardless, the absence of infection is indeed a stroke of luck. The only dilemma seems to be that Yin remains under the watchful gaze of family, and thus has not changed the dressing in a timely manner. While Chiyo and Ling tended to Yan's wounds, he began recounting to his family how the injury had occurred. In the early hours of yesterday, 2 spies from a foreign clan attempted to abduct the 4th son of the clan leader, who was born not long ago. Upon being discovered, they were unable to succeed, injuring 2 guards in their flight. Lord Taijima, the clan leader, personally struck down one of them, while the other fled into the territory of Murata's squad, which includes the patrol team Yin is part of. When we spotted that individual, instead of fleeing hastily, he charged at us directly. Typically, we patrol in groups of 3, and thus, I, Yoshiro, and Shibuya engaged him in combat. His water techniques effectively countered our fire techniques. That individual is no ordinary foe. Indeed, he is quite skilled. Otherwise, he would not dare to attempt the abduction of the clan leader's son. Due to the ninjutsu disadvantage, we resorted to physical combat, and he managed to slice my armor across the chest. Had I not retreated swiftly, I might have sustained a more severe injury. However, despite his formidable strength, he expended considerable chakra throughout the encounter, and with our numerical advantage, we engaged him in a battle of attrition. Without exaggeration for the sake of boasting, and aside from omitting certain details of the skirmish, Yin described the circumstances honestly. Shibuya's shuriken struck his thigh, and I too seized the moment to wound his left hand. Ultimately, when he retaliated, I intervened on Shibuya's behalf. To be precise, I kicked Shibuya aside, and that blow landed here. As he spoke, Chiyo and Ling had nearly finished rebandaging Yan's wound. The act of a husband rescuing a comrade is commendable. However, Chiyo felt discontented with his willingness to risk his own life. No matter how concerned she was for her husband, Chiyo could not voice a desire for Shibuya to bear that blow, indifferent to his fate. Thus, she remained silent, only able to express tacit approval of her husband's actions. Yin perceived his wife's silence and addressed her, saying, Chiyo, when I first joined the patrol team, Shibuya, as my senior, took great care of me. Shibuya is devoid of brothers, and his wife passed away 2 years ago, leaving a man to care for 3 children, the eldest of whom is scarcely 6 years old. If I do not assist him in that moment, he may lose at least a hand. Without a hand, he would be unable to serve in the patrol team. What then becomes of his 3 children? She let out a long sigh, insisting, Yin, this cannot happen again. However, the ease with which Yin agreed suggests that, should the situation arise again, he may very well make the same choice. Qian Nai silently cradled her cup, sipping water, her mind replaying the harrowing details of the battle in which Yin nearly lost his life. Initially, Yin spoke of a confrontation involving 3 individuals against a spy, but as the narrative unfolded, it gradually transformed into a duel between 2. Though left unspoken, it was evident that the individual named Shurya had likely perished. When the spy, wounded and unable to escape, was approached by Shibuya to assess his condition, he became overly complacent, failing to anticipate a sudden attack. Fearless of relinquishing the opportunity to surrender, the spy acted with boldness, ruthlessness, and decisiveness. Consequently, as Shibuya advanced, he was caught off guard by a swift strike, unable to evade it, and could only desperately shield himself with his left hand. Yin, in a timely intervention, kicked him aside, inadvertently leaving his own midsection exposed. While the blade did not strike Shibuya, the residual force grazed Yin's left side. From Qian Nai's perspective, disregarding the unfamiliar ninjutsu and physical techniques. There were numerous flaws in the combat awareness displayed. Even the spy, who nearly triumphed against 3 adversaries, exhibited similar shortcomings. Upon encountering the patrol team, the spy should not have rushed in recklessly. Having infiltrated the clan leader's residence, he must have honed his skills in stealth, once discovered. His best course would have been to escape and set an ambush to eliminate the 3 swiftly. Charging in was a manifestation of overconfidence in his abilities. Yet, it was precisely this overconfidence that allowed Yin to survive. Equally overconfident was Shiro. While Yin and Shibuya managed to hold the spy at bay, the physical toll was significant. The fact that one of the 3 was lost during the initial assault is simply implausible. It seems he was a newcomer, perhaps too impassioned and reckless, charging in without gauging the opponent's strength, ultimately leading to his demise. To abandon the use of fire release techniques due to their countering nature was indeed a grave error. On home territory, with reinforcements available, he should have employed fire release to create a diversion, attracting other patrol members. Of course, it is possible he initially misjudged the opponent's strength, believing reinforcements unnecessary. Then there was Shibuya's careless approach to the incapacitated spy, without certainty of his inability to act. It would have been far wiser to employ shurikens to neutralize his limbs from a distance. Lastly, had Yin utilized the momentum from his kick towards Shibuya to propel himself backward, he might have evaded that fateful strike. Brother Yin, what became of the spy in the end? That individual, once incapacitated, was taken away by Captain Murata, who is said to have plans to interrogate him for valuable intelligence. That is reassuring. Such a formidable foe must not be allowed to escape, for that would spell great trouble. Autumn also concurred, suggesting it would be prudent to verify the news of Captain Murata's demise. After all, having engaged with him, one could not dismiss the possibility of his return seeking retribution. Very well, I shall inquire, exclaimed Akira. Ah, China. As Akira attended to Iwa's wounds, he recalled that his daughter had been quietly seated nearby. Are you frightened by what your father just mentioned? He asked. Not at all. This tale is far more captivating than any I've heard from you before, Daddy. Surely you jest. How can you find excitement in such perilous and terrifying matters? Akira's tone faltered. Heavens. I hope China does not grow to be as carefree and oblivious as Iwa. No, I must devise a plan to limit Iwa's influence on China's upbringing. She must not emulate him. My precious China must become a paragon of gentility and propriety, just as I am. If Suzume were aware of Akira's thoughts, she would likely sigh and tell him that China no longer required instruction. She had already surpassed him. Following the brief episode of injury, the family resumed their original plan to gaze at the stars in the yard. China donned a new outfit, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, and both Iwa and Suzume exclaimed at her adorableness. Akira cradled China in his arms, pointing out the stars and sharing their names and the stories behind them. China inquired why they observed the stars on her birthday, to which Akira replied that it was said that wishing upon a shooting star would make one's dreams come true. Surely, China wished for her own birthday aspirations to materialize. Wishes are but a form of hope, akin to the notion that there are no deities in this world. Even if they did exist, what right would they have to fulfill one's desires? Nonetheless, China nodded in agreement with Akira's words. Her birthday wish was for calamities to wane and for their home to be free from worry. Iwa diligently added logs to the fire, ensuring that everyone remained warm, while Suzume rested her chin in her hands, listening to Akira while gazing at the stars, attempting to locate China's shooting star. As the night deepened, Suzume's little head bobbed like a chick pecking at grain, reminiscent of students dozing off in class. Iwa made a shushing gesture, gently lifting Suzume and carrying her back to her room. Akira yawned and said to China, we shall pause the story here for tonight. We can continue another time. It is time for sleep. But, Daddy, you promised to tell me about ninjutsu. Alas, it is already quite late. Shall we save that for tomorrow? That's fine. Upon Iwa's return to the yard, he noted China's vibrant energy on her birthday. Very well, I shall share tales of ninjutsu with you tonight. Observing Akira's hesitance, Iwa reassured him, rest easy, Akira. Although Captain Murata may appear stern and serious, he is quite kind to us. He granted me a 10-day leave upon learning of my injury. I can enjoy a lie-in tomorrow, so you should retire for the night. Akira thought to himself, my concern is not for this, but rather that my daughter may become skewed by your influence. Very well, take good care of China. Good night, mother. Upon returning to the room, Iwa lifted China and, following the wooden ladder, ascended to the rooftop. Due to safety concerns, neither Chiyo nor Ling ever allowed Chinna to come here. Having just promised his wife to take good care of their daughter, he had now brought her to this perilous place. Thus, this was Iwa's way of caring for Chinna. What would you like to know? Iwa asked with a smile. I want to learn how ninjutsu is performed, Chinna replied. Let me think about how to explain this. Alright, here is how it goes. Within our bodies, we can extract a substance known as chakra through certain methods. By combining this with specific hand seals, we can unleash ninjutsu. There are a total of 12 basic hand seals, named after the 12 zodiac animals. One day, I shall teach you how to form these seals. Practice is essential. The speed of forming the seals is crucial. The faster you seal, the quicker you can execute the jutsu. By the way, chakra also possesses elemental attributes: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. Different chakras allow for the use of different ninjutsu. Our Uchiha clan's signature technique is fire release. Does everyone have these attributes? Not necessarily. Typically, a person's chakra attributes range from 1 to 2 types. There exists a special paper designed to test chakra attributes, though it is rather expensive. However, children of the patrol team members receive one such paper at the age of 5 to test their chakra attributes. Chinna, you are most likely of the fire attribute, but it remains uncertain if you possess any other chakra attributes. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, chakra attributes are largely inherited from one's parents. However, chakra attributes are not immutable. It is said that some powerful individuals can master the transformation of chakra properties, acquiring attributes they did not originally possess. Generally, the more chakra attributes one tests positive for, the greater their talent. Nevertheless, our Uchiha clan has a different standard for assessing talent. Iwa gazed down at Chinna, his eyes transforming into a fierce crimson hue, with a black tomo spiraling around the pupils. Behold, this is the Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Impressive, isn't it? The Sharingan can perceive all. Within our Uchiha clan, the younger one is, the more tomo they possess, indicating greater genius. Your mother also possesses the Sharingan. However, it is rare to find an asymmetrical Sharingan with only one tomo in the right eye. Your father awakened these eyes at the age of 15. Upon learning of your grandparents' demise, even now, he retains but a single tomo, which hardly qualifies as talent. Speaking of your grandparents, when your grandfather was alive, he often felt that your father, was lacking in ambition. Iwa was a man who maintained a serious facade in public, yet was somewhat quirky in front of his family. He would ask a single question, yet as he spoke, would become engrossed in his own rhythm, often forgetting what others had asked. At times, he would inadvertently divulge a plethora of information that others were curious about, but had yet to inquire. Other times, he would unconsciously veer off to other topics. As Iwa conversed with Chinna, she lay on her back, gazing up at the night sky, and beheld a shooting star streak across the heavens. Despite her role as a child, Chitos possesses an extraordinarily mature mindset. She does not leap with delight to share her sighting of a shooting star, nor does she hurriedly ponder what wish to make. The notion of wishing upon a star, which her grandfather once spoke of, is merely a romanticized idea. In truth, a shooting star is but a wandering rock in the cosmos, igniting briefly as it grazes the atmosphere, ephemeral and unattainable. To distant observers, it may appear as a rare and beautiful spectacle, yet at its core, it is merely a pockmarked, hideous stone. Chitos ceased to listen to Iwa. Despite the myriad of questions she yearned to ask, time trickled away, and she felt akin to that unsightly rock, cloaked in an innocent guise, yet harboring the essence of a demon that clawed its way from the depths of hell. This demon yearns for the warmth that belongs to a girl, but ultimately remains a demon, accustomed to the chill, forever tied to the inferno. Are you the alarm clock? Or are you Chitos? A certain guilt and unease spread through the night, as the remnants of memories whispered within her soul, urging her to cast aside feudal emotions. Like ice, the colder and harder one becomes, the less susceptible to pain. Yet in this moment, her body unconsciously sank into the tenderness of familial love, unable to extricate itself. Unbeknownst to her, she had drifted far from her original self, reveling in being embraced, being lifted high, teasing others, becoming increasingly unlike the girl she once was, yet unable to transform into a new being. You are neither the alarm clock nor Chitos. If you were to learn that the girl is a demon, would that warmth still remain? This question lingered cautiously in her heart, trembling and daring not to seek an answer, yet somewhere deep within, A voice echoed. If you do not ask, you shall regret it for a lifetime. Rin never speaks on my behalf, father. Iwa's voice abruptly ceased. Chitose rarely interrupted others so impolitely. She fixed her gaze intently upon Iwa. If Chitose were not Chitose, would you still cherish her? She endeavored to keep her voice steady, hoping Iwa could discern every word, believing that the clearer her words, the more definitive the answer would be, the very answer she so fervently desired. Yet that pervasive anxiety caused her heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably, and by the time she uttered her question, it had morphed into a cry. Please tell me, father. With your all-seeing Sharingan, can you reveal to me who I truly am? Under Iwa's gaze, Chitose's complexion turned pale, her eyes taking on a crimson hue. The two black tomos swirling quietly. Iwa was taken aback by the sight of Chitose's Sharingan. He was not surprised, but rather stunned. Having possessed such eyes himself and experienced the anguish of losing a loved one, he understood the torment of awakening such sight. He wrapped his arm around Chitose's shoulder, drawing her close, feeling her slight tremors. Chitose, I know, my daughter is unlike any other child. Chitose instantly felt a chill envelop her limbs. As though she had plunged into an icy abyss, it was as if her heart had frozen in place, ceasing to beat. Iwa knew he knew. He has come to realize that I am a monster. My mind is a blank slate. Indeed, from the very beginning. It was a question that should never have been asked. Had I refrained from inquiring, perhaps we could have continued to coexist in a tacit understanding. Yet, he has uncovered the truth, and this place is no longer a sanctuary for me. Even during my first act of violence, I did not feel such trepidation. It is simply that I care too deeply. Indeed, one must be as unyielding as ice to remain unscathed. Shinai began to struggle violently, attempting to break free from Yan's embrace, yearning to escape this courtyard, to flee far away. Yet, Yan held her even tighter. Why? Why won't you let me go? I no longer belong here. I am sorry, Shinai. This is my first experience as a father, and I know little. I do not understand what my daughter desires, nor do I know how to engage with her. I am often filled with anxiety, unsure of the image I should project before my daughter. I fear that if I lack authority in your presence, you will cease to heed my words. If I am too harsh, I worry you will come to resent me. If I indulge you too much, I fear you may grow unable to protect yourself. Gradually, Shinai ceased her struggles. It appears I am not the only one plagued by anxiety. But, father knows, Shinai is unlike others. While Suzu at your age would cry, break things, cause mischief, and quarrel with me, Shinai has always been quiet, neither crying nor making a fuss. She is diligent, rising each morning to practice in the courtyard. She is intelligent. The recent array of ceramic bowls and jars in our home are all crafted by her hands, and she has even stealthily reinforced my armor. For the first time, Shinai heard Yen speak of how he perceives her, recognizing that many of her peculiarities have not escaped his notice. Indeed, Yen is a novice at fatherhood, unaware of what the process of raising a child entails. However, Shinai, too, is experiencing life as a child from an ordinary family for the first time. And those unique traits of hers starkly contrast with the memories Yen holds of another girl from his past. What does it signify that a father, often absent from home, possesses such intimate knowledge of his daughter's circumstances? Yet, Shinai is perpetually so quiet that it leaves me with the impression that there exists an unbridgeable gap between us, filled with things we cannot comprehend. Does Shinai know? Before your birth, I was filled with trepidation, fearing that your arrival would disrupt the tranquility of my life. Observing other children, unruly and outspoken, filled me with impatience at the thought of my own future child embodying such traits. Yan's tone was tinged with a sense of melancholy. However, on that fateful night, when I heard your cries from outside the door, I suddenly felt that everything had changed. Everything was different. Even I was astonished by this transformation within myself. Yet, when I saw you curled up in Suzu's embrace, that small version of you, I realized that all my worries, all my fears, were inconsequential. I couldn't help but yearn to caress your face and hold you close. I cannot help but ponder what Chinna will be like once she matures. In my arms, Chinna diligently tilts her head upward, catching a glimpse of Iwa's face, and unwittingly, a smile graces his lips, as if illuminated by a celestial light. I wonder, Chinna, when will you, like other children, indulge in tender affection with your parents? Engage in playful antics, and clamor for gifts? I yearn for that too. Why is there a chasm between us? Is it because we constantly conceal our thoughts from Chinna, withholding information from her? Thus, she refrains from sharing her innermost musings with us. So, dear Chinna, can you confide in me now? Having discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes on Iwa's garment, I found myself dreaming. A dream, you ask? Indeed, a remarkably lengthy one, known as the dream of a past life. The training camp for the youth group should be regarded as the most carefree days in the lives of all recruits. Here, contests and sparring are permitted, yet infighting among recruits is strictly forbidden. The camp boasts superior medical resources, advanced weaponry, and independent living quarters, contingent upon passing the promotion assessments. Prior to entering the youth group, all recruits undergo identical training. However, given the finite nature of one's time and energy, it is impossible to master every subject comprehensively. Thus, upon entering the youth group, aside from some fundamental public courses, the camp assigns specialized courses tailored to each individual's unique characteristics. Recruits are also permitted to select their own areas of specialization, such as vehicle operation, learning to drive and maintain helicopters, tanks, submarines, and cruise ships, intelligence specialization, mastering the art of intelligence gathering, transmission, filtering, and interrogation, or sniping and electronic technology, among others. For Luo, entering the youth group marked his first encounter with the training camp. As the son of a member sacrificed for the organization, he had not previously participated in the camp's training. However, entry into the youth group is not attainable through mere connections. Therefore, Luo partook in the promotion assessments thrice. During the 3 days of assessments, without interruption or resupply, he triumphed over his opponents consecutively, thereby securing his promotion. It is noteworthy that upon entering the youth group, recruits are granted the opportunity to change their names. They may apply to the organization for a name registration alteration, with their former names becoming their mission code names. A melodious name serves as preparation for what lies ahead. Free love is permitted. The youth group is the most suitable environment for romance, as long as such relationships do not contravene the camp's other regulations and stipulations. However, subsequently, both the higher echelons of the organization and members within the same task group impose restrictions on romantic relationships to mitigate their impact on organizational operations and missions. The suppressed desires and impulses of the youth can find ample release and fulfillment during these 3 years. The training camp does not concern itself with the authenticity of love. At this juncture, the male-to-female ratio within the camp stands at 0.97, a remarkably close proportion that is hardly surprising, as the camp consciously regulates gender ratios when selecting children to join. As the time for promotion assessments approaches, the survival rate of these young women need not be a cause for concern. At this age, girls tend to mature physically earlier than boys, compensating for any slight deficiencies in physical strength. Moreover, in terms of intellect, girls often exhibit greater maturity compared to their male peers. In an environment that permits romantic relationships, Luo undoubtedly stands out as one of the most popular individuals. Luo possesses a mane of golden hair, cascading to a medium length with slightly curled tips, tied back in a loose ponytail. His azure eyes are as clear and pristine as the sky after a rainfall. His facial features are softly defined, and although he is yet to fully mature, one can already glimpse the promise of striking handsomeness in his future. His fashion sense surpasses that of the boys who have spent prolonged periods in the training camp, aside from the standard attire for physical training. He typically dons a pure white shirt, complemented by a blue patterned jacket and deep blue casual trousers, with a stature taller than his peers. Even though his muscles remain concealed beneath his garments, the news of Luo triumphing over his opponents for 3 consecutive days left no room for doubt regarding his capabilities. In the same classroom, the majority of the girls found their gazes irresistibly drawn to him. As they entered the training grounds, one by one, the girls greeted him enthusiastically, some even seizing the opportunity to engage in playful flirtation. Luo, ever amiable, responded to each one, skillfully sidestepping those who sought to draw near with eager hands. The reasons behind the girls' desire to approach him were not solely based on his good looks. By now, having spent time in the training camp, they were well aware of how swiftly an attractive but ineffectual individual could fall by the wayside. Their interest extended beyond Luo's prowess. While he was certainly among the elite of the recruits, he was not without rivals. What truly captivated these girls was the network of connections that Luo inherited from his late parents. Without the relationships his parents had established during their lifetimes, he might never have had the opportunity to enter the training camp. Consequently, Associating with Luo signified a chance to align themselves with influential figures in his sphere. For the recruits, who primarily encountered instructors, the connections held by the instructors were far from secure. In contrast, a network that extended beyond the training camp promised a more stable future. Every newcomer to the camp was met with smiles, yet Luo, being the most aesthetically pleasing among them, attracted an extraordinary number of admirers. Casting a wide net undoubtedly has its advantages, as long as one avoids capsizing. The potential returns are significantly higher. Yet, there exists the trepidation that the insatiable nature of human desire may lead to excess. Step back a bit. Don't block the way, boomed a deep voice. The owner of the voice was Lu Ji, a figure as robust as an ox. At that moment, he faithfully played the role of Luo's chief aide, positioning himself between Luo and the throng of girls, inciting their displeasure. However, upon noticing the approaching instructor, they dared not express their frustration, opting instead to retreat awkwardly. After all, there had been instances in the past where recruits had met dire consequences for tardiness at the hands of instructors. Such precedents instilled a healthy fear among the trainees, deterring them from giving the instructors any grounds for punishment. Luo exchanged a glance with Lu Ji, signaling his approval. Lu Ji returned the look, indicating that a celebratory meal would be in order later. Then, Lu Ji was caught in the act and ordered by the instructor to run 20 laps. During the training camp, participants were only permitted to address each other by their code names. The rationale was simple. During missions, they referred to one another by these code names rather than the names each had recently chosen for themselves. This was to minimize any confusion that might arise if a teammate called out a code name during a mission. At this moment, these trainees were all individuals who had successfully advanced, and none would make such a blunder. However, the instructors had not forgotten that they were merely a group of 12 or 13-year-olds. Brother, my dear brother, after I took the heat for you and ran 20 laps, you treat me to the cafeteria? After training, Lu Ji said indignantly to Luo, with 2 standard cafeteria meals placed on the table before them, remarkably ordinary in appearance. His loud voice attracted the attention of many in the cafeteria. In such an environment, raising one's voice often signified that trainees were preparing to provoke one another. Typically, the ensuing routine would involve exchanging insults, shoving each other, and then dispersing with a cacophony of complaints, all culminating in a rendezvous at the afternoon training ground ring. Although the youth training camp had only commenced less than 2 months prior, the basic protocols and trajectories of such encounters had already been well grasped by the trainees. Each cohort inevitably experienced cafeteria confrontations. After all, most of those present had fought their way through previous training camps, and they had yet to fully adapt to the regulations that prohibited personal duels and infighting. Not to mention, at 12 years of age, they were brimming with youthful vigor. Thus, such incidents were not uncommon. Observant individuals would note that the tall and robust figure was vociferously addressing the comparatively frail one before him. This scene had transpired identically just half a month ago, in the same spot and posture, though the dialogue had varied. Don't be angry. Let us sit down and eat. Allow me to explain it to you slowly, Luo said amiably. Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their heads back to their meals, recognizing it as merely a trivial dispute between an older brother and his younger sibling. Nothing particularly noteworthy. However, the sight of a younger brother as burly as an ox confronting an older brother who resembled a bean sprout was a rare sight indeed. It seemed that today, as traditional cafeteria provocations would not be performed by these two. All right, let us eat first and discuss as we go. Lu Ji showed no remnants of his earlier anger and unreservedly sat down to eat. By the way, what is your name again? Just as Lu Ji picked up his spoon, he could not help but roar again upon hearing the question. Victor. Victor. Oh, this is not my fault. Just last week, you told me you intended to name yourself Jennifer, and by the time of application, you changed it to Victor. Why bring up the past? Who knew Jennifer was a feminine name? The instructor looked utterly perplexed, staring at me and asking if I was sure that was the name I wanted. Fortunately, I changed it on the spot. It must be said, Lu Ji, towering nearly 2 meters tall and with shoulders nearly a meter wide. Being called Jennifer conjured an image reminiscent of a muscular Barbie doll. And don't change the subject. You just promised to explain. Not far away, several young women sat together, with the one in the center sporting a head of tousled short hair, exuding an air of authority that marked her as the leader. Sister Nan, that scoundrel thinks he has something special just because a few shameless harlots are fawning over him. He believes he can run rampant in the training camp. Indeed, just yesterday, That insipid girl from Grey Grass had the audacity to boast about him in front of me, claiming he was far superior to Brother Shuttung. She acted as if she had been in bed with him. Moreover, that ugly creature from the horns had the nerve to say that our sisterhood lacks men. If we don't seek out some protection from men, we will inevitably be expelled from the training camp. The group was filled with indignation. They had always been the ones to ostracize others. Any girl who dared to oppose them in the past either ended up drenched in slander or was ruthlessly eliminated under the guise of assessments. Now, they were being mocked by a former ally, all because of a weakling who had seemingly gained favor through underhanded means. A girl with a flirtatious demeanor spoke up. "Sister Nan, it has been 2 months since the promotion assessment concluded, and Brother Shuttung has yet to make an appearance. It truly leaves one uneasy." This small clique appeared to orbit around the girl known as Sister Nan, yet their support stemmed from the formidable presence of Brother Shuttung. After his absence, the group had splintered, dwindling to just a few members. The flirtatious girl was eager to uncover the truth about Brother Shuttung. Did he abandon them, or did he find a new love? If it was merely the latter, there was still hope for them, but if it was the former, they would need to prepare for an alternative path. However, she hesitated to inquire directly, as Sister Nan truly shared a connection with Brother Shuttung. Indeed, Sister Nan, Brother Shuttung has sustained significant injuries this time. After such a prolonged recovery, can that alarm truly be so formidable? Most members did not believe Brother Shuttung would perish. They thought he was merely injured during the promotion assessment. Enough. The girl named Nan, whose name was simply a single character, spoke calmly, her tone low and somber, causing everyone present to fall silent. "The affairs of Brother Shuttung are not your concern. Focus on your own matters. Xia, how is the investigation you were tasked with? What is the situation with Lu Ji?" The bespectacled girl, sitting at the edge, had not uttered a word thus far. Her backpack was filled with neatly organized stacks of papers, indicating she was a special student trained as an intelligence officer. She adjusted her glasses and retrieved 2 documents, handing them to Sister Nan. "Sister Nan, I have conducted an investigation. Lu Ji has become a subordinate to someone named Luo because, previously, Lu Ji was pursuing a fellow student who was in turn chasing after Luo. In a fit of jealousy, Lu Ji challenged him to a duel but was bested numerous times on the training grounds. It is said that Lu Ji, unable to maintain his pride, ultimately accepted the other as his superior. Is it said?" Sister Nan, engrossed in the documents, inquired upon hearing this. "Yes, this explanation seems rather far-fetched. There are deeper issues at play. I have looked into it, and Lu Ji had minimal interaction with that student in the months prior. Yet suddenly, a month ago, he began fervently pursuing her. It is entirely reasonable for the river crab to arrive at such a judgment, for Lu Ji is among the most elite of this group. If one were to simply concern themselves with face-saving and acknowledge the leader's temperament, they would not have survived to this day. Moreover, in the past, the scholars have always adhered to the principle that once a person dies, their grievances are absolved. If one loses face today, they may very well eliminate the offender by tomorrow, thus restoring their dignity. What truly matters is not who has lost face, but rather who has met their demise." A cold snort escaped Sister Nan's lips. "I share the same camp with Lu Ji, and he, along with 2 others, are no ordinary individuals. Lu Ji is merely seeking an excuse to attach himself to that young man. However, that young man is indeed a coveted figure. Even the women are drawn to him. And astonishingly, even men cannot resist gravitating towards him. Sister Nan, regarding his origins and background, I could only vaguely ascertain that he has a significant connection to a prominent figure within the organization, but I lacked the necessary clearance to investigate further. The remaining information I could obtain is contained within the second dossier you possess. The codename riddle? Well done, River Crab. Our next investigative focus should be directed towards his finances." Sister Nan's words abruptly halted. After a prolonged silence, River Crab, perplexed, raised her head and inquired, "Sister Nan, what is the matter?" It was then she noticed that the gazes of several sisters were fixated in the same direction. One female scholar could not contain her exclamation. "Impossible! Impossible! How is she still alive?" River Crab followed her line of sight, and, in an instant, her lips turned pale. A figure they believed to be long deceased, a belle that had been presumed dead for 2 months, was now before them. Sister Nan's complexion turned ashen, and the previously composed female scholars began to panic. "She is alive! She is alive! Sister Nan, is it true that Brother Shuttung has? Sister Nan, speak to us." Silence. Fate seemed to play a cruel jest with the bell, as just when her shattered ribs were about to pierce her innards, an explosive surge of strength propelled Shutting into the river. Just as he was about to drown beneath the weighty burden of sand, he miraculously swam back to shore. This brutal skirmish, meticulously prepared for several hours, unfolded within a mere 20 minutes, resulting in life and death. Yet, the victorious party now lay helplessly on the riverbank, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. How many ribs were fractured? Uncertain. Climbing ashore had exhausted her last ounce of strength, and the act of turning over consumed what remained. The calloused skin on her palms, partially submerged in the river, was incessantly irritated by the water and sediment, yet the bell could not react. However, once she was turned over, at least her ribs were no longer compressed by her own weight, sparing her from excessive pain. This provided her with a modicum of relief. The evening glow in the sky was as crimson as blood, and footsteps approached from afar. It seemed tomorrow would bring fine weather. The organization bore no prefix. It was simply referred to as the organization. Much like the man had no other title, his code name was simply Sir. Does this hold any special significance? The bell, gazing at the clear face of the figure squatting before her, asked with great effort, "Is there something wrong with clear skies? Tomorrow, the sky will be blue, and the clouds will be white. The weather is not particularly favorable. Rainy days are somewhat better as they significantly affect visibility. The sound of rain can mask many other noises, reducing the likelihood of being discovered while hiding or moving, thereby increasing the margin for error. Moreover, the traces left behind can be partially washed away by the rain." "All right, you have a point," the man, around 40 years of age, shrugged helplessly, clearly indicating that the two individuals were not on the same wavelength. In truth, what holds significance is not the weather, but tomorrow. One must believe that tomorrow will not be worse than today, and the future will surpass this very moment. The essence of living with vigor and determination stems from this belief. Before the alarm clock could chime, the gentleman continued, "So, young lady, it is not acceptable for you to lie here like this." He deftly maneuvered his hands beneath the alarm clock, pulling her body, still submerged in the river, out of the water. He then produced a syringe, administering an injection to the alarm clock, assisting her in shedding the garment laden with sand and stones, followed by applying bandages to her hands. His movements were gentle, accompanied by a faint smile that conveyed the demeanor of a true gentleman. It must be said that this man in his 40s possessed a unique charm. In his youth, he might have captivated numerous young ladies. If only there were no trace of tobacco on his fingers, and if he spoke occasionally while smiling to divert attention, he could very well pass as a competent physician. The alarm clock mused. Unbeknownst to her, this demeanor was more akin to that of a father. Once he had completed his tasks, he seated himself beside the alarm clock, his gaze intensely fixed on the distant sky. His eyes, still clear and unclouded, sparkled with a remarkable light, while a subtle smile graced his weathered face, as if he had come here solely to witness the beauty of the sunset. "Well done, you have won." The alarm clock's face fell into a shadow. "This is not a victory, it is merely a mutual demise. I did not acquire his identity card. Do not attempt such tricks in my presence." The gentleman's hands searched the ground until, seemingly grasping something, he yanked it sharply. The identity card, tethered to a sleeve arrow on the opposite bank, flew towards him in response to his pull, attached to a transparent fishing line. The examination, which began at 8 o'clock, involved exploring the terrain, gathering materials, setting traps, and digging at the riverbank, all to be completed before 1 o'clock. The time constraints were so pressing that, during the encounter with the vines, exhaustion soon overwhelmed him. Thus, from the outset, the alarm clock had no time to fish. She merely set her rod aside while excavating the riverbank, waiting for a catch. The fishing line was subsequently repurposed here. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, "Why me?" Upon the gentleman's arrival, many matters became evident. For instance, as the highest authority at the camp, he desired the demise of the individual named Vines in this examination. The alarm clock, it appeared, had been selected to eliminate Vines. Only you can do it. Among all the camp members, you alone possess the capability and the resolve to kill Vines, at least in terms of physical prowess. You possess an ability that no other participant has, which is an exquisite mastery over your body and strength. I have compared your performance with that of the Vine in the training camp, in terms of the dosage of the compounds and the creation of the apparatus. My measurements using more precise instruments indicate that your margin of error is merely 1/10 of that of the Vine. When wielding a blade, You can flawlessly bisect every droplet of water and precisely strike the designated mark on the wooden target, leaving no trace behind. This is why you can traverse the low thicket without leaving a single sign. However, my victory was not easily won. You, who orchestrated this assessment, must have a contingency plan, correct? The gentleman smiled, his expression one of subtle delight, for she did not first question why the vine should perish, but rather why she must survive. Engaging in conversation with an astute young lady is indeed quite effortless. I had indeed prepared a contingency plan, but it was thwarted by you. You may not be aware that both you and the vine had a thin strip affixed to your spines before entering the assessment, and you wouldn't feel it even if you tried. This is the organization's latest product, capable of remote control, releasing a current that induces immediate unconsciousness, albeit it is a one-time use. You needn't gaze at me with such intensity. This device is activated when one party intends to harm the other. I use this to safeguard your life. Of course, in the interest of fairness during the assessment, you also possess one to prevent the vine from perishing at your hands, as preserving talent serves the organization's interests. Thus, this condition was permitted by those accompanying the vine. In other words, the vine was never meant to die. The gentleman sensed the cold gaze of the clock, yet remained unfazed. Still, his demise was the most favorable outcome. As you were on the brink of being crushed by him, I was prepared to activate the device, but you unexpectedly flung him into the river. Due to the reflection on the water's surface, the vine misjudged the depth of the river immediately. Hence, I remarked that it was quite a spectacle. Once in the water, the device became ineffective, for the incapacitated individual would surely drown. The clock continued to regard the gentleman with an icy stare. It seems you do not comprehend my actions. After all, arranging two individuals with no enmity between them and nearly causing your demise. Therefore, within your realm of understanding, I shall elucidate the reasons for the vine's necessity of death, as well as the immense force you exhibited in your moment of peril. The clock remained silent. Very well. The gentleman discovered that conversing with a clever yet taciturn young lady is the most tedious endeavor. You must have also noticed the vine's abnormality, its rapid development and excessive strength. What if I told you that his power is akin to your immense force? Do not keep me in suspense. The gentleman sighed in resignation and continued. In this world, there are individuals with disabilities who can sprint hundreds of meters during a robbery, and ordinary people who can lift a bus to save their loved ones. These phenomena are explained by the latent potential of the human body. Indeed, some assert that when all cells in the body exert force in a unified direction, it can reach 27 tons. This is the source of your strength, while the vine's power has been extracted through the use of drugs and genetic modification. If that is the case, then Tree Vine has already emerged as the first in the training camp, rendering his participation in this assessment entirely unnecessary. The alarm clock finally comprehended the purpose behind this evaluation. It appears you have deduced that, even if I do not select you, those conducting these human experiments would inevitably choose you. Tree Vine, with overwhelming strength, has vanquished another formidable opponent to complete the assessment. To proclaim the success of their experiment, there could be no more compelling scene than this. Should they succeed, the research will be resumed. Thus, the most effective means of thwarting their plans is to defeat Tree Vine in this assessment. Wait, resume. Does that imply that not only the next cohort, but also this current one, those of you who have already passed the assessment, will be subjected to this experiment? After all, the more robust and healthier individuals are, the higher the likelihood of successful trials. Oh, it seems I neglected to inform you that the success rate of this experiment stands at a mere 158. Out of approximately 20 individuals, only 3 are likely to survive, and they will face severe side effects. The alarm clock remarked, you need not feel remorse or regret for having killed Tree Vine, despite his ignorance of being merely a pawn all along. Even if he were to triumph, his fate is sealed. The alarm clock turned to him, puzzled. Why? Because Tree Vine is currently the sole surviving subject of the experiment and simultaneously the original subject for the project's resumption. He carries the most precious raw data and represents the opportunity for experimental improvement. He will be placed upon the testing table, subjected to various drug trials, and endure torment until he perishes at your hands. For him, that could be considered a fitting conclusion. The alarm clock was uncertain whether such necessity existed within the experiment, yet she believed the gentleman's words to be true. It was a conviction rooted in the self-serving nature of humanity, should Tree Vine prevail. It was highly probable that such an outcome awaited him. Why do you seek to prevent the resumption of the experiment? The gentleman retrieved a cigarette, leisurely lighting it. His gaze calmly fixed upon the crimson hues of the horizon. If you unfortunate children, born into misfortune, are denied even the chance to seize your own fate, what hope remains for your tomorrow, your future? The alarm clock remained silent, yet her eyes seemed to guard against a beast cloaked in disguise. A plume of smoke escaped from the gentleman's mouth and nostrils as he turned to face the alarm clock, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It seems you do not believe me. Allow me to rephrase. If all of you, the subjects, are captured for experimentation, my role as the camp's chief overseer would come to an end. Naturally, for the sake of my future, I must prevent this from occurring. How does that sound? Does this explanation satisfy you? Clearly, this should have been a more realistic explanation, yet his flippant tone rendered it a trivial falsehood. Initially, he intended merely to share information you could have known, but it seemed he had divulged too much. Regardless, while the night has yet to descend, take this. The gentleman produced 2 crumpled pieces of paper from his pocket and added, your family. The alarm clock's heart jolted. Family, a term long forgotten. Each child in the training camp, in some sense, is abandoned by their parents, whether subjectively or out of necessity. The death of parents is a form of abandonment as well. Thus, family ultimately remains a foreign concept. The alarm clock was acutely aware that, in accordance with the conventional script, it should now tremble as it accepted the 2 pieces of paper, subsequently revealing a visage of abandonment or sorrow upon learning of a loved one's demise. Yet, there was none of that. Neither excitement nor anger nor grief stirred within. Not even a fleeting thought of the glamorous revelation to them that it was the very child they had cast aside. The gentleman meticulously scrutinized the alarm clock's demeanor, anticipating either its acceptance or rejection of the documents. Ultimately, it was all too unfamiliar. However, despite this strangeness, there lingered a yearning to comprehend its origins, a desire to fathom the true nature of its parents. With hands enveloped in bandages, it grasped the 2 papers and raised them to eye level. Your mother was a destitute student with an unaccomplished brother. Stricken by her parents' grave illnesses and devoid of funds for treatment, she resorted to surrogacy for a wealthy merchant. And that child is you. Please refrain from speaking while others review the material. Maintain silence. The alarm clock exclaimed with indignation. Such individuals, in a certain sense, were as loathsome as spoilers. Haha. Very well. Continue reading. I assure you, I shall remain silent. As the gentleman had articulated, the alarm clock's mother chose to suspend her studies to engage in surrogacy, surrendering her body at the behest of that avaricious merchant. The compensation from surrogacy alleviated her parents' ailments. Yet, in the 7th month of her pregnancy with the alarm clock, the merchant's long infertile wife conceived. Upon discovering the existence of the alarm clock, the domineering wife was adamant that her child should not have a sibling to divide the inheritance. Thus, the merchant ultimately rejected the child, offering the alarm clock's mother a sum in compensation, severing all ties to the unborn child and rendering the surrogacy null. The 7-month-old fetus could only be brought into the world, yet the pregnancy could not be concealed. Rumors permeated through schools and streets alike. Terrified to step outside or even unlock her phone, the student found her life unraveling under the weight of public scrutiny. Unable to withstand such societal pressure, compounded by the humiliation and vitriol from even her parents, she succumbed to despair and took her own life. Accompanying the papers was a photograph, depicting a girl with a youthful, tender face, smiling shyly. Had it not been for the scar, the alarm clock's visage bore a striking resemblance to that of the girl in the picture. Subsequently, the young alarm clock was entrusted to her brother, a single, irresponsible gambler, half-heartedly unemployed, who squandered the merchant's compensation within a week. On yet another visit to the casino, he could not resist the temptation of chance, leaving the young alarm clock forgotten in a dilapidated second-hand car. As the child neared suffocation in the vehicle, members of an organization broke the window and rescued her. The recent graduate who carried her away was even mistaken for a human trafficker and pursued down the street by passers-by. At this juncture, the alarm clock could not suppress a laugh, yet as mirth turned to tears, it found itself inexplicably on the brink of weeping. The gentleman offered no comfort. In truth, one cannot fully comprehend another's joys and sorrows. The resonance of emotions in this world often stems from shared experiences, beliefs, and certain other intangible elements. The rotors of the helicopter whirled, producing a tremendous cacophony, as 2 helicopters rested side by side on the riverbank. The man, devoid of morality and semblance. Flicked a spent cigarette but into the river and stood, preparing to depart. Little girl, let it be for today. They will take you to the medical department for treatment. Your injuries cannot be delayed further. We shall meet again. As he hurried to the helicopter, he paused, glancing back at the clock lying on the ground, his tone grave. Clock, if, and I emphasize if, I were to die one day, you shall take my place here. Amidst the overwhelming noise, perhaps she heard him. Or perhaps she did not. The man in the helicopter resumed his cold and solemn demeanor, reflecting on the impulsive decision he had just made. Yet, how many years had it been since he had acted on impulse? Sister Nan's shrill voice pierced the air, causing everyone in the cafeteria to wince as if pricked by a needle. The flirtatious face, intent on quietly slipping away from this little clique, was paralyzed with fear. Naturally, the clock noticed the outburst but paid it no heed, continuing to tackle the fried tofu, beef stew with potatoes, and crispy bacon on her plate. Clearly, she had disregarded the doctor's advice to opt for lighter fare. This apparent indifference caused Nan to lose her composure entirely, under the gaze of the entire cafeteria. She strode directly towards the clock, her footsteps echoing ominously against the floor. River Crab immediately sensed something was amiss with Nan and instinctively reached out to grasp her. But his hand met only air. He understood that Nan had lost her reason, given the uncertainty surrounding the clock's fate and the whereabouts of the vine. It was wisest for River Crab to gather specific information himself. If the vine were indeed dead and Nan sought vengeance, exploiting the asymmetry of information would catch the adversary off guard. Confronting them directly would only alert them to her intentions. Moreover, in the coming days, Nan's influence and resources were likely to diminish further. In such circumstances, the opponent would be someone capable of killing the vine, and they would be on guard. Thus, the opportunity for revenge would become increasingly elusive. With a resounding bang, Nan struck the clock's table, her voice laced with fury. Clock, where is he? The clock furrowed her brow, bewildered by the scene before her. Pigeon, I do not know whom you are referring to. The clock, accustomed to solitude, had been operating under a severe information asymmetry from the very start. She disliked engaging with others, deriving all her intel from casual conversations among the residents and the results they posted. Her lack of emotional intelligence prevented her from deducing the burgeoning affection between Pigeon and the vine from the scant information available. After all, those who grew close in the camp often knifed each other in the back. Thus, in this moment, the clock genuinely had no idea who Nan referred to as he. However, the demeanor of the alarm clock, in Nan's eyes, appeared as brazen arrogance, akin to a murderer feigning ignorance of their victim's identity. The atmosphere became charged with tension in an instant. It was Shudung, the very Shudung who stood as her rival in the promotion assessment. At this moment, Uchiha, who kept pace with Nan, chose to speak up, neither hindering her inquiry nor shying away from clarifying the alarm clock's confusion. He did not aim to exacerbate the conflict between his leader and others, but rather understood that Sister Nan's vehement questioning stemmed from a profound sense of urgency. Perhaps she was truly blinded by fury or lost her rationality in fear. Yet, a woman deeply enamored with a man, even for a fleeting second, yearns for knowledge of his safety. Such impulsiveness ought to be permitted. Dead, the alarm clock stated with an unsettling calmness. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the cafeteria was filled with attentive ears. And soon the news spread among the gathering students in hushed tones. Shudung was dead. The top performer of the training camp was gone. Could a fallen champion still be deemed a champion? Upon hearing those two words, Shinga staggered backward, nearly collapsing, only to be caught by Uchiha beside her. Within the crowd, there were expressions of sorrow, resentment, glee, indifference, and eyes ablaze with fervor fixated on a few female students who once rallied under Shudung's banner. What was your relationship with him? Nan broke free from Uchiha's grasp, forcing herself to steady her trembling body, suppressing the chaos and doubt within. How did he die? Speak. How did he die? The alarm clock, recognizing her distress, discerned the nature of her bond with Shudung. Without euphemism or concealment, he succinctly revealed the grim truth: snake venom. His tendons were severed, and ultimately, he drowned. Among the onlookers, murmurs arose, lamenting the fact that the camp's top contender met such a humiliating end through drowning. Perhaps only the alarm clock understood that Shudung's demise could have been even more ignoble, devoid of any chance for resistance. Suddenly, the alarm clock recalled the words of his mentor, who had stated that the only person capable of killing Shudong was himself, a statement comprising two conditions. This implied that at least one other individual possessed the capability to kill Shudong, yet that individual did not fulfill the second criterion. If Shudong's downfall began with poisoning, then a person more adept at concocting and administering poison, one who understood Shudong intimately, would find it simpler to bring about his demise, wouldn't they? The alarm clock cast a penetrating gaze at Chiyo. Thus, the other individual capable of his death, Chiyo, is indeed you. Chiyo first encountered Shudong at the tender age of 8. Back then, she had been cornered by a group of girls, forced to kneel, slapped, and stripped of her clothing. In those days, Chiyo was frail, and even now, due to her lack of physical strength and combat skills, she does not possess the high regard of a formidable warrior. Her athletic prowess was evidently inferior to her peers, and her techniques were clumsy, save for her remarkable aptitude in the art of poison preparation. Yet at that time, she lacked both materials and instruments, let alone advanced knowledge. Her beautiful visage had become a curse. The rationale behind the bullying inflicted upon her by that group of girls was painfully simplistic. They sought to torment the weak and malleable, believing that if one had the opportunity to exploit, one should seize it without hesitation. Yet, she remained obstinate, refusing to barter her body and beauty for a semblance of security. Zhang had proclaimed that should one serve him loyally, a place would be reserved for them. The opportunity to be in his favor was coveted by many. They would do well not to underestimate their own worth. The girls who accompanied the leader showed no intention of sparing her from their cruelty. The leader of the pack struck Chiyo across the face, producing a series of sharp sounds, her malevolent gaze unmistakably conveying a threat. Should you dare to vie for Zhang's affection, I will not hesitate to end you. These individuals were indifferent to the victim's demeanor, reveling instead in the intoxicating sense of power over the weak, deriving a perverse satisfaction from their dominion over life and death. Chiyo curled into herself, clutching the tattered remnants of her clothing against the biting November wind, her face marred by bruises and the remnants of long cold tears. Such scenes were not uncommon in the training camp. Many recruits experienced their first taste of bloodshed in similar circumstances. Without the protective embrace of the vine, Chiyo could not escape a fate similar to those around her. At that moment, the vine, surrounded by a throng of admirers, passed by, causing the leader to brighten with a radiant smile. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Just as the girl turned, an arrow pierced her chest, protruding grotesquely from her body, the tip aimed directly at Chiyo's face. Thick blood dripped down the shaft, splattering onto Chiyo, chilling rapidly in the frigid air. The girl staggered back, collapsing before Chiyo, her expression one of disbelief. A murder has occurred. A murder. The elder sister is dead. She has died. The splattering blood incited chaos. The surrounding girls, realizing the gravity of the situation, screamed and fell to the ground, scrambling away from the corpse. Meanwhile, the boys remained indifferent to their plight. Shivering from the cold and shock, Chiyo's pale lips trembled. Yet she forced herself to look up and catch a glimpse of the vine amidst the crowd. Towering and robust, though not conventionally handsome, he exuded a sense of safety. The strength of the crossbow was insufficient. After crafting the weapon, he had hoped to test it on 2 targets, but only one had perished, leaving the other unscathed. The vine expressed disdain for the envious admiration the other recruits had for his weapon, his expression revealing an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Yet, he showed no inclination to fire again. He turned to someone in the crowd and inquired, "Xiao Jiang, was that girl calling for you?" The man, bowing with obsequiousness and a forced smile, replied, "How could that be, boss? I would never associate with someone of her ilk. Should we take another shot?" There's still a fine target. The man gestured toward Chiyo. Hearing this, Chiyo's heart raced, instinctively curling back in fear, yet her gaze remained fixed on the vine. He seemed slightly unsettled by her unwavering stare, casting a fleeting glance her way before averting his eyes, furrowing his brow as he coldly remarked, "This is dull. Let us leave." How endearing, Chiyo mused to herself. He is perhaps the only one in the training camp who finds vines adorable. He speaks so nonchalantly while taking a life, yet feels a sense of embarrassment when gazing upon the scantily clad girl, undeniably charming. Soon, the boys wandered off, engaged in discussions about where to seek amusement, as if nothing had transpired. The girls, trembling as though pursued by phantoms, hastily departed, leaving behind a ground stained with blood. Icy and desolate, the homing pigeon, trembling, managed to rise, her legs still recovering from prolonged kneeling. When the girl fell, her eyes remained wide open, staring fixedly at the homing pigeon. Towards this tormentor who had long bullied her, the homing pigeon felt an uncontrollable surge of anger and revulsion. She placed her foot upon the girl's gradually stiffening face, and in her fury, her force was so great that she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Seated in the pool of blood, somewhat disheveled, the homing pigeon tilted her head back and laughed heartily, releasing the long-suppressed humiliation, the insults endured, the despair felt. In the elation of finally witnessing the clouds parting to reveal the moon, she reached out towards the girl's face. For the body often serves as the most effective weapon, such as her nails. Even after receiving a kick, the girl's eyes remained wide open, realizing that the person she admired was willingly being a dog for another, while the one she longed to embrace had so swiftly discarded her like an old shoe. Not sparing her a glance, the hand that was initially poised to mar the girl's face halted, then gently closed her eyes. Thus, "I shall not live as you do." The image of the boy frowning moments ago surfaced in her mind, inexplicably appealing, and a smile curved at the corners of the homing pigeon's mouth. "I desire the right to walk alongside him, to stand together with him on equal footing. Even in the training camp, there are consequences for indiscriminate killing." So when the instructor arrived at the scene, the homing pigeon calmly stated, "I killed her." A student named Homing Pigeon thus caught the attention of the camp's overseer, not for taking a life, but for possessing the most fundamental qualities of a strong individual, the ability to control her emotions and a clear goal. At the age of 10, the homing pigeon rose to prominence within the training camp, having bested one of the 4 strongest in the branch beneath the vine, a figure known as Spring, who fell to her hand, a victim of various potent poisons and insidious methods of poisoning. She successfully claimed the position that rightfully belonged to Spring. That was her first conversation with the vine, her inner excitement and joy skillfully masked beneath an impassive facade as the vine invited her to join his faction. The homing pigeon yearned to accept, for it was the closest she had ever been to the vine. Yet, the art of seduction often lies in a game of pursuit and retreat. Attaining something too easily often leads to a lack of appreciation. Moreover, she had not forgotten her original intention, to stand beside him, not behind him. The homing pigeon revealed a radiant smile and declared, "I refuse." The vine furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze fixed upon the homing pigeon, unappreciative of her insolence. Never had anyone so decisively rejected the vine. Seeking to negotiate terms? This time, the dove's attire was impeccable, her gaze unwavering, even slightly lifting her head, allowing the other to admire her neck, as white as that of a swan. "What do you desire? What do you wish to avoid?" "Merely a change in our collaboration. I refuse to be your subordinate, but rather your ally." "Ah," the vine scoffed, incredulous that she dared to seek equality, aspiring to stand alongside me. "She is not worthy of such a position. Greedy for more, lost in dreams." With that, the vine departed. The dove smiled, genuinely delighted, for he did not eliminate me, even knowing that my poison posed the greatest threat to him, second only to firearms. He chose not to end my life. After a feigned retreat, he began to cling stubbornly to the role of an ally to the vine. The vine neither confirmed nor denied this, for after the vine's departure that day, the dove deliberately broke his own left arm, proclaiming to the world that he had engaged with the vine, asserting that his poison was rendered useless. It was because of the vine that the dove survived, yet now, he is no more. Willow Twig plucked a leaf, bringing it to his nose to sniff, but finding the scent unpleasant, discarded it. He continued forward, hoping to discover another tree's leaves might yield a more pleasing aroma. This was a troublesome habit. Long ago, he had witnessed the instructor smoking. The blissful expression that followed each inhalation, which filled Willow Twig with an insatiable yearning to experience the substance known as smoke, to uncover its flavor. Unfortunately, the training camp prohibited smoking and drinking. The instructors indulged privately, and without access to cigarettes, Willow Twig could only gaze longingly. Later, he learned that those with a powerful craving, deprived of tobacco, would roll up leaves and ignite them for a puff. Upon hearing this rumor, Willow Twig developed the peculiar habit of smoking leaves. Yet, he was unaware of which leaves could serve as substitutes. He relied solely on his sense of smell, oblivious to how he discerned which leaves would provide a pleasant taste. "Do you know when we first took a life?" After finding a few similar leaves, Willow Twig finally spoke. Luo pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps around 7 or 8 years old. Willow Twig nodded. "You should understand, for a child at that age, The psychological terror of their first murder is profound. Both the victim and the perpetrator are gripped by fear. Thus, the first act of killing often involves several individuals, equipped with ropes, daggers, and a plan riddled with flaws, to take down one or two people. Then, in the midst of chaos, the victim falls into a daze. And only afterward does the gravity of their actions set in. Blood, the lifeless visage, the vacant eyes, all haunting their thoughts, invading their dreams, and even provoking nausea at the sight of meat during meals. Even as Willow Twig endeavored to express this with a calm demeanor, a tremor lingered in his tone. Luo fell silent, for this was an experience he had never known. Why must one kill? Is it not possible to simply coexist? There are matters beyond our control. And trust is a fragile concept. One cannot assure that the person beside them at night will not rise and strike with a blade. Everyone is on edge, ever vigilant. In a heartbeat, all could turn against you. A may summon B to eliminate C, yet in the end, it is A and C who unite to vanquish B, a scenario that recurs time and again. Lu Ji paused briefly before continuing. No one would willingly place their life in the hands of another, nor would they entrust their safety to the ethereal notion of trust. Do you trust me? Luo suddenly inquired. Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. I certainly do not trust you. While denying trust may hold a grain of truth, acceptance of it is undoubtedly false. Yet Luo gazed earnestly into Lu Ji's eyes, asserting, It's all right, I trust you. Lu Ji couldn't help but shiver, feeling a wave of discomfort. Must the camaraderie between two men be so sentimental? I have goosebumps. Let us return to our prior topic. The unexpected interjection seemed effective, enlivening the atmosphere considerably. Very well, I shall continue. Those who have survived to this day in the training camp, regardless of their strength or fearsome nature, were all trembling with anxiety during their first kill. None possessed the courage to act alone. Only in groups could they share the burden of terror, myself included. Lu Ji's first kill occurred before he turned 7, undoubtedly. They were among the earliest to take a life in this cohort. That operation included not only Lu Ji but also several others who later gained notoriety, such as Spring, Fishing Rod, and Drizzle. The one who orchestrated their gathering was undoubtedly the bravest and most resolute among them, a child codenamed Vine. There were 15 in total. Yet their target comprised merely 4 individuals. Victory was not in question, but the aftermath of the killing, in some respects, determined their future strengths and weaknesses. 10 of them were retching uncontrollably, while Lu Ji and his companions trembled, and Vine merely appeared somewhat pale. Thus, even Vine lacked the courage to kill alone for the first time. However, Alarm Clock was an exception. Your words do not surprise me. After all, Vine fell victim to her hand, making her an understandable anomaly. Luo pondered thoughtfully. Do not digress. Lu Ji shot a glance at Vine. Oh, Luo obediently fell silent. How curious that I suddenly feel intimidated. Alarm Clock's first kill occurred at the age of 8, and it involved poison, with little bloodshed. Luo appeared slightly taken aback. Surprised? Lu Ji rolled a leaf between his fingers, inhaling deeply, his demeanor instantly relaxing, a hint of joy dancing in his features. One thing struck me. I initially believed her first kill would come early. I did not anticipate this. Thus, Alarm Clock's initial performance was actually inferior to yours? What transpired later that transformed her into who she is now? Luo leaned forward, gazing at the enigmatic Lu Ji. Lu Ji held the leaf between his teeth, his speech somewhat unclear. Aside from the solitary kill of the instructor, nothing particularly remarkable occurred. If you are correct, an alarm clock indeed became formidable due to some stimulus. Then such an event must have transpired before her first kill. The leaves crafted into smoke dissipated rapidly, the final exhalation from the willow branch being mercilessly swept away by Luo. Why? Because she had witnessed that person take their last breath. With eyes closed, the willow branch recalled the events of that fateful night. When that individual succumbed to poison, the alarm clock had appeared, observing as the person writhed on the ground, struggling until they lay still for what felt like an eternity. Even when the training camp came to retrieve the body, she remained a spectator. It is perhaps difficult to fathom, but the terror emanating from the alarm clock at that moment was palpable, visibly trembling like sifted chaff. Even the hand clamped over its mouth quivered as if it might retch any second. Yet, curiously, no tears cascaded down. Those eyes remained fixated on the corpse, unwavering. Onlookers might have found her laughable. In truth, that visage was her attempt to compel herself to confront the horror, to force herself to acclimate to murder. Luo fell into a contemplative silence. He could not fathom what could compel an 8-year-old girl to confront a lifeless body, yet it was not difficult to guess. For some, death begets a heavy past, just as the alarm clock bore its own burdens. The homing pigeons, the willow branches, even the vines that had perished, she was correct. She was different from the children of the training camp. When asked what kind of person the alarm clock was, the willow branch replied in uncertainty. And when questioned whether the alarm clock's performance was inferior to hers, she remained silent. This silence served as a poignant reminder of her own unworthiness. The agony of losing one's parents is unfathomable and cannot be compared to the lives of those who, unbeknownst to her, endured hardships since birth. Those who exist in the warmth of sunlight, like her, possess no right to judge those who have lived through unimaginable adversity. The two walked on in silence. Suddenly, before a thicket, the willow branch halted. Weavey arrived. Huh. Luo glanced around, finding himself in an unfamiliar locale. He was certain that he had never heard of this place in the past 2 months. Before the dim grove stood a wooden sign, its lettering crookedly declaring Training Ground 271. He recalled that the base only had 27 outdoor training grounds. What on earth was this 271? Where exactly were they? He caught a rare glimpse of the willow branch, who was not preoccupied with plucking leaves. Distantly, the stern sound of reprimands echoed from within the forest. Feel your body. The information when you feel. Your fingers. The feedback from your organs. Wasn't it written there? Training Ground 271 merely lacked documentation in the base's records. But why had she brought him here? Luo was perplexed. Didn't you want to know what kind of person the alarm clock is? The answer lies within. As she spoke, the willow branch gestured for him to proceed. The alarm clock is an exception. It often is. Luo nodded thoughtfully, urging himself to keep pace. Stay close. If you get lost, it's not my concern. The voice was somewhat raised, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction with the haphazardly arranged branches. Soon, the two individuals arrived at a clearing in the midst of the small grove. However, this rudimentary training ground was devoid of any presence. It was a rather peculiar training area, lacking a track, equipment, or obstacles. The ground was not paved with anything, but was instead covered with naturally grown grass and soft earth, were it not for a few wooden frames, some standing and others toppled, as well as several targets hanging from the trees. Luo might have thought this little clearing was still in the process of being developed. The absence of the acrid scent of gunpowder indicated that the most fervent firearms training was not conducted here. What, then, was being trained at this alarmingly quiet place? It appeared that the people had already departed, rendering the training ground quite abnormal. Luo glanced at a fallen dummy, which bore the marks of a dagger's incision, showing no signs of impact, which was truly strange. These dummies were merely for practicing with daggers. Then, Luo noticed that every scar on the dummy corresponded precisely to a vital part of the human body: the throat, arteries, heart, and lungs. Even more terrifying was that each wound seemed to have been crafted from a mold, identical in size, depth, and even the angle of incision. Moreover, every wound on the dummies was positioned with meticulous accuracy. The wooden dummies, varying in texture, density, and grain, still managed to replicate identical wounds. Was this what the alarm clock represented? Like a finely tuned machine. While Luo pondered the dummies, Lu Ji had remained silent. Luo turned to glance at him. I thought you intended to keep watching. A stranger's voice suddenly broke in from behind. Luo's face turned ashen in an instant, nearly jumping in fright from the unexpected sound. When had this person appeared behind him? Lu Ji plucked a leaf and sniffed it before discarding it, perhaps finding its scent unappealing. He continued forward, seeking a more aromatic leaf from another tree. This was a poor habit. Long ago, he had observed the commander smoking, his expression one of bliss after taking a puff, which filled Lu Ji with an overwhelming yearning to experience that sensation and discover the taste of the substance known as tobacco. Unfortunately, the training camp prohibited smoking and drinking, and the instructors only indulged in these vices privately. With no means of obtaining tobacco, Lu Ji could only watch enviously. Later, he heard that those with a strong craving for tobacco, unable to endure the absence of it, would sometimes gather leaves, roll them, ignite them, and take a puff. Upon hearing this rumor, Lu Ji developed the peculiar habit of smoking leaves. However, he had no knowledge of which leaves could be used as tobacco. He relied solely on his sense of smell, leaving one to wonder how he discerned which leaves offered a pleasant flavor and which did not. Do you know when we first killed someone? After locating several leaves of similar appearance, Lu Ji finally spoke. Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps around 7 or 8 years old." Lu Ji nodded thoughtfully, remarking that one could only imagine the profound psychological terror experienced by a child at that tender age when confronted with the act of taking a life, both the fear of being killed and the dread that accompanies the act of killing. Thus, the first instance of murder typically involved a coalition of several individuals, armed with ropes, daggers, and a plan riddled with flaws, intent on eliminating 1 or 2 victims. In the chaos of the encounter, the target might perish in a haze, and only after the act does the grim reality set in: the blood, the lifeless visage, the vacant eyes haunting one's thoughts, manifesting in dreams and inducing nausea at the mere sight of meat during meals. Despite Lu Ji's earnest attempt to convey this with a calm demeanor, a tremor inevitably lingered in his voice. Luo fell silent, grappling with a reality he had never faced. Why must one resort to murder? Could they not coexist? The harsh truths of their existence left no room for trust. One could never guarantee that the person sleeping beside them would not rise in the dead of night to strike. Everyone was on edge, perpetually guarded, as the looming threat of an imminent assault hung in the air. Instances abound where one might enlist another to eliminate a target, only to find themselves betrayed. As the alliance between A and C turned against B, Lu Ji paused before continuing. No one would willingly place their life in another's hands, nor would they entrust their safety to the ethereal notion of trust. "Do you trust me?" Luo suddenly inquired. Lu Ji appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "Of course not. To claim disbelief may bear truth, yet belief is undoubtedly false." However, Luo gazed earnestly into Lu Ji's eyes, assuring him, "It matters not. I trust you." Lu Ji could not help but rub his arms, feeling a chill. Must we resort to such sentimentality between men? It gives me goosebumps. "Let us return to our previous discourse," he suggested, the unexpected interjection seemingly revitalizing the atmosphere. "Very well, I shall continue. Those who have survived in the training camp until today, regardless of their strength or fearsome reputations, all experienced trepidation during their first act of murder. None possessed the courage to kill alone. It was only through collective effort that they could share the burden of fear, myself included." Lu Ji recalled his first act of killing, which occurred before he even turned 7. Undoubtedly, he was among the earliest in their cohort to commit such an act. That operation included several individuals who would later achieve similar notoriety, such as Spring, Fishing Rod, and Drizzle. The one who organized them was undoubtedly the most courageous and resolute of their time, a child codenamed Vine. In total, there were 15 individuals, yet their target comprised merely 4. The outcome was never in doubt. However, their conduct post-murder, in various respects, foreshadowed their future strengths and weaknesses. 10 of them succumbed to uncontrollable retching, while Lu Ji and his companions trembled, with Vine exhibiting only a slight pallor. Thus, even for Vine, the first act of murder did not entail the courage to act alone, yet Alarm Clock was an exception. "Your words do not surprise me," Lu Ji mused. "After all, Vine perished at her hand. It is only natural she stands apart." Lo pondered thoughtfully. "Do not interrupt." Lu Ji cast a glance at the Vine. "Oh, Lo, do be quiet." How peculiar. Why do I suddenly feel intimidated?" The alarm clock's first act of violence occurred when it was merely 8 years old, employing poison without shedding much blood. Lo expressed mild surprise. "Is that unexpected?" Lu Ji rolled a leaf and inhaled gently, her expression transforming instantly to one of ease, a glimmer of delight dancing in her eyes. "I once thought she would commit her first murder at an earlier age. I didn't anticipate it would unfold this way." "So, the alarm clock's initial performance was actually inferior to yours? What transpired thereafter that led to such a transformation?" Lo inquired, tilting her head and gazing at the mist-shrouded Lu Ji. Lu Ji, leaf in mouth, spoke with a somewhat indistinct emphasis. "Aside from the solitary act of killing the instructor, nothing particularly remarkable occurred. If you are correct, and the alarm clock truly became formidable due to some trigger that must have taken place before her inaugural act of murder." The smoke from the leaf dissipated rapidly, and Lo ruthlessly fanned away the last remnants of Lu Ji's exhalation. "Why?" "Because she witnessed that person take their last breath." Lu Ji closed her eyes, reminiscing about that fateful night. When that individual succumbed to poison, the alarm clock appeared, observing as the person writhed on the ground, struggling until they lay still, even continuing to watch when the training camp came to collect the body. It might be hard to fathom, but in that moment, the alarm clock's terror was palpable, visibly manifesting. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Even the hand covering her mouth quivered as if she might retch at any moment. Yet, curiously, no tears fell. Her eyes fixated on the corpse, unwavering. Those around her found her behavior laughable. In truth, that was her way of forcing herself to confront the horror, compelling herself to adapt to the act of killing. Lo fell into silence, pondering what could compel an 8-year-old girl to confront a corpse. He could not ascertain the cause. Yet it was not difficult to surmise, for some had perished, while others, like the alarm clock, bore the weight of a heavy past. The homing pigeon, Lu Ji, even the deceased vine. Lu Ji was right. She was different from the children of the training camp. When asked what kind of person the alarm clock was, Lu Ji responded with uncertainty, and when it was suggested that the alarm clock's performance was inferior to Lu Ji's, she offered no reply. This silence served as a poignant reminder. She realized she lacked the standing to judge. The anguish of losing one's parents could not be compared to the lives of those who had endured unimaginable hardships from birth. Living under the sun, she felt unqualified to assess those who had struggled so deeply. The two walked in silence for some time. Before a patch of woods, Lu Ji suddenly halted. "We've arrived." Lo glanced around, finding the unfamiliar surroundings bewildering. She was certain she had not heard of this place in the past 2 months. In front of the dimly lit grove stood a wooden sign, upon which was awkwardly inscribed, "Training Ground Number 271. I recall that the base only has 27 outdoor training grounds. What, then, is this Training Ground 271? Where exactly is this place?" Luo cast a glance at Lu Ji, who, quite unusually, was not plucking leaves from the trees. From deep within the forest, the faint sound of reprimands echoed, the tone stern and authoritative. Feel your body. Feel the information as you do. Your fingers. The feedback from your organs. Did it not state this clearly? Training Ground 271 exists merely as a record in the base's documentation. Yet, why have you brought me here? Luo was somewhat bewildered. Do you not wish to know what kind of person the alarm clock is? The answer lies within. As he spoke, Lu Ji gestured for him to proceed. The alarm clock is here? Lu Ji remained silent, parting a branch. Due to his considerable size, he had to stoop, prompting Luo to follow suit. Lu Ji then continued. The alarm clock is an exception, often so. Luo nodded thoughtfully. Stay close. I won't be responsible if you get lost. His voice rose somewhat, seemingly displeased with the haphazard arrangement of branches around them. Before long, the two arrived at a small clearing carved out in the midst of the thicket. However, this rudimentary training ground was devoid of any personnel. It was a rather unique training area, lacking a track, equipment, or obstacles. The ground was unadorned, covered only by naturally grown weeds and soft earth. Were it not for a few wooden structures, some upright and others toppled, alongside targets hanging from trees, Luo might have assumed this little clearing was yet to be developed. The absence of the acrid scent of gunpowder indicated that the most fervent firearms training was not conducted here. So what did the alarm clock train on? It appeared that the space was deserted. Everything about this training ground felt amiss. Luo gazed at a dummy lying on the ground, its surface marred by knife marks, showing no signs of impact. It was indeed peculiar that these dummies were solely used for knife practice. Then, Luo observed that every scar on the dummies corresponded precisely to vital human anatomy: the throat, arteries, heart, and lungs. More disturbingly, each wound seemed to be crafted from a mold, identical in size, depth, and even the angle of incision. Not only that, but the locations of each wound were impeccable. The wooden dummies, made from uneven materials, varied in density and grain. Even so, they produced indistinguishable wounds. Is this the alarm clock? Like a finely tuned machine. While Luo pondered the dummies, Lu Ji remained silent. Luo turned to glance back at him. I thought you intended to keep watching. A stranger's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Luo's face drained of color, nearly jumping from the shock of the unexpected voice. When had this person arrived behind him? Brother, you truly haven't left. At the sound of the man's voice, Lu Ji exclaimed in delight, his face lighting up as he tossed aside the cigarette, but he had just picked up, hurrying over with animated steps. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Luo felt an immediate sense of relief. The man behind him seemed unlikely to pose a threat. However, Lu Ji's brother? Luo had never heard Lu Ji mention that she had a brother. The man behind Luo, clad in a black training suit, appeared to be in his 40s. Brother, do you have a cigarette? Please, just one. Lu Ji exclaimed eagerly, a flattering smile adorning her face. I can give you a leg massage. No, then how about a shoulder rub? Luo stared in disbelief at Lu Ji. Was this truly one of his subordinates? Was he perhaps a double agent? Lu Ji was more attentive to this man than she was to her own leader. Could a mere smoking enthusiast be this exaggerated? Get lost. The man, who had been serious just a moment ago, now wore an expression of disdain and impatience. I could be your father, and here you are trying to get close to me, calling me brother. Luo surmised that this was likely the smoking instructor Lu Ji had spoken of. So this was what she meant by brother. Hee. Lu Ji seemed entirely unfazed by the man's contempt, her eyes squinting with delight as her ingratiating demeanor intensified. If you give me a cigarette, I'll call you Grandpa. 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 1 cigarette, 1 tea do. How about half? Not even 1. Stop bothering me. As he spoke, the man, under Lu Ji's eager gaze, produced a cigarette for himself and lit it. Stop acting. I won't do anything to this kid. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. A teenager wanting to smoke? And you, the one hiding in the woods, if you're looking for someone, move forward, turn right, then left. As his words fell, a figure emerged from the woods, bowed to them, and hurried in the direction indicated by the man. Luo was taken aback. He had been unaware of the presence of this individual trailing him, and once again felt his own naivety. This person was known to Luo. It was the female staff member he had seen beside the carrier pigeon during the day, codenamed River Crab. Therefore, the person she was seeking must be the alarm clock. Lu Ji did not turn to look back. She continued to rub her hands together, smiling at the man, showing no interest in who the person in the woods was or what they intended to do. It was at this moment that Luo realized the significance of Lu Ji's earlier remark as they entered the woods. Stay close. If you get lost, I want to be responsible. Luo had many unanswered questions. Why did Lu Ji bring River Crab to find alarm clock? Why would alarm clock's instructor direct River Crab towards him? What was River Crab's purpose in seeking alarm clock? Gathering intelligence? Seeking refuge? Or was it something more perilous? Brother, you truly have a discerning eye, Lu Ji exclaimed, giving Luo a playful slap on the shoulder. This kid is my recent recruit. Don't let his appearance fool you. He's quite capable. Isn't the training camp allowing free relationships now? This good-for-nothing kid saw alarm clock today and told me, Boss, I think I've fallen in love. He is my only subordinate at the moment, and I thought it best to help him with his lifelong affairs. Don't you agree? So, I brought him here to inquire about alarm clock's preferences and character. We must first understand some basic information. If he is not suitable, I can persuade him to give up. He is aiming too high. If this young man remains undeterred in his pursuit, then he should at least possess a greater degree of assurance. Wouldn't you agree? Luo calmly regarded Lu Ji, who had draped his arm over Luo's shoulder and was spouting nonsense, choosing not to expose the truth, for the man before him would not believe it. Very well. The man pinched the cigarette between his thumb and forefinger, flicking the ash with his middle finger. However, he would remain alone. Agreed. You call the shots. Young man, I shall await you outside the woods. As Lu Ji spoke, he turned to retrace his steps. This statement served as both a hint and a warning. It indicated to Luo that he was not far away, and should anything go awry, or should he call for help, Lu Ji would hear him. Simultaneously, it implied that the man needed to honor his word. Despite his assurances of no harm towards Luo, Lu Ji remained unconvinced. Once Lu Ji departed, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Luo respectfully addressed the man, Sir. Perhaps Lu Ji was unaware of the man's true identity. Yet that did not hinder Luo's recognition of him. Luo's parents possessed a photograph featuring the man, a relic from long ago, depicting him as a man in his 20s. In fact, within the confines of the prohibition camp, if anyone dared to smoke openly, it could only be the highest authority of the camp, this man. Luo, it seems you have made quite an admirable friend in recent months. Luo was not surprised that the man knew his name. The entire camp operated under the man's command, and likely his opponents in the testing grounds had all been orchestrated by him. Yes, these past few months have been quite pleasant. I have managed to adapt to the camp, encountering many novel experiences and intriguing individuals. Of course, I owe this to you, sir. Luo awkwardly complimented the man, finishing his sentence. Yet the man displayed no reaction, his countenance remaining stern. The scrutiny in his gaze intensified as he spoke in a composed tone. After today's events, you should now grasp the reality that you are merely a novice. You are intelligent and learn swiftly. Your parents have mentioned that after your foundational education, you have been self-studying a testament to your perseverance and commendable achievements. Yet, the transformation of intelligence into tangible skill requires time and experience. This is the gap between you and the others in the camp. Luo did not contest this, but nodded in silence. He was a proud individual. At least prior to his arrival at the camp, he had mastered in 3 years what others could not fully grasp in 10. Subsequently, he found himself sitting in class, listening to lectures on material he had already mastered, gradually eroding his initial sense of superiority. When he spoke of concepts unknown to his classmates, they would merely nod in feigned understanding, their expressions revealing the admiration he had anticipated. Ultimately, those faces of admiration bore a striking resemblance to one another. Thus, he had proudly chosen to suspend his studies, convinced of his own exceptionalism. Following the passing of his parents, he opted against adoption and instead entered the training camp. His fragile pride shattered repeatedly throughout the day. "I have comprehended your teachings, sir, yet I wish to pose a question." Luo lifted his head, unwavering, locking eyes with the man, his gaze brimming with defiance and indignation. "In recent months, I have heard numerous accounts regarding the training camps, where children as young as 7 or 8 are compelled to commit murder over a mere knife, for a coveted spot, or even out of fear of betrayal. They are not taught history, nor literature. They are deprived of even the most fundamental moral principles. What do you perceive these young individuals to be? They are enduring immense suffering, both physically and psychologically. You must be aware of the grotesque nature of these training camps. Why is it so? You have the power to alter this situation. Why continue to create such abominations?" The gentleman revealed a cold smirk. "You dare to question me? Do you realize how much I despise individuals like you, who remind me of those inept politicians, those who have experienced nothing yet presume to represent everything? Have you conducted any investigations? Have you analyzed the data? With a mere report handed to you, you embark on grandiloquent discourses, representing agriculture, light industry, the citizenry, small business owners, the tangible economy. Your demeanor mirrors theirs precisely." His voice rose to a near roar, causing Luo to instinctively step back twice. Yet, Luo pressed on, saying, "I understand that there is much evil in this world. However, at least those evils are restrained by the law, preventing them from spiraling out of control. The training camps operate too arbitrarily, do they not? Murder is permitted so long as one accepts some form of punishment afterward. Even if those individuals are indeed inept, they are still seeking something on behalf of others, are they not? Believing oneself to grasp a modicum of truth does not grant the right to point fingers and pass judgment on others, elevating the focus from individuals to the training camps. You presume to have identified the crux of the problem? In reality, you have yet to comprehend the essence of truth. You lack the qualifications to assess the merit of those in the camps. You are not entitled to question the value of the training camps. Do you understand what truth is? The truth of the training camps today reflects the truth of this world. It is a brutal survival of the fittest. Laws exist to maintain order, yet there are countless ways to circumvent them and destroy a person. As a manufacturer, I could sever your supply of raw materials, halting your production. As a chairman, I could bribe your board of directors, ousting you from your position. Even as an ordinary person, I could disseminate your dark past, inciting public outrage against you. There are myriad ways to kill without bloodshed. Does the law hold any value? If the law were indeed effective, why are you and I here today? Do you grasp what truth is? Truth is forged through action, not merely spoken. That ironclad law has been adhered to by the training camps even to this day. You should be aware of how that law was established. They endure these trials because they had no choices from the outset. Luo opened his mouth as if to argue, yet ultimately, no words escaped him. After venting his frustrations, the gentleman's tone softened considerably. To perceive the essence beyond mere appearances, one must first step out from beneath the shelter of others. Your survival in the training camp until today is not due to my favor, but rather the blessings of your parents and the support of Lu Ji. Akin to how the alarm clock protects the doves today. Outside the forest, Lu Ji felt a sense of loss today. Not only had she failed to procure any cigarettes, but she had also discarded the 2 she had found. Therefore, she now exerted herself even more fervently in plucking leaves, striving to compensate for her losses. Faintly, she could hear a man cursing vehemently. The more intense his tirade, the clearer it indicated that he would refrain from acting violently. Thus, Lu Ji merrily continued her task of gathering leaves while whistling a tune. As she whistled, her hands suddenly paused, and she spoke up. "Shall we all engage in such antics? It could easily frighten someone into illness. Thankfully, I know you would never kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, I might have started to flee. Not far behind Lu Ji stood a girl, considerably shorter than her, clad in a black training suit, with sweat stains still visible. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and a scar extended from the corner of her mouth to her ear on the left side of her face. Has the negotiation with the river crab concluded so swiftly? Surely, you do not possess the art of duplication. Lu Ji teased the girl, who was known as Alarm Clock. None of your concern. Very well, Lu Ji scratched her head. What brings you here? Alarm Clock, with an impassive expression, replied. I have heard that your intelligence-gathering skills are quite commendable. Merely of average caliber, Lu Ji modestly retorted, though in reality, his abilities surpassed even those of the river crab, who remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Ji had already infiltrated Alarm Clock's personal training grounds before his supposed demise. Alarm Clock retrieved a half-smoked cigarette from her pocket and tossed it to Lu Ji, the end appearing to have been broken off. Lu Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she carefully caught it, producing a piece of paper to wrap it. Fearful that a shred of tobacco might fall from the broken end, she then gave Alarm Clock a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. You managed to procure this from that individual. Speak, and I shall uncover whatever you desire. I wish to know what sort of person the vine is. Lu Ji was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time someone had sought information about a person she had personally slain. Very well, I have shadowed him for a while. In truth, as a leader, he is rather decent. If you serve as his subordinate and suffer losses, he will certainly seek retribution. Over the years, although he has faced betrayals, I have not heard of him preemptively executing those who contemplate treachery. He typically only acts once betrayal has occurred. He possesses a characteristic of being insincere. When the carrier pigeon pressed him, he vehemently denied any involvement, yet in reality, he had not a single woman by his side. Enough, that is sufficient. Alarm Clock interrupted Lu Ji, turning to depart. May I pose a question? After hearing all this, will you regret killing him? Not at all. Alarm Clock replied without turning back. I thought as much, Lu Ji mused, stroking her chin. What you did today was actually an attempt to save the carrier pigeon. Was it not? The knife was never aimed at her throat from the beginning. You feared she might take her own life, thus deliberately provoking her. But is it truly wise to survive on the basis of hatred? Alarm Clock did not deny it, but instead stated, to be alive is the greatest blessing. Are you not burdened by some semblance of hatred? And you? Have you never considered seeking revenge against me? This time, Alarm Clock turned to reveal her scarred left cheek. Lu Ji chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could I? I have long since established my own path. Moreover, I have no desire for death. Furthermore, I must say, it is quite fitting that the boss met his demise at your hands. There is no need for sorrow. Shall we return to our initial topic? The gentleman sat upon a mannequin and proceeded to light a cigarette for himself. The previous half-smoked cigarette had been cast to the ground in a fit of rage, extinguished underfoot with great force. The initial topic? Luo had yet to grasp what it truly was. Did you not wish to know what kind of person the Alarm Clock is? I can divulge that now. Although she is indifferent to the disdain others hold for her, she remains my student, and I care deeply. Upon being pointedly reminded of the contempt for the Alarm Clock, Luo, having been scolded thoroughly, seemed to accept the reality entirely. I shall re-evaluate my stance towards the Alarm Clock based on your description. In the gentleman's eyes, the present Luo was far more agreeable than before. The Alarm Clock is, in fact, a fragile soul, having glimpsed the end of life too soon without comprehending what her life should aspire to. When she took the life of that instructor, her own existence had already concluded. At that moment, she confided in me that another individual was responsible for the demise of her friend, a person I have yet to identify. I still hold her in high regard. Thus I established a goal for her remaining life. The likelihood of an unidentified individual within the training camp is virtually non-existent, and after numerous reflections on that past incident, the gentleman finally comprehended that the true perpetrator was, in fact, the Alarm Clock herself. What goal? The implications of these words were lost on the present Luo, prompting him to inquire about another matter, one the gentleman hoped he would ask. A slight smile graced the gentleman's lips as he glanced at Luo and remarked, Are you aware that the organization has a task of the highest order? At that moment, Luo's mind went blank. He knew of that task. His parents had perished because of it. The man before him, this demon, intended to send the Alarm Clock to her doom. The gentleman walked on for quite some time while Luo stood there, bewildered, until the returning willow branch patted him on the shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. He then recounted his conversation with the gentleman to the willow branch. Upon learning what the gentleman had ultimately said, the willow branch could not help but express astonishment, though without revealing too much. Those who hold a reverence for moral law tend to subconsciously favor the weak, romanticizing the victimized side. While donning the mask of a demon for oneself, they also strip the alarm clock of her monstrous title. The gentleman is indeed a master at manipulating the hearts of men. As long as one continues to forge ahead, the path will invariably extend. Life follows the same principle. As long as the fervent heart within one's chest continues to beat, life has not reached its conclusion. Those troubles and myriad trivialities will inevitably come, each one easily conquering that which is called the remainder of life. The initial statement was derived from a graduation gift Luo presented to the alarm clock, a handwritten collection of quotes. Similar phrases included, "Though that which has passed cannot be erased, it can be transcended. The dreams of humanity will never cease." Rather than contemplating a grand demise, one should ponder how to live splendidly. Such sentiments, however, remain ambiguous. For the past 7 years, the clock has experienced a rather tranquil existence, plagued by the same recurring nightmare each day. Graduating from the training camp without any surprises, she embarked on a series of missions, each completed with remarkable finesse. Every squad yearned for the assurance of a sharpshooter with impeccable precision at their backs. Clock currently stands as the organization's most proficient sniper, boasting an impressive record of 127 missions, with 83 of them being assassination tasks and not a single failure. Her individual performance even surpasses that of some entire teams. The cost of nurturing a sniper is exorbitant, requiring nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition daily. This steep price prompted her superior to adopt an alternative method of training, subjecting Clock to intense pressure. He provided her with an XM-2036 and 300 Winchester Magnum rounds, assigning her a mission with 2 targets. This was Clock's inaugural task, which did not go as smoothly as anticipated. She sustained a gunshot wound to her shoulder, resulting in the immediate death of one target, while the second succumbed to injuries after 3 hours of emergency care. Subsequent missions saw Clock's sniping skills advance remarkably under such duress. Consequently, nearly every squad extended invitations to her, all of which she declined. Clock remains the only member of the organization without a fixed task force, often executing missions solo. When questioned about her reasons, she cited a lack of trust. Yet, trust is something that develops gradually, piece by piece. Her superior sighed as he pondered this, ultimately approving Clock's application for a solo unit. The squad that extended invitations most frequently was one named RW, with Riddle and Willow sending her an invitation every fortnight. Thus, Clock began to reconsider her earlier statement. To describe the past 7 years as tranquil was misleading. A persistent blonde youth, somewhat narcissistic, continued to harass her. Undeterred, even after numerous rejections, sending her various peculiar gifts alongside his repeated invitations to join his team. In response, Clock applied for new email addresses time and again. But within 2 days of each change, yet another invitation would arrive. Clock found herself wishing to drag out the scoundrel who leaked her email and bury him. Additionally, a deranged woman relentlessly attempted to assassinate her, particularly excelling in the art of poisoning, making it nearly impossible to defend against her attacks. Although the carrier pigeon has since become less concerned about past grievances, their relationship remains strained, with the woman persisting in her attempts on Clock's life. Clock felt a sense of regret for her earlier words and actions, having not dined out in ages. Consequently, she dedicated 6 scattered months to learning to cook, though she ultimately found the process tedious and cumbersome. Now, Clock can expertly render her assailant unconscious before handing her over to the awaiting river crab. Time has the profound ability to change individuals. Over these 7 years, Riddle's transformation has not gone unnoticed by Willow, who has cut her formerly flamboyant shoulder-length golden locks and adopted a more mature and composed style of dress. The once arrogant boy has ceased to casually dispense his opinions. He has learned to gauge the situation, grounding himself in reality with a newfound calmness. He neither drinks nor smokes, and his idle chatter has diminished considerably. Luigi observes clearly that Luo's transformation is less a consequence of his mentor's reprimands and more an inclination towards a person named Alarm Clock. It appears that the whimsical words spoken in jest years ago have become prophetic. Outside Camp 271, Alarm Clock made her final visit and unexpectedly encountered Luo. She did not shy away from him, but began her training in solitude. Today, Her training regimen is not cloaked in secrecy. It merely aims to enhance bodily control and improve strength precision. Alarm clock. Luo greeted her with a sense of initiative. Hello, alarm clock replied courteously. For a moment, the two found themselves at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Luo who broke the silence. I want to apologize. I once thought you were a terrible person, but later realized I was mistaken. You've expressed similar sentiments many times before. Your perspective is not without merit, she replied. I assumed you felt compelled to reiterate that statement, which is why I apologized repeatedly. There was a hint of resignation in Luo's tone. Initially, it was merely the mentor's attempt to shift your attitude through provocation. Yet, the mentor also taught me to look beyond the surface to discern the essence. I trust my own judgment. His emotions stirred with intensity. Alarm clock relaxed her grip on the dagger and turned her gaze from the wooden dummy to him. Do you intend to argue with me here? Luo faltered, as if doused with cold water. The term argue was, in essence, synonymous with quarrel. Engaging in a dispute with alarm clock would prove futile. She never engages in arguments, preferring instead to walk away without concern for the words spoken. Luo had no desire to contend with her nature, yet alarm clock was already preparing to depart. A shadow of sorrow crossed Luo's face as he shook his head slightly. Alarm clock, there is no need for this. It is not your fault that your friend died. Why must you shoulder the blame of others? Why must you torment yourself in this manner? At that moment, alarm clock's voice turned icy. Only the mentor knows the full context of that past incident. I do not torment myself. This is merely the price of survival. Do you truly take pleasure in such a mechanical existence? I have no preference. But you do. Luo's tone brimmed with conviction. You enjoy meat, especially beef and lamb. You detest vegetables, particularly the taste of tomatoes. You dislike fish, instinctively perceiving a fishy odor. You prefer stir-fried dishes over stews, and sweets do not appeal to you. You favor a ponytail over short hair, enjoy photography, but abhor mirrors. When using the stairs, you prefer to lead with your right foot, stepping precisely a quarter of the way onto the first step. You dislike using an umbrella in the rain, but find joy in the snow. You see, despite possessing a myriad of likes and dislikes, why must you lead your existence as if you were a frigid machine? By the time Luo finished speaking, the alarm clock had already rung, as if in flight. The images from memory swirled like a fleeting breeze, yet the nightmare of the alarm clock, entangled from the ages of 7 to 20, grew ever clearer. Why did you so readily agree back then, without insisting on accompanying me? Knowing full well that I could scarcely articulate my words, why did you shy away from defending me before the instructor? Why, upon witnessing my lifeless form, did not a single tear escape your eyes? We were undeniably friends. Why? You persist in living even now. The reflection in the mirror gradually sharpened, transforming into a 7-year-old girl, resembling the visage of the alarm clock from days gone by. Why did I so readily agree back then, without insisting on staying by your side? Aware that you were scarcely able to speak, why did I not dare to advocate for you before the instructor? Why, when faced with your demise, did not a tear fall from my eyes? We were undeniably friends. Why? I am still alive to this day. On July 23rd, within the RW squad, a mission had failed, leaving only Luo and Lu Ji from a team of 7. As Lu Ji dragged Luo back to the base, Luo clutched the identity tags of the other 5 members in silence. The alarm clock took little heed of this event, for it had accepted a new mission. The organization had a task that no one had ever accomplished, to assassinate a philanthropist named Kate, a billionaire of extraordinary wealth. The reward for this mission alone foretold its daunting difficulty. Ownership of an island nearly 5 square kilometers in size, along with any promise within the capabilities of the issuer. Such a reward transcends monetary value. The issuer must have staked everything they possessed. What profound hatred could compel someone to pay such a price for the life of another? The records detailed the organization's assassination attempts over the years, 13 in total. The first attempt involved members masquerading as waiters, only to be unmasked by bodyguards and killed on the spot. The second attempt saw one individual inciting chaos to draw attention, while another feigned death, only to be injected with anesthetics and subsequently frozen in a cold storage. The third involved placing a bomb in a car, which exploded without deforming the vehicle. As the target was absent, the members failed to escape. In the 7th attempt, a member infiltrated a villa as a reporter and was never seen again. The 8th saw 2 members shooting in public, only to have the target clad in liquid body armor, resulting in their immediate demise. The 12th attempt involved a sniper's long-range assassination, which ended in ambush by the target's bodyguards. The 13th attempt saw a member abandon the mission midway, sustaining severe injuries, and during their escape, had their right leg shattered by a sniper's bullet. These individuals exchanged their lives for invaluable information. The target possessed 8 private villas, each fortified with reinforced steel plates embedded within walls and doors, equipped with independent water and power systems, and monitored by 24-hour infrared scanners and surveillance cameras. For specially assigned patrol teams, armed and vigilant. Among them, 3 shift every 8 hours, while the 4th is tasked with overseeing the transition of shifts. Each sortie is accompanied by 4 identical vehicles, clad in reactive armor, with windows fortified by bulletproof glass. The wheels are reinforced with steel rims, allowing them to maintain a speed of 80 kilometers per hour even after a tire blowout. Furthermore, within the security team assigned to the target, there exists an individual skilled in camouflage, infiltration, and assassination. This operative meticulously scans the vicinity for any suspicious individuals and identifies suitable sniper locations. This particular security force represents the most formidable challenge, whether it be for infiltration prior to the mission or escape post-completion. This is the reason why this mission has lingered. Executed only 13 times, even upon successful completion, survival remains elusive. The alarm clock has perused all relevant mission materials, noting that the most recent opportunity to strike is on July 27th, when the target is scheduled to deliver a speech at the Mr. Stadium for a charity event. For the alarm clock, her nightmare is poised to conclude. Before accepting the mission, she dispatched a gift. After a plethora of invitation letters languished in her inbox, she finally received a response. In the office of the gentleman, the space was vacant. The computer's inbox displayed 2 unread emails. One was a dissolution request for her solo team, and the other was a mission request from Team RW. The alarm clock's gaze swept across the podium for the 3rd time, resting upon the individual delivering the speech. This was indeed the target of her operation. With graying hair at the temples and a balding crown, he resembled many approaching their senior years at 55. Perhaps due to a life of affluence, he appeared somewhat portly, and his visage belied age, resembling that of someone in their 40s. A journalist once inquired, "Mr. Kate, having amassed such wealth, have you ever considered sharing your fortune with those still struggling in poverty?" To which I replied, "Of course. Otherwise, who do you think the shareholders of your television station are?" The philanthropist named Kate, while speaking, vividly mimicked the journalist's gestures and expressions, eliciting laughter from the entire stadium audience. This was the 5th time Kate's gestures revealed his wrist, which bore a faint scar, a remnant from the 8th assassination, documented within the organization's records. The alarm clock sat among the audience, clapping along with those around her. She made no effort to conceal herself, fully aware that at least 5 sniper rifles were surveying the spectators. Aside from a mask upon her face and a wallet and phone concealed within her clothing, the alarm clock carried nothing else. She had arrived late. 2 days prior, she reached Mr. Stadium, while Kate's security team had taken control of the entire venue and surrounding hotels 3 days earlier. In addition to security checks at various exits, guards monitored critical structural points, and sniffer dogs conducted thorough searches for potential explosives. Unable to establish a covert presence within the stadium beforehand, the alarm clock could only check into the same hotel as the target, entering the stadium disguised as an ordinary spectator. However, the alarm clock managed to smuggle her weapon in just last night, taking advantage of the guard's restroom break. At present, she faces a choice, to kill or not to kill. She is certain that if she acts now, even if she cannot deliver a fatal blow, the speaker on stage cannot be saved. Yet, for reasons unknown, a peculiar sensation lingers within her. Allow me to pose a question. What constitutes the finest form of charity in this world? Is it monetary? No, absolutely not. I still vividly recall my father's teachings. Money is not omnipotent. It cannot wholly transform the circumstances of those children. What truly alters their fate is work, knowledge, and opportunity. Therefore, in addition to my personal donations, the Kate Group will construct a direct road to Kangit. Establish 2 factories, one for producing clean food and the other for generating clean energy, along with 6 primary schools and 4 secondary schools. So, is there anyone present who wishes to apply for a teaching position? After the recruitment fair, please leave your business card with my secretary. Kate gestures toward the audience, invitingly. Another wave of screams and thunderous applause ensues. The clock does not concern herself with what he has said. Nor does she ponder the potential intrigues behind this fundraising event or where the money might end up. What she observes is Kate on stage, revealing once again the scar on his wrist. If it were an occurrence once or twice, it could be deemed coincidental. However, to display the scar 6 times in such a brief span feels too deliberate. Why? Why does he repeatedly expose that scar? Those who navigate the realms of politics and commerce are born actors. At this thought, the clock's pupils involuntarily constrict. The person on stage is a remarkable performer. The frequent display of his scar is intended for those who understand its origin, serving as proof of his identity. The stage and reality are distinct, the better the actor, the more acutely aware they should be of this fact. This leading figure has evidently forgotten that in reality, he is merely a supporting character. Thus, he strives to immerse himself in the role he portrays, diligently emphasizing the details highlighted by the director, which renders this scene increasingly theatrical. "Excuse me, may I pass? I need to use the restroom." The clock rises and departs from her seat. She must leave, for even with a mask, her left cheek cannot feign shock or fear. Under surveillance, she would soon be exposed and subsequently identified. R0 calling A7. R0 calling A7. Marks of a hook and cable scraping have been discovered on the rooftop in the northwest direction of the stadium. Repeat. Marks of a hook and cable scraping have been discovered on the rooftop in the northwest direction of the stadium. Nothing from yesterday? A7 inquires upon hearing the transmission. No. Who patrolled that area last night? Report. It was R13, but he was away for 3 minutes to use the restroom. Dispose of it. There's no need to keep him. Such individuals will inevitably endanger us all. A7 spoke casually at first, then shifted to a serious tone. 3 matters to address. First, conduct a thorough reassessment of the area. Second, scrutinize the surveillance footage, particularly focusing on our 13's restroom visit at 6 o'clock this morning and the entry times into the stadium. Third, in 3 minutes, forcibly interrupt the fundraising and escort the employer away. Having conveyed these instructions, A7's gaze shifted away from the scope as he inquired of B9 nearby. "Is it safe for someone to remain inside the rooftop?" "No, at least I cannot," was the reply. R0 terminated the communication and issued commands to the team members. R1 through R11 were to stealthily follow the traces, while R14 through R22 were tasked with gathering the surveillance footage. R13, "You have made a mistake. Reflect on it," A7 remarked. "The severity of your punishment will depend on your future actions." R12, "You will act alongside R13. In 3 minutes, stage a false attack. Contact those stationed below to forcibly interrupt the fundraising." R0 discreetly exchanged a glance with R12. "Act immediately." "Yes." R12 and R13 moved to a less populated area. Suddenly, R12 drew a gun and aimed it at R13. The silencer pressed against the back of R13's head. R13 slowly raised his hands, questioning. "What are you doing, R12?" R13, fully aware of the situation, silently cursed the intruder from the previous night and their ancestors for their ill-timed incursion. Why could they not have cleaned up after themselves? Who could be so foolish? Surely, you don't believe A7 will let you off the hook this easily. "Brother, don't do this. I merely went to the restroom." "Has anything really happened?" Just as the words left his mouth, a deafening explosion echoed above the stadium. Boom. Under the gaze of all, the figure on the podium, who had been speaking confidently, clutched his neck in agony and collapsed heavily to the ground. After a brief silence, screams erupted like a tidal wave. R12, immediately intercept the fleeing crowd. Contact the exterior P0 unit. Conduct thorough checks before allowing anyone to leave. Despite issuing such orders, it was practically impossible for a mere handful of individuals to contain the throng of spectators. R13 picked up R12's communication earpiece from the pool of blood. "R12, do you read me?" he asked, though R12's expression bore no sign of relief. If he heard correctly, the recent sound was an XM 2036, a sound all too familiar. Meanwhile, R1 hastened his actions upon hearing the gunfire. "R1 to R0, we have reached the designated location," he reported. R1's gaze remained fixated on the steel framework of the ceiling, where a bulging camouflage cover concealed R4, who was being lowered slowly by ropes above the disguise. Everyone held their breath, guns trained on that spot, awaiting R4's next move. With a swift motion, the camouflage was lifted. A sniper rifle aimed at the podium, accompanied by a wooden block bracing the gunstock. The trigger of the sniper was connected to a toy car's remote control motor. "Damn it," R1 cursed, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. R1 alerted the entire team. Operation failed. The sniper is remotely controlled. The assassin is likely among the audience. Upon hearing this, R13 let out a sigh of relief. With the remote-controlled trigger, as long as a person stepped into the line of sight of the gun, the assassination could be executed flawlessly. Thus, blending into the crowd afterward would significantly increase the chances of escape. He cast his gaze toward the podium, where Kate's lifeless body lay sprawled, and everyone recoiled in terror. Fearing the next bullet might strike them, not even the medical personnel or bodyguards dared to approach. Wait a moment. No medical staff. No bodyguards. This was inconceivable. After an assassination attempt, the bodyguard should be the first to leap forward, forming a protective barrier around their employer, assessing the extent of any injuries, and ensuring immediate medical attention. Yet, throughout the ordeal, no one had dared to touch the corpse. The only logical explanation was that the deceased was merely a decoy. Messages poured in through the communication earpiece. West exit, intercepted, no suspicious individuals found. North exit, intercepted, no suspicious individuals found. Any discoveries from the surveillance room? A Seven's voice, as the commander of this security detail, remained calm despite the unprecedented situation of a decoy's death. Found it. A voice echoed in the communication channel 2 seconds later. The target had already left the stadium before the shooting. The disguise was quite apparent, due to the failed education of a middle-aged man. The decoy was utterly clueless about portraying an adult woman. Aside from a mobile phone used for remote control and a small wallet containing ID and cash, there was nothing superfluous. However, an adult woman typically carries at least a handbag filled with her lipstick, foundation, eye cream, sunscreen, tissues, an umbrella, and even flat shoes for driving, all of which the decoy lacked. Ironically, the decoy's mask was adorned with light makeup. Thus, among the audience members who had departed early, the decoy stood out conspicuously. Simultaneously, luck favored the decoy, as a bullet fired from a distance fortuitously struck the substitute instead. Which direction did she take? She headed for the hotel. The hotel? Are you certain? Affirmative. She went straight to the hotel. A 7 fell silent for a moment. A 7 calling B1. After a crackle of static, a male voice entered the communication channel. What is the matter? The decoy is dead, and the assassin is en route to the hotel. So, you were played. Do you want me to clean up your mess? B1's voice lacked urgency, even carrying a tone of schadenfreude. In the eyes of the tycoons present, Kate was already deceased. However, the true head of the Kate group would not remain in the shadows merely due to the death of a decoy. Once the dust settled, it would be revealed that only a substitute had perished. The media and various adversarial forces would undoubtedly seize upon the opportunity to highlight Kate's choice to send a decoy to the charity event. All these repercussions would fall squarely on the shoulders of Commander A7. At this point, the decoy's current plan had been largely unveiled: the deliberately unsilenced sniper rifle, with its tremendous noise and visual impact, was designed to incite chaos within the stadium, enough to cause significant congestion at the entry and exit points for a considerable duration. As A7 found himself ensnared within the confines of the stadium, the clock made its way to the hotel to unearth the true Kate. It must be said that this impromptu scheme proved remarkably successful, had the clock not inadvertently revealed its whereabouts through surveillance footage. A7 would likely still be sifting through the crowd in search of the assassin. The immediate priority was to ensure the employer's safety, an issue that required no concern from you. A jarring sound crackled through the communication channel, subtle yet profoundly chilling. What is happening? A7 demanded, anger flaring in his voice. It originates from my end, came the cold response of B1, whose tone had grown ominous. Gunfire echoed nearby, indicating that the employer's location had been compromised. You are correct. The employer's safety is paramount. I shall escort the employer away and sever communication with you. Until the employer reaches a secure location, I will not be in contact. How did the other party ascertain the employer's presence at the hotel? How did they pinpoint the employer's location? Find the answers yourselves. With that, B1 terminated the communication, implying that Team R had faltered and inadvertently conveyed information to the assassin. Thus, he trusted no one. R13 could not help but bury his face in his hands, realizing his sole purpose today was to bear the blame, was it not? B9 lowered his binoculars and glanced at the pallid A7. What shall we do now? Should we send P0? No, P0 must remain stationary, continuing to comb the exit. If P0 moves, the adversary will realize she is about to be surrounded and, like last time, will abandon the assassination attempt and flee. Let Team Q0, stationed at various intersections, commence their operation. We too shall relocate to a different position. There is a vantage point in the stadium from which we can observe the hotel. In the depths of the hotel basement, the true Kate, upon hearing the news, revealed a hint of nostalgia upon his solemn face. Since assuming control of the family legacy, he had been aware that someone sought his life. For this, he had prepared 5 decoys. These decoys were seasoned actors, meticulously crafted through years of training. Kate had invested heavily in their cosmetic alterations, ensuring they adopted his manner of speaking, gait, and even a comprehensive understanding of economics, management, and politics. Their daily diets were stringently regulated to align with his own weight. He often pretended to be one of the decoys, conversing with them to learn and hone his skills. This was one of the few pleasures he had indulged in over the years. Like an old friend, Kate remarked, turning towards B1. Since you believe we should depart, what are we waiting for? The subsequent defense efforts shall be entrusted to your command. Kate had also heard the gunshot, fearing that his position had indeed been compromised. Now, he could rely solely on B1. B1 offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, sir, I will ensure your safe return. After leaving a few individuals behind in the basement to cover their tracks, B1 guided Kate through another exit, traversing a corridor that led directly to the parking lot. A few tourists rushed past B1 in a panic. He seized one of them, asking, "Why are you running?" The terrified individual replied, "Did you not hear the gunfire? It was terrifying. It felt as though it was right in my room." Gunfire? Wait, what floor are you on? 7th floor. The tourist abruptly broke free from his grasp and dashed towards his vehicle without a backward glance. B1 was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sensation, as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. How could the sound of gunfire from the basement reach the 7th floor? He hastily turned to Kate and exclaimed, "Sir, we must flee," while attempting to activate his communication device. However, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Kate struggling in a pool of blood, the ominous barrel of a gun aimed at him. After the remote-controlled firearm discharged, the alarm clock, having retrieved its equipment from the trash can, dashed towards the hotel where Kate was staying, not looking back. Kate wouldn't remain at the stadium. She was certain that if someone were to recklessly employ explosives on a large scale, causing a collapse, she would be unable to escape. Therefore, he must be at the hotel. As for the exact location, the alarm clock was unaware. Nevertheless, it only needed to lure him out. The alarm clock made a beeline for the hotel's broadcasting room, which was equipped with numerous minuscule speakers cleverly concealed in various corners, disguised as an array of objects, playing music to enhance the ambience, all of which were controllable. The alarm clock utilized these devices to emit the sound of gunfire from every speaker. Conveniently, there was one speaker located in the staircase leading to the basement. After accomplishing this, the alarm clock sprinted toward the underground parking lot, awaiting Kate's arrival. Bang! Bang! The consecutive gunshots echoed, heralding doom. The employer is deceased. Repeat. The employer is deceased. A cold voice resonated over the communication channel. This was a race against time. A 7 aimed to thwart the alarm clock before it could locate Kate, while the alarm clock sought to eliminate him before he could escape. At this moment, the outcome of their struggle was revealed. Due to B1's reckless audacity, Kate had succumbed. Upon arriving at the stadium's observation deck, a 7 caught sight through the scope of B1 and Kate being ruthlessly gunned down. Simultaneously, the alarm clock keenly perceived a sniper rifle aimed at it from the observation deck. Instantly, the alarm clock exerted its legs and leaped away. A dull thud resounded. The alarm clock narrowly evaded the bullet. A deafening boom followed as the stray bullet struck a car's fuel tank, igniting an explosion. The smoke grenade hurled by the alarm clock began to take effect. As the billowing smoke and fiery explosion concealed its figure, the first shot having missed, a 7 promptly redirected his aim, firing twice at a sedan that was exiting the parking lot before the smoke could expand further. The car, amidst the passengers' terrified screams, lost its balance and flipped over, its body scraping violently against the ground, colliding with the following vehicles that could not evade in time, one after another crashing into each other. This blocked the exit of the parking lot. A 7's face displayed no hint of remorse, since Kate was already dead. There was no need to uphold the hypocrisy of not slaughtering the innocent. In fact, this assignment could come to an end. Yet, a 7 could not bear it. As a mercenary, for the first time in his career, he bore a stain. The employer he was tasked to protect had been gunned down in broad daylight. The only way to cleanse this blemish was to retrieve the head of the one who had slain his employer. With a wind speed of 5 meters per second and a straight line distance of approximately 1,800 meters at an angle of 72 degrees. A female clad in a black TN4 combat uniform, serving as an observer, B9 did not interfere with the Seven's decision, but instead faithfully fulfilled his responsibilities. At about 20 years of age, B9's voice carried a hint of astonishment at this juncture. A remarkably young assassin. The meticulously devised plan was exceptionally lethal. However, her ludicrous disguise rendered her seemingly naive to the ways of the world. B9 grew increasingly convinced that there was someone within the R0 team who posed a problem. Such an intricately orchestrated assassination could not possibly originate from the mind of a mere 20-year-old girl. P0, Q0, abandon all current tasks and encircle the hotel parking lot. P0 acknowledged. Q0 acknowledged. R0, conduct a head count. Scrutinize the communication records. None of these two will escape. R0 acknowledged. In the parking lot, flames blazed. Screams echoed, smoke billowed, and blood pooled amid scattered shards of glass. Behind Kate's private vehicle, the alarm gasped for breath. Having exerted every ounce of stamina traversing from the stadium to the broadcast room, then down the stairs to the parking lot. Finally, a rare moment of respite. The sniper stationed at the lookout knew that the alarm must be hiding behind Kate's car, as the specially modified vehicle was the only assurance against being pierced by a sniper's bullet. The Seven could do nothing but keep her gaze fixed upon her. Furthermore, Kate possessed 4 such vehicles. The alarm remained oblivious to the exact moment things had unraveled, leading to her being targeted by the sniper. Yet, for the time being, she was safe, merely temporarily. Outside the parking lot, a net was slowly taking shape. In other words, this fleeting sense of security was akin to a slow death. R7 calling R0, bloodstains found in the restroom. There are bodies on the ceiling. Repeat, there are bodies on the ceiling. It's R13 and also R12. At the lookout. As A7 aimed at the parking lot, an abrupt palpitation surged through her, a visceral warning of imminent danger. Almost instinctively, she squeezed the trigger while propelling herself backward with the recoil of the sniper rifle. Bang! In the midst of her retreat, she witnessed a spray of blood bloom upon B9's head. The gunfire reverberated. The alarm, dazed behind the vehicle, recognized the familiar sound of gunfire, even though it reached her ears in a diminished echo. XM-2036. The XM-2036 she had left on the skeletal framework of the stadium. The alarm was certain it was her own weapon. Could anyone be more familiar with that gun than she? The answer, indeed, was yes. For instance, there was the one within the organization who had taught her the intricacies of wielding the XM-2036. Life is often fraught with such coincidences. Both the Master and the alarm had chosen this day to assassinate Kate. However, the Master arrived slightly earlier, having spent several days observing and waiting, ultimately tampering with the meal to ensure that R13, who was patrolling the stadium that day, left his post for the restroom, only to slay R13 in the lavatory and assume his place. And within those 3 minutes, the alarm infiltrated, placing a sniper rifle within the stadium. The images on the monitor were transmitted to the R12 terminal, and at that moment, the gentleman recognized the individual who had almost led him to be shot by R12, someone he had personally trained. Subsequently, as he made his way to the observation post, he reclaimed the XM-2036 from the alarm clock and proceeded to the sniper position that had originally been occupied by A7. The stingy girl had only a single bullet in her magazine. Had it not been for the ammunition I brought myself, what kind of sniper would it be? He grumbled while scanning the area through the scope, completely oblivious to the fact that he had provided a few bullets for the alarm clock during its mission years ago. However, the shoddy camouflage was indeed my responsibility. Bang. A missed shot. But you have also put me in a bind, so I suppose we are even. Bang. Another miss. The bullets struck the iron surface of the observation post, sparking as A7 moved and rolled in the confined space, narrowly evading the bullets twice. The opponent had sealed off the escape route from the observation post. This was the closest A7 had come to death, cold sweat trickling down his back. A7 thought to himself that there was still hope. The magazine would eventually run dry, and reloading required time. Moreover, R0 must have already brought reinforcements. In truth, the gentleman's primary objective was to deny him any opportunity to halt or to aim the gun at the alarm clock. As long as A7 remained alive, the remaining individuals would prioritize reinforcing him. Kate was dead. The mission was accomplished. The alarm clock departed from the parking lot's blockade and returned to the base. This outcome was already satisfactory. The gentleman chuckled to himself, realizing that he had, at some point, transformed into one of those antiquated souls who would sacrifice themselves for the sake of their beloved student. The alarm clock, hearing the continuous gunfire from the parking lot, understood the gentleman's intent. However, her gaze swept across the vehicles in the parking lot, locking onto one before she dashed forward. An elbow shattered the car window, and she pulled out a slender box from beneath the seat. If there were bullets, there must be a gun. The box opened to reveal a pristine XM-2036 along with 5 fully loaded magazines. The alarm clock swiftly loaded the magazine, adjusted the scope, raised the rifle, aimed at the observation post, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. The tremendous recoil momentarily halted her body as the bullet, propelled with immense velocity, sliced through the air, its rapid friction causing it to glow faintly red, arcing toward the observation post. Bang! A high-voltage cable snapped in response, falling onto the observation post, the iron structure making contact with it. A powerful surge coursed through a Seven's body before he could utter a sound. After a brief convulsion, a Seven lay motionless. A single shot ended his life. Compared to the gentleman, who had fired multiple rounds without success, it seemed to critique his foolishness. The gentleman holstered his weapon, his expression grave, yet he said nothing. Next, he had to confront Team R0, while the alarm clock faced P0 and Q0. The gentleman had eliminated Team R0, but the alarm clock was not so fortunate against the 2 squads. When he found her in the sewer, she was on the verge of death. 7 gunshot wounds, 2 in the left leg, 1 in the right arm, and the rest concentrated in the chest and abdomen. The gentleman, burdened by a clock, walked cautiously, evading the police while seeking an escape route. The clock feared not abandonment itself, but rather the abandonment of others. Would you not agree? Throughout the journey, the gentleman prattled incessantly, recounting how he infiltrated the hotel, disguised himself as another, and ultimately how he fought his way out. All while his voice grew hoarse, never pausing. Even as the girl on his back appeared to be asleep, she could only occasionally emit soft murmurs. Rest assured, we are safe now. I have summoned assistance. Soon, you shall return to your comfortable bed. The mission was accomplished, the reward was at hand. And do remember to share a portion with me. Though the kill was not mine, I certainly lent a hand. With this fortune, I could retire in peace, free from worries of sustenance. Do not sleep. I am not finished speaking. You cannot fathom the charm of the man I struck down as he flailed about. Time dragged on, especially for the clock, each moment a torment. If only sleep would alleviate the pain. Yet, the presence of another incessantly disturbed her rest. Truly, how cruel. The roar of a vehicle approached, and a figure leaped from the passenger's seat, clutching a medical kit. Brother, do you have a cigarette? Grant me one. No, begone. The gentleman rasped in response. How is she? Inquired Luo. Not dead yet. The gentleman laid the clock down in the back seat. Pigeon, assist me in treating her wounds. You two keep watch. Lu Ji pulled Luo from the vehicle, grumbling, no breasts, no butt. Who would care to look? The clock drifted into an interminable dream, shrouded in gray, directionless, as drops of crimson liquid fell from an unknown source, creating ripples of blood beneath her feet. Wandering aimlessly, the light dimmed, and black tendrils relentlessly pursued her steps, entwining together to form lifeless bodies in pools of blood. These were the souls who perished at the hands of the clock, lying motionless yet fixating their gaze upon her, incessantly questioning, why do you still live? Why do you still live? Come down and accompany me. Come and be with me. Be with me. The clock clasped her ears, fleeing desperately. The tendrils shaped into a 7-year-old version of the clock, each one blocking her escape. Hollow eye sockets weeping tears of blood, tilting its head to reveal a sinister smile, softly asking, why do you still live? The clock screamed in agony, flailing about like a headless fly. Be silent. I do not wish to hear. Be silent. Be silent. Yet those voices persisted, a cacophony of hundreds overlapping. Each cry louder than the last. Come down and be with me. Come down and be with me. The clock wept, her perspective lowering, her pace slowing. Unaware of what had tripped her, she fell to the ground, curling her body tightly with closed eyes. Do not come closer. I do not wish to hear. A multitude of delicate objects descended upon the alarm clock, bringing waves of chill. Why are you here? A voice echoed. The alarm clock trembled slightly, lifting its gaze to behold a figure from memory, standing in the shadows of crumbling ruins. Beneath the gray sky, rain fell, and at some point, the alarm clock transformed into the visage of its 7-year-old self. Behind it lay the body of a girl, identical to the one before it, alongside a shattered alarm clock. With great effort, the clock rose, staggering towards the girl, its eyes vacant. "I have come to keep you company." The girl stood her ground, shouting, "Stop! Do not approach. Go back. Quickly, return. You should not be here." The alarm clock halted, tears of despair streaming down its face. "Then where should I go?" The girl froze momentarily before stepping out of the shadow, embracing the trembling form of the clock, allowing it to weep bitterly in her arms. "I am so sorry. I am truly sorry for abandoning you back then. I have nightmares every night. I am so frightened. I am so exhausted, so weary." The girl smiled gently, reaching out to wipe the clock's tears away. "So this is all there is." She did not utter a word of reassurance. "Then I shall reluctantly forgive you." At that moment, the rain ceased and vanished into thin air. The dark clouds began to dissipate, revealing a blue sky, white clouds, and a radiant sun. The warm sunlight dispelled the coldness enveloping the clock. "I wish to hear more about the people you know, your friends, and such." "Oh, there is a man in his 40s, nearing 50, and a chain smoker. I suppose that counts. The blonde rascal doesn't count. There is also a mad woman who constantly tries to poison me. She harbors a grudge against me." The girl listened intently, occasionally gasping in surprise and confusion. Thus, the two conversed for an extended period, and the girl could not resist poking the alarm clock's chubby cheek. "I must return. You cannot follow. At least not now. Promise me, do not come here too soon. Is that all right?" "All right. Will you wait for me?" "Of course, we are friends." "Then I shall continue our conversation when I return next time." "Yes, you should go back. Remember your promise." With that, the girl gently pushed the clock, which floated away like a feather, drifting further and further. At the dream's end, the alarm clock distinctly saw the girl, waving her arms under the sunlight, her form gradually becoming transparent. Then she was gone. The alarm clock awoke in the hospital of the Organization S base 3 days later. The white light was somewhat blinding. They are all deceivers. The pristine sheets and curtains were not the comfortable bed of its own. Having awakened quite early, the doctor remarked, "You will need another 2 days to fully regain consciousness." A gentleman lay in the adjacent bed, connected to an 4, with bandages on his face. His right hand tirelessly typing on a computer, indicating he had much to attend to during this time. The alarm clock recalled that the hospital wards were segregated by gender. "I had initially expected that upon waking, you would inquire about the extent of my injuries, whether I would be left with any disabilities. To my surprise, your first question was this. It seems as long as one survives, that suffices. Yet, you remain as dull as ever. I specifically chose this ward for your recovery. So do not fidget." The doctor paused his actions and turned to regard the clock. "With the nurse momentarily absent, I shall elucidate your current condition. Yesterday, you underwent your second operation, which, while relatively successful, was hampered by the belated extraction of the bullet. Consequently, several of your organs have suffered necrosis. Yet we managed to avert catastrophic hemorrhaging that could have ensued from the lack of medical equipment during the bullet removal. Thus, to preserve your life, one of your kidneys was excised and 27% of your liver was resected. Fortunately, your spleen remained unharmed. Otherwise, internal bleeding would have precluded your survival to this moment. Additionally, your left leg sustained bone injury, necessitating at least 3 months in a cast. These concerns are not insurmountable. The gravest issue lies in the gunshot wound to your lung. Despite the medical team's utmost efforts, residual complications remain, rendering your left lung more susceptible to damage. Vigorous activity and increased respiratory rates could easily precipitate further injury. Objectively speaking, your condition is not dissimilar to that of a patient who has had a lung removed." The clock nodded silently, as if all this had been anticipated, or perhaps it fell within her realm of acceptance. A sense of hollowness enveloped her. The clock tilted her head slightly to gaze at the doctor, who, however, diverted his gaze, continuing to type with his right hand. I requested a psychological assessment based on your behavioral patterns, and the conclusion drawn was one of existential emptiness. Indeed, the doctor continued, Clock, it is time for you to retire. At 20, you have earned this privilege. This decision comes from the organization. Your physical condition no longer permits you to undertake missions. This aligns with the psychologist's recommendations. Although you may initially struggle with a lack of purpose due to the absence of assignments, in the long run, this path will allow you to discover a new life goal. A sense of guilt weighed upon the doctor, He bore significant responsibility for the clock's mental state. Furthermore, he pivoted the computer screen toward her, stating, "Your mission application under the auspices of the RW team has been denied." Prior to this, RW had sought dissolution due to severe personnel losses. Thus, this mission will still be attributed to you personally. To be candid, neither of the two individuals involved are deserving of your generous offer. The clock remained disinterested in conversing. Lastly, regarding the remuneration for this mission beyond the island, what promises do you seek? I can offer several suggestions. You may request a sum of money, perhaps to travel the world and pursue any endeavors you desire. Or you may seek a legal identity, seizing this opportunity to depart from the organization and live as an ordinary person. As long as you refrain from divulging any organizational secrets, the organization will not interfere with your life. Why? The clock queried, her voice imbued with an uncommon sorrow, almost choking with emotion. Despite receiving compensation, a profound sense of loss enveloped her. Loss indeed. To leave the alarm clock within the organization, like a mere shell of its former self, continuing to fulfill its duties with a broken semblance of existence. Living from task to task as if they were the very milestones of life is indeed a cruel notion. To cast the alarm clock into an environment to which it is ill-suited, facing a world alone, embarking on a solitary journey, living in isolation, much like a fish suffocating in air, can it not also be deemed a form of cruelty? The gentleman has always believed that the most noble aspiration for an individual is, in fact, a sense of responsibility. Thus, he should have perished long ago, with the alarm clock stepping in to take his place. The rationale for feeling as if one has lost everything is, in essence, quite simple. It is because one has yet to lose oneself entirely. The alarm clock did not sever ties with the organization. The gentleman proposed a compromise, to work as an employee at a company covertly supported by the organization, where familiar faces awaited. Concurrently, the alarm clock articulated its own demands, to return to that island, to acquire a 300-square-meter residence near the company, fully furnished, along with a means of transport and relevant literature pertaining to the position it was about to undertake. After 6 months, the alarm clock was discharged and departed the base by boat, arriving at a pharmaceutical company as per the designated address. The role assigned by the organization was that of Associate Director of the Research Laboratory. Upon arrival, she informed the front desk that she was seeking an individual named Nan. The name rang a bell, yet the alarm clock could not place it. She was more accustomed to recalling code names. Moments later, a pigeon descended from above with a crab, and the alarm clock suddenly remembered who Nan was. Nan, a type of subtropical laurel tree, is known for its hardwood and can grow up to 30 meters tall, information she had encountered in her readings over the past few months. Indeed, the related materials had been delivered to her. Instinctively, the alarm clock raised her hand. Before the crab could strike Nan, it swiftly grasped the alarm clock's hand, feigning a handshake to indicate that Nan posed no threat and would not initiate an attack. "Miss Clocks, we are delighted to welcome you to our company. The professor has often spoken of how exceptional his student is to both manager Nan and myself. Your arrival is a privilege for us." Clocks was the name bestowed upon the alarm clock by the gentleman, who had taken the liberty of appending ends to the code name. Nan also smiled. "It's almost mealtime. Xiao Xie and I were just about to head to the cafeteria. Miss Clocks, would you care to join us? We can chat while we eat, and afterwards, Xiao Xie can show you around our company." The alarm clock nodded in agreement. The first official meeting between the alarm clock and the pigeon took place in the cafeteria. The crab had reserved a private room for the three of them, and as they sat together, the alarm clock began to attend to the food on the table. The initial funding for the company's development was provided by the organization, with certain high-ranking officials being members of that same body. Beyond that, there were no business dealings with the organization, so on the surface, it appeared to be a legitimate and lawful enterprise. Thus, engaging in physical altercations in public was strictly prohibited, as the crab explained. From the moment the carrier pigeon entered the private room, her demeanor was frosty as she fixated on the clock, remaining utterly silent. Even the river crab's efforts to lighten the atmosphere proved futile. The carrier pigeon was one of the individuals who had rescued the clock, even tending to its injuries. She was acutely aware of the monumental task the clock had accomplished and the dire state it currently found itself in. "If you wish to make your move now, I shall oblige. However, my present condition is far from ideal, and I cannot guarantee my own safety. Thus you may well meet your demise." Rest assured, the carrier pigeon, deflated like a punctured balloon, declared, I shall not lay a hand on you again." Upon hearing this, the river crab secretly sighed in relief. Although she had explained the origins of past events to the carrier pigeon long ago, she remained uncertain whether her elder sister had truly moved on. "Thank you," came a barely audible response. The clock, chewing on a piece of beef, mumbled, "Yes, I heard you. No need for thanks." The carrier pigeon shot the clock an exasperated glare. Such remarks were best left unspoken. "My employer sent me an email mentioning a mutual acquaintance whom you should see upon returning home." The river crab deftly diverted the topic, providing her elder sister a way out. "Why didn't he tell me this directly?" "Indeed, that likely signifies something unpleasant." As expected, upon arriving at her doorstep, the clock encountered a group of workers, directed by Luo, moving furniture into her home. It was at that moment she received her employer's email. Luo would be residing next door as her driver and bodyguard. 3 months later, every weekend, 3 individuals would join the clock for meals, and sometimes 4, as even Lu Ji, who was not on duty, would drop by. The clock mused that had she allowed the carrier pigeon to fend for herself back then, she would not have been compelled to learn cooking, and consequently would not be hosting guests for meals now. However, her employer had yet to reach out to her. Perhaps things were going well. During Lu Ji's recent presentation, he had pilfered a pack of cigarettes from the employer's office, only to be intercepted by the doorman on his way out, who confiscated both his cigarettes and those he had taken. Notably, Luo was a remarkably adept learner. Through years of experience, he had not only acquired Lu Ji's audacity, but also the employer's discernment and the clock's composure. Having endured the profound sorrow of losing comrades and the elation of avenging his parents, he still retained his innate kindness. His parents were the very couple who had attempted to assassinate Kate for the 8th time, and it was they who established the ironclad rule forbidding the training camp from accepting children with promising futures. The employer's decision to place Luo beside the clock was driven by his own considerations, for Luo understood better than anyone what life under the sun entailed. Thus, having Luo accompany the clock during this adjustment period was most fitting. In Lu Ji's words, Luo had never truly belonged to their world. He was destined to live in the sunlight. The clock had witnessed Luo's mundane yet benevolent side. During a shopping trip for daily necessities and food, even though money was not a concern, Luo tirelessly haggled with every vendor, becoming increasingly familiar with them, despite having taken advantage of their goodwill. In the midst of it all, an elderly man with mobility issues entered shop after shop, carrying 4 handmade brooms, limping as he inquired if anyone wished to purchase them. A young shopkeeper, visibly troubled, clearly struggling to turn a profit in his newly opened establishment, failed to notice the pile of unsold plastic brooms tucked away in a corner, perhaps due to the elderly man's failing eyesight. As the old man approached the next shop, Luo greeted him warmly, generously purchasing all 4 brooms without haggling. This act of apparent extravagance prompted Luo and the clock to discreetly summon a vehicle to escort a few local ruffians to the hospital on their way back. In the 3rd year of their tranquil existence, Luo passed away. Those engaged in this line of work live with the constant specter of death, nonetheless. His demise felt jarringly abrupt. The excessively kind youth, who they still referred to as a boy, had too many regrets in his life. He never avenged his parents, failed to ensure the survival of his comrades, did not walk alongside his friends, and could not express his affections to the one he cherished. To the vast cosmos, the loss of a single star may seem insignificant. Yet, on the darkened earth, the eyes that once gazed upon that star would surely dim in sorrow. The night before the organization's downfall, the clock had its final encounter with the master on the island where their base was located. The master hurriedly inquired about the current situation. "Have the logistics personnel evacuated?" A man replied, "There is one final batch left. Non-combatants will be completely evacuated in approximately half an hour." No sooner had he spoken than a female secretary rushed over. "Sir, radar has detected an unidentified vessel to the northwest at a bearing of 37 degrees. Furrowing his brow, the master asked, "Have we received any response via radio?" "None." The atmosphere turned somber at the news. The route for the northwest evacuation had been compromised, and the last group was unlikely to escape. A robust man stepped forward. Speaking with a grave tone, "Sir, I will take a team to divert them." "No, that would merely be a death sentence." The master waved him off and continued. "Initiate Plan 3 for evacuation. Utilize submarines to transport the last group. We are beyond aid." Turning to the female secretary, he instructed, "You must leave with them." Before she could finish, the master swiftly incapacitated her with a strike to the neck. Supporting her, he commanded one of his subordinates, "Take her to the submarine." After ensuring the secretary's departure, the master resumed organizing the remaining personnel to establish a defensive line. As he passed the armory, he halted. Noticing the clock meticulously cleaning her sniper rifle, her hair still damp from the sea, she maintained a serene expression, reminiscent of the calmness with which she had executed her missions over the years, momentarily transporting the master back in time. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Why are you still here?" The clock looked up, her gaze meeting the master's now aged face, along with the older subordinates standing behind him. 3 months prior, the organization began severing ties with its members, providing them with legitimate identities and a sum of money, all aimed at facilitating their disassociation from the organization. If that were not sufficiently evident, 3 years ago, the organization's training camp ceased accepting new members, and those children were dispatched to various orphanages. The gradual reduction in the organization's size over the past 3 years now appears to have been a meticulously planned endeavor, ensuring that the day of its demise would affect as few individuals as possible. What transpired 3 years ago? 3 years ago, 2 members of the organization, codenamed Clock and Sir, accomplished a task that had long lingered on the organization's agenda. The pretense had diminished. Clock descended from a crate, gripping a firearm, one procured from your office, evidently neglected since you last used it. "I ask you, why are you here? Why return?" Sir's fury seemed to reach an uncontrollable peak as he swiftly approached, intent on reclaiming the gun from Clock's grasp. "It was simply because I found myself at a loss regarding where to go." Sir's hand hung empty in the air. Dejected, he sat upon the crate, gesturing for the others to depart. Knowing full well the organization was on the brink of collapse, "You still returned. Are you foolish?" "It's not just me. Many have returned, Lack. Mountain Stream, and I even knocked out the messenger dove, but her return serves little purpose. Willow Branch has also returned, though incapacitating him would be more troublesome, so I shall not exert myself." Sir habitually retrieved a cigarette, poised to light it, only to recall the unknown contents of the crate beneath him, thus losing interest and instead chewing on the unlit cigarette as he remarked, "So many have returned. It appears I have managed well as the head of this training camp. You still have so many behind you. Remaining as the organization's boss is quite commendable." "Huh." Sir let out a soft laugh. "When did you realize?" "Upon seeing the mission, this island, where the base is located, is indeed the island mentioned in the mission rewards, correct?" Sir did not deny it, revealing a look of nostalgia. "It is rare for us to sit and converse. There may be no further opportunities, so allow me to recount the genesis of the organization." "Very well. This is a somewhat cliched tale. The patriarch of a large family had 3 sons. The eldest, born first, achieved notable success, yet the younger son, born later, shone even more brightly. As the patriarch aged, the younger son, at a disadvantage in familial competition, contravened the implicit rules of succession by introducing a mercenary force, which bloodily purged the estate during a family banquet, resulting in the deaths of the elder son and the patriarch, along with the newlywed wife of the 3rd son and their infant daughter. I am the 3rd son of that family, the child born to the patriarch's concealed mistress. The elder brother had no desire to contest with the second. He had long intended to establish his own path. The organization's predecessor was indeed left behind by him. Initially, even I and the second brother held shares. Yet, the second brother did not believe, not in the slightest. Clock listened with a calm demeanor. I escaped, driven by the desire for vengeance. Gradually, I aligned myself with the older individuals under my elder brother's command, those whom you just witnessed, including Luo's parents. Thus, the organization was born. The initial purpose of its establishment was revenge. Hence, the mission to assassinate my second brother has lingered indefinitely. Is it merely revenge? The clock captured those 2 words. Yes, merely revenge. Revenge rather than subversion, which is why the organization has endured to this day. When that mission is accomplished, it will signify that the very essence of the organization has ceased to exist. Ultimately, the outcome will be destruction, quelling the turmoil following Kate's demise, and providing a semblance of stability to those former members who have distanced themselves from the organization. You might find it hard to believe when I say this, but I was once the kind of person who could barely stand on my own. Being a bastard child, my father forbade me from meddling in family affairs, and I had no desire to interfere. I merely squandered the money I received each month, mingling with a group of rascals, frequenting bars, and engaging in reckless driving. thinking that my elder brother would always clean up after me if I got into trouble. At that time, I changed girlfriends roughly once a week, until the day I met her. Speaking of which, there was a certain intoxication in the way I spoke of her, as if she were your wife. One night, inebriated, I stumbled out of a bar, barely able to see the road. As I climbed into my car, I instinctively fished out my keys and mistook the brake for the accelerator, pressing down with fervor. She had just finished her shift at a convenience store and, upon seeing me, rushed over to seize my keys. She called the police to report a drunk driver and alerted the hospital about a possible alcohol poisoning case. Ultimately, she hitched a ride back to school with the police. I had never encountered anyone quite so, how shall I put it? Fascinating. In stark contrast to you, I pursued her for 6 months, but to no avail. I showered her with gifts and invited her to dinner, yet she never accepted even once. She looked down upon this flamboyant playboy. Eventually, my elder brother could no longer tolerate my hedonistic lifestyle and sent me off to serve in the military. I never imagined she would wait for my return. Later, when my father opposed my marriage, I took a page from his book. We both had daughters, and my father begrudgingly accepted it. As he spoke, he gazed at the clock, laughter mingling with tears. I am not your daughter. The gentleman could not help but roar softly. Of course I know that. My daughter is undoubtedly 100 times more adorable than you. The clock pondered, contemplating that her own charm might be a mere negative value. Yet the gentleman's next words were laden with emotion. But, dear clock, you alone, I hope you can survive. He extended his rough hand, yearning to caress the clock's cheek. As he beheld her face, a smile of solace crept upon his lips. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl who once lay on the ground, half her face stained with tears, yet smiling, had grown so much. Her life had been deprived of the beauty inherent to a girl, and he felt the same pang of heartache he did upon first meeting her. So much time has passed. The clock trembled, instinctively wanting to shy away, yet ultimately did not evade. Clock, you may go now. The gentleman's hands trembled slightly. Having surpassed 50 years of age, I have indulged in the finest pleasures life has to offer, yet I have also tasted its bitter hardships. There exists both animosity and affection, yet ultimately, I harbor no regrets. As for you, you are still in your 20s, with a vast expanse of time ahead of you. Your life still brimming with countless blank pages awaiting to be filled. He closed his eyes in torment, feeling powerless to offer counsel. The alarm clock had already rendered its decision. No words of persuasion would sway it. I have lost a beloved daughter. I cannot bear to witness another cherished student perish. Sensing the rough texture against his face, the alarm clock lowered the weapon and addressed the gentleman. In truth, dying at 20 bears no distinction from dying at 50. The outcome remains the same. There exists no realm beyond death. After one departs, the manner of their existence is merely a trivial significance to those who continue to live. The gentleman forced a wry smile, reflecting on how the alarm clock maintained such a mindset, akin to his earlier assessment, having glimpsed the endpoint of life too soon, yet remaining oblivious to what one ought to pursue in life. This may well be our final encounter. Do you have anything you wish to convey to me? Are there any bullets left? The alarm clock spoke expressionlessly, seemingly oblivious to the poignant atmosphere. I've been waiting for the armory to open for a while now. The alarm clock remained unchanged. The gentleman could not suppress a sigh, retrieving the armory's access card from his pocket and tossing it to her. Take whatever you desire. After all, it is the last time. No need to waste anything. By the way, there isn't much dynamite left. If you can do without it, then do so. The alarm clock blinked thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. Although you have not uttered many kind words, as your instructor, I shall impart one final piece of advice. Remember to take charge of your own life. He then added another thought. The gentleman removed his hat and placed it upon the alarm clock's somewhat damp hair, revealing his full head of gray. He spoke gently. Those who fervently yearn for death will ultimately be scorned by it. A wave of emotion washed over the alarm clock, a blend of bittersweetness and gratitude. She parted her lips and finally expressed, in closing, I wish to say thank you for your care throughout my life thus far. Raising her head, the right side of her face bore a grimace that had been rehearsed before the mirror for an extended time. The gentleman moved away, and the alarm clock opened her palm. Within lay a uniquely shaped lighter that the gentleman had previously revealed, though he did not ignite it before retracting it. As dawn broke, the assault by the mercenaries commenced. Following a barrage of artillery, 2 helicopters ascended from the deck, providing cover for a group of mercenaries preparing to land below. Soon after, a bullet struck the helicopter's fuel tank, igniting flames and resulting in a thunderous explosion. The helicopter, thrown into disarray by the blast, spun uncontrollably, unable to maintain balance, and collided with another helicopter amidst the pilot's terrified screams. Both helicopters crashed to the ground, their still whirring rotors churning up vast clouds of earth and flesh. Observing this scene from their concealed positions, the members of the organization clenched their fists in exhilaration. Well done. Even after enduring such wounds in those years, could you truly achieve this level of prowess? The gentleman could not help but squint. His student had never failed to meet his expectations. In moments like these, one ought to celebrate with a cigarette. Instinctively, he reached for his lighter, only to be taken aback by its absence. Was it during that time? The gentleman murmured, not merely vengeance. But do you wish to shoulder this sin for me as well? The organization commenced a valiant counteroffensive. Amidst a hail of bullets, they curled their bodies, waiting for the brief lull in gunfire. Charge forth, they roared, breathing in the acrid air filled with gunpowder. Let the weapon in hand unleash its fiery tongues of wrath. With satisfaction, they beheld the enemies collapsing amidst the cacophony of gunfire. They welcomed the bullets that pierced their bodies with smiles, falling backward. In the unblinking gaze, the sight of comrades stepping over their corpses, pressing onward, was reflected. 1, 2, 3 mercenaries were seized by terror, realizing that each enemy they encountered seemed to retaliate in a near-suicidal manner. To face death is the fundamental quality of a mercenary. Yet, under the harrowing impact of such scenes, they faltered. This audacity to march bravely to their demise, they could not muster. They stood there merely to die. The total number of mercenaries was 4 times that of the organization, yet it was not until noon that they successfully landed. During this time, every helicopter and fast boat had been unerringly shot down by a heavy sniper. The mercenaries nearly sacrificed their lives to carve a path for landing. At 2 in the afternoon, they breached the base. By 4, the control center had fallen, and the mercenary flagship had reached the shore. At 4:30, the gentleman led an assault on the mercenary commander A0, only to fail and be captured. Thus, the organization was declared extinguished, yet some personnel still fled. Black fell to his death while escaping. Red Ant was ambushed while searching for bird feather and perished. Mountain Stream, clutching a bomb, was shot down before reaching the enemy. 13 survivors held steadfast in a basement, only to be drowned alive as mercenaries flooded it with seawater. During this time, Alarm Clock, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds, sat slumped on the ground, shooting down the last enemy before him. Your condition is quite dire. The wound in your lung has reopened, hasn't it? Perhaps accustomed to Alarm Clock's taciturn nature, Willow Branch mustered the strength to speak first. Beneath the massive form, blood pooled like a gentle stream. Willow Branch was correct. Despite not bearing severe injuries, Alarm Clock's situation was grim. Due to the high-intensity combat, blood had infiltrated the left lung, and each breath filled with gunpowder was excruciating, even carrying the metallic scent of blood through the respiratory passages. The body was utterly fatigued, aching, and the internal organs burned with fiery agony. Prolonged use of the heavy sniper had led to partial muscle tissue necrosis in the right chest and shoulder, where the recoil was absorbed. Alarm Clock dragged Willow Branch to lean against the wall and inquired, "Would you like a cigarette?" Willow Branch managed a grim smile. "Yes, of course. In my pocket lies half a pack." The Alarm Clock nodded, extracting the crushed and blood-stained cigarettes from Luigi's pocket. Selecting one that appeared relatively intact, it placed it between Luigi's lips and produced the gentleman's lighter to ignite it. Coughing, Luigi choked slightly on the nicotine's pungent flavor. Remarking on the distinctiveness of the lighter, which was presumably acquired from the gentleman, he tilted his head back, relishing the taste of the cigarette, and then in a tone devoid of surprise inquired, "What is it meant to ignite?" The Alarm Clock exhaled softly. It remains uncertain. Perhaps it's for a grand spectacle. TSK, associating with people like you is perilous. However, it seems I won't witness such grandeur." The two sat in silence for a moment, and Luigi weakly asked the Alarm Clock, "Aren't we leaving?" "I surely cannot survive. Those individuals will reach here shortly. I require a moment's rest." Luigi nodded silently, recognizing that resting at such a moment was ill-advised, as the accumulation of lactic acid would hinder his subsequent physical capabilities. Perhaps it was the significance of this being his final cigarette. He smoked it languidly, barely consuming a third. Blood continued to seep out, and the Alarm Clock made no effort to staunch it, realizing it would be futile. Luigi thought weakly that once this cigarette extinguished, he would meet his end. Thus, Before dying, he yearned to convey something to certain individuals, perhaps for himself. Do you know your family's message? Surrogacy, breach of contract, suicide, fostering, gambling. The alarm clock did not wish to elaborate on the matter, opting for brevity sufficient for Lu Ji to comprehend. Let me share about myself. My mother was a drug trafficker, using her body to transport narcotics. Her addiction was profound. She would steal, deceive, and ensnare. She would resort to anything for that fix. Due to her inability to afford it, after numerous attempts, I was unexpectedly conceived. She didn't even know who my father was. Coughing. Lu Ji's emotions surged as he continued. I was born with an addiction in her womb. I only felt solace when smoking. Eventually, unable to resist, she ingested the dealer's product and was bludgeoned to death in a narrow alley. The gentleman recounted that her final act before dying was to have me surgically removed from her womb. The alarm clock retrieved a black chocolate bar, calmly chewing amidst the sanguine scene. Moreover, I was not always called Lu Ji. The alarm clock glanced at him, revealing little astonishment. The leader believed I was merely a test subject like him, not wanting me to be manipulated by that group, so he killed a student who resembled me. That individual was codenamed Lu Ji. The leader is a good leader. Here, the leader referred to the vine. After graduation, the messenger visited there for an experiment. And that group was poisoned. You aided in that. The alarm clock recounted this fact, devoid of inquiry. Lu Ji managed a weak smile, seemingly proud. There is something the leader didn't have time to tell you. I'll relay it. He likes you. Here, the leader referred to Luo. The alarm clock's breath momentarily faltered before returning to normal, the black hat shielding her expression. As she looked at Lu Ji, tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. Luo should not have died. His life belonged to the light. You must leave. With her eyes closed, Lu Ji endeavored to halt the tears cascading down her cheeks. The clock, without hesitation, sprang into action, darting towards the exit of the room with remarkable speed. Where 3 individuals lay in ambush, the clock pivoted, delivering a knee strike that landed squarely on the gun-wielding hand of the nearest assailant. The agony of his hand, trapped between the knee and the firearm, elicited an involuntary cry from him. Seizing the moment, the clock wrested the gun from his grasp. The second and third assailants raised their weapons, poised to fire. The clock, undeterred, extended its right hand to grasp the throat of the first assailant, using the man's body as a shield against the bullets, charging towards the second individual. The first assailant soon succumbed to silence. The second was halted in his tracks by the momentum of the falling corpse, cursing under his breath. Before he could adjust his aim, the clock had deftly maneuvered to his side, and a bullet pierced through his temple. The third individual, sensing impending doom, resolutely brandished his gun with one hand while reaching for a grenade at his waist with the other. Yet, before he could activate it, a swiftly thrown dagger sliced through his throat. Taking a moment to steady his breath, the clock heard Lu Ji's heart-wrenching cries from within the room. Clock, if you survive, you must go and see. For us, go and see. For us, the ants barely surviving in the darkness. Discover what the sky looks like under the sunlight. Therefore, you must not stop. This path to dawn, paved with the blood of countless comrades, must have someone reach its end. The half-burned cigarette fell, resting in the still warm pool of blood, its faint red glow gradually absorbing the hue of crimson. The clock recalled a past conversation with someone who had once said, "If one day I die, you shall take my place." What had become of that person? In the chilling interrogation room of the base, the man was bound to a chair, his body marred by intersecting scars and lash marks. The half hour he had endured since being brought here felt more like torment than interrogation. A sharp crack echoed as the mercenary raised his weary arm, bringing down another lash. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open. A Zero entered, his demeanor serious, eyes sharp, exuding an aura of authority that demanded respect without a word. Following him was a notably obsequious young man. Before a Zero could utter a word, the young man could not contain his mocking exuberance. "How does it feel to be interrogated in your own room, my dear uncle?" "Ha!" The young man stepped forward, grasping the man's face, seemingly searching for a flicker of fear or retreat in his eyes. Yet, there was none. The young man, feeling unsatisfied, continued, "It is thanks to you that I was able to eliminate that old fool, allowing me to ascend as the head of the family so effortlessly. Now I can boldly join forces with the teacher to uproot your feeble power." A Zero could not help but frown, even before he spoke. The young man had begun to introduce himself. The man chuckled, his body trembling with amusement. Hee. It is truly a feat to find such a fool among my nephews. How have you not been driven to madness by him yet? The gentleman's gaze shifted away from the youth, settling on A0. I comprehend the rationale. It is likely that most of those with claims to inheritance have perished. Leaving behind a fool is indeed advantageous for your manipulation. However, how did you end up selecting one as foolish as this? The young man's face flushed with anger. A sharp slap landed on the gentleman's face. Who do you think you are, daring to insult me with such foolishness? Another resounding slap followed. What makes you think a mere prisoner like you can provoke a rift between me and my mentor? A0 gestured for the young man to cease, and he reluctantly complied. We have been adversaries for some time now, so I shall dispense with pleasantries and inquire directly. Where has all the explosive material in the armory gone? What explosives? Oh, I recall now. I handed my passcode to my student yesterday, and to my surprise, they cleared the place out. The young man fetched a chair, and A0 took a seat, unhurriedly stating, "It matters not if you choose to remain silent. I have already dispatched individuals to conduct a thorough search. It is merely a matter of time. Over the years, many have fallen under my command, and the most fortunate among them was a young man with golden hair, whom I had intended to discuss with you. However, you just mentioned a student. Allow me to take a guess as to who it might be." A0 retrieved a box and extracted a series of bloodied identification tags. This one, named Red Ant, perished while attempting to rescue a comrade, demonstrating a sense of loyalty akin to yours. Is it him? A0 scrutinized the gentleman's expression. It appears not. Then perhaps it is this one, named Mountain Stream? He blew himself up while clutching a bomb. The one named Lack was obviously not it. He jumped to his demise. Such foolishness. One by one, A0 recounted the fates of each individual, his countenance growing increasingly grim, while the gentleman's face bore none of the expressions he had anticipated. The last one, A0 revealed a slight smile of satisfaction. It must be this one, named Willow Branch. Indeed, he has at least 40 fatalities to his name. He even had half a cigarette left. This addiction mirrors yours precisely. A0 could not help but frown as the gentleman erupted into laughter. Have you laughed enough? A0 inquired coldly. Ha, not quite. My stomach is beginning to ache from laughter. Do you know? Last night, that student of mine imparted a profound truth. In life, the timing of one's death is of no consequence. Once dead, all are equal, and your existence holds meaning solely for those still living. What I imply is that those explosives might be here. The gentleman tapped his toes on the floor. They could also be there. He glanced at the ceiling. They might even be right beneath your chair. Regardless of their location, you are all doomed. Enraged, the young man advanced and struck the gentleman, sending him sprawling to the ground. The gentleman lay on the floor, spitting out a tooth, his mouth moving as if he wished to say something. A0 swiftly approached. Pride opened the gentleman's mouth and extracted another tooth. In that moment, the tension in his body finally relaxed. The dental prosthesis serves as a miniature signal transmitter, designed to detonate concealed explosives. Placing the false tooth into a frequency-blocking box, A0 disregarded Mr. entirely, leaving him to the younger individual. With a smile, the youth produced a butterfly knife, incongruous with the mercenaries around him, and slowly pressed it against Mr. S.'s heart. Uncle, let me impart a truth to you. It is only through the blade that one truly commits murder. A look of disdain flickered in Mr. S.'s eyes. The young man's resentment intensified, applying greater pressure. Go now. That old wretch awaits your arrival. There was no cry of pain, no lamentation. Mr. gazed calmly at the knife embedded in his chest. In his final moments, he murmured, "A bunch of fools. It was merely a backup." The surviving members of the organization dwindled. The clock's escape reached its conclusion. After parting ways with the Willow Branch, it claimed the lives of over 20 individuals. With a limp left arm, now severed, it hobbled toward a collapsed wall. There, it lay down, its lungs completely ruptured. Even without pursuit, it would succumb to the flooding blood and perish slowly. It felt reminiscent of lying by that riverbank years ago. The clock had always been solitary, yet at this moment, it felt burdened with an overwhelming weight of responsibility. Throughout its life, it seemed to have grasped nothing. After this, only death awaited. Yet, in the end, one must hold on to something. How absurd. I do not even smoke. Beneath the organization's base, explosions reverberated, obliterating load-bearing walls and every exit, causing the mountainside to begin collapsing, revealing vast stretches of ochre earth. A0's earlier mention of a backup was interrupted by a tremor. A more profound tremor emanated from the depths of the island. This place would become the graveyard of mercenaries. The entire island, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, sank slowly, resembling a beautiful crimson lotus. The descending sun, refracted through the atmosphere, erupted in bursts of orange-red light. The clock ceased to breathe, and a black hat was whisked high into the air by the wind. Tomorrow, the sky will be blue and the clouds white. Ultimately, it is not the weather that matters, but tomorrow, it will not be worse than today. Father, are you truly listening? How peculiar. How can such a person exist? Listening to his daughter speak, he eventually dozed off while holding her on the rooftop. Awakened by Chinna's nudging, Uchiha jolted awake, nodding vigorously. I am listening. I am listening. Chinna displayed a look of skepticism, unconvinced. However, Iwa's embrace felt as warm as a cozy bed, despite the night wind on the rooftop. There were no signs of catching a chill. Although Iwa had inadvertently fallen asleep, his subconscious remained aware of cradling his daughter, often dozing off in a daze. Bending his back out of habit, yet seemingly fearful of pressing down on Chinna, each time he lowered his head, startled, he straightened his back immediately. Thus began a new cycle of a marvelous and mysterious quantum entanglement between one person and another. The more one person cares, the more the other feels uneasy. Chiyo is indifferent to whether Iwa has fully grasped everything she has articulated, let alone understood it. Those aspects that current historical processes cannot elucidate: firearms, communications, vehicles, Chiyo expresses with a vague delineation. Iwa is likely unable to comprehend these matters, perceiving them instead as the whimsical dreams of an exuberant child fueled by fanciful imagination. Her various idiosyncrasies might be rationalized as mere cleverness or precocity. Ultimately, sharing these thoughts serves merely as a psychological solace for Chiyo. She is destined to depart, and the decision she has made is immutable, impervious to persuasion. Once she leaves, Iwa may gradually come to understand the fragmented words he heard tonight amidst his bewilderment and her peculiar behaviors. It is not his daughter who has departed, but rather her body, now possessed by an insidious spirit. In that case, Aki and Rin might not grieve excessively. They may even wish to have another child soon. After her departure, where will she go? The forest where the patrol team hunts could serve as a suitable refuge. To avoid encountering them, she must venture deeper, steering clear of their tribal lands. If fate is kind, without encountering formidable beasts or succumbing to disease, survival seems plausible. Sustenance might be gleaned from earthbound insects, remnants of carrion or root vegetables, alongside plundering nests of rodents and birds to amass enough provisions to endure the winter. Setting simple traps for small animals could enhance her diet. With these thoughts in mind, Chiyo reassured herself that perhaps she could even raise a pet. As she contemplated her future plans, she felt a tightness around her waist. Iwa tightened his embrace, almost too fiercely. Is he holding her too tightly? Chiyo mused, as if fearing she might vanish in the next moment. Iwa lowered his head, pressing his cheek against hers, revealing an immensely reassuring smile. When I first cradled you from the cradle, you were already Chiyo, were you not? His words seemed imbued with an irresistible warmth, cascading from cheek to fingertips. Chiyo's mind struggled to process this. Did Iwa understand? When I first beheld you, you were you, my daughter. How could you be anyone else? Such an obscure and perplexing narrative. Did you comprehend it? As a father, isn't it natural to understand one's daughter, who is connected by blood? However, before Chiyo could finish her thought, Iwa interrupted. Chiyo, do you know? When your father was still a youth, he too faced youthful dilemmas. In those days, I often gazed at the sky, pondering, who am I truly? This led to myriad other questions. What does my existence signify? Which is the true me, the yesterday's me or today's? If there exists an individual who shares my appearance, voice, memories, personality, and habits, am I not that person? Why am I not someone else? This presents a rather mundane quandary, does it not? Nevertheless, my father was elated to have arrived at an answer to this conundrum, and now, I shall divulge that answer to you. It is indeed a philosophical inquiry. Despite her limited understanding of it, Chiyo was astonished that Iwa had found a resolution to this question. What is it? The answer is simply that I am myself. Huh. Chiyo was somewhat perplexed. What kind of answer is that? Then she heard Iwa continue to elucidate. Just as a person is a composite of many facets, so too is the essence of oneself formed through the intersection of countless concepts of me, culminating in a singular, unparalleled existence. I am the son of my father and mother, a member of the Uchiha patrol, the brother of Rin, the younger sibling of Hana, the husband of Aki. At this juncture, Iwa smiled at Chitose. I am indeed Chitose's father. The question of one's identity truly hinges upon one's connections to the world. These connections intertwine, delineating the concept of me. Humanity, by its very nature, cannot exist in isolation. Those who find themselves devoid of any connections know the least about themselves. This, too, holds true for Chitose. You are my daughter. Am I not your daughter? Is that not the case? It is precisely that. How could a demon from hell, having seized a girl's body, feel any disquiet? Indeed, the crackling of the bonfire in the courtyard resonated. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. Aki stood at the threshold, hands on her hips, her face a mask of fury. Iwa, if you do not return Chitose to her room to sleep, then she shall spend the night in the courtyard. With that, she slammed the door shut. Iwa and Chitose exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh no, they had lost track of time. Observing Iwa's flustered demeanor, Chitose couldn't help but question whether the person who had just spoken was truly her father. Iwa's injury had yet to heal. Aki would surely not permit him to sleep in the courtyard. Staying up late is detrimental, whether for someone nursing an injury or for a developing child, which is likely why Aki chose to interject in such a manner. Chitose suddenly realized that Aki had been listening to their conversation from the outset. Iwa offered an apologetic smile, urging her to return to her room to sleep. At that moment, Chitose heard the faint sound of a window being quietly shut, emanating from her and Rin's room. Goodness, both of them are eavesdropping. Iwa carried Chitose down from the rooftop. By the way, Chitose, have you thought about what you wish to do in the future? Not at the moment. I see. Iwa lowered his head in contemplation and then suggested, how about becoming a doctor in the future, Chitose? A doctor? Why? Chitose found it difficult to comprehend. In this era, doctors are undoubtedly revered professions. There are instances where individuals target doctors to undermine family influence, for without doctors, the injured would remain untreated, leading to disabilities or death. Yet, this also affords doctors additional protection. However, the cost of training a physician in this era is exceedingly high. Chinai is uncertain whether Iwa hopes for redemption through the act of saving lives or desires to distance himself from slaughter and bloodshed. I have always believed that those who lack reverence for life will inevitably find themselves forsaken by it. I wish for Chinai to navigate her life with peace and joy. Chinai silently nodded, realizing that this was the root of the matter. By the way, doesn't Father find it strange that I spoke of those swift entities capable of carrying people, of distant objects that can launch iron spheres, and of devices that enable communication across vast expanses? Did you just mention those? Chinai couldn't help but rub her forehead. Indeed, you must have not truly heard what I said. I did mention it. What is your perspective on it, Father? Iwa embraced Chinai, paused momentarily, and then remarked, what Chinai describes is indeed marvelous. However, children are inherently imaginative. It is not surprising to dream of such things. I once wished for a tree that bore golden fruits. Hey, that kind of thing surely does not exist. Nevertheless, if such trees resembling golden fruit bearers could be real, then Chinai, please create one for me in the future. Chinai sighed, realizing that the conversation had entirely taken on the tone of speaking to a child. I cannot guarantee that. I believe that if anyone could manifest such wonders, it would be Chinai. After all, she is a genius. For now, let us sleep quickly. Iwa gently held Chinai, quietly opened the door to the room, and settled her into her blankets, careful not to awaken the slumbering Rin beside her. In truth, Rin was merely pretending to sleep, as evidenced by her slightly quivering eyelashes. Iwa stroked Chinai's head and said, no matter when, Chinai will always be her father's pride. He then quietly exited the room. In the darkness, Chinai opened her eyes, her two Magatama slowly spinning. How cunning, dear father. So casually. You have outlined the goals for my future life. A smile graced Chinai's face as she drifted into a deep slumber. That night was filled with delightful dreams. The following day, Chinai awoke early as usual. After a brief wash, she headed to the yard to prepare for training, only to discover Iwa seated there, crafting a wooden sword. He was using his own hunting knife, seemingly having abandoned the idea of using the kitchen knife after being chastised by Aki the previous day. Yet, One cannot deny that Iwa's skill in carving the wooden sword is truly exceptional. If painted, it could easily be mistaken for a genuine blade. One wonders just how strict Iwa's father must have been to cultivate such remarkable talent in him. With the wooden sword nearly complete, Iwa picked it up to test its balance, and, upon noticing that Chinai was awake, smiled and said, "Ah, it's Chinai? You're up early today. Would you not prefer to sleep a little longer?" "Good morning, dear father. I slept soundly last night, so I feel quite energetic now." Chinai greeted Iwa sweetly. Iwa nodded. "Understanding. Is it time for training this morning as well?" "Yes, consistency is key in training." With a smile, Iwa approached and gently ruffled Chinna's hair. "Perseverance is commendable, but do not overexert yourself. From today onward, I shall teach you the swordsmanship of our Uchiha clan." "Isn't it ninjutsu?" Chinna inquired, tilting her head. "Patience, Chinna. The foundation of releasing ninjutsu lies in the refinement of chakra. You are still too young. Excessive chakra extraction can easily harm your body. However, I can first teach you how to form hand seals." "All right." Chinna feigned disappointment. In truth, having already awakened her double Tomo Sharingan, she possessed a significant amount of chakra within her. Furthermore, she had already mastered her first ninjutsu, the fire release, great fireball technique, replicated through her Sharingan. Iwa was not oblivious to this fact. Rather, he wished to prevent Chinna from becoming renowned within the Uchiha clan at the tender age of 4 due to her double Tomo Sharingan and extraordinary talent. Genius is a double-edged sword, often leading one onto the battlefield. Having experienced numerous wars with other ninja factions, Iwa understood that the battlefield does not ease its challenges simply because of one's talents. He hoped for Chinna to remain distanced from conflict and live a peaceful life. Before long, the clashing sounds of wooden swords in the courtyard disturbed the still sleeping Aki. "Chinna, raise your shoulders a bit higher." "Yes, just like that." "Hey, well done. How about this move?" Observing the joyful interaction between father and daughter, Aki sighed and turned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast alongside Rin. After breakfast, Iwa reclined in a chair while Aki tended to his wounds, unable to suppress her curiosity. "You clearly wish for Chinna to become a doctor. Why then teach her swordsmanship?" So that's why you've been so troubled this morning," Iwa chuckled softly. He turned to Aki, acknowledging that keeping Chinna away from war was indeed important. Yet she still needed a level of self-defense. The weak lack of voice. If Chinna were to become a doctor powerless against strength, even if her life were assured, she would lose her freedom. "We cannot protect Chinna forever." Aki's expression turned somber. "But starting to learn these things at 4, it seems too early. It feels rather cruel for Chinna." Iwa affectionately ruffled Aki's hair, but she stubbornly pushed his hand away. Iwa chuckled, realizing that his wife harbored considerable discontent regarding the decision to teach Chinna swordsmanship. The reason for starting so early primarily stemmed from recent events. "Recent events?" Aki questioned, puzzled. "Are you referring to that spy?" "Yes," Iwa replied, sitting up with a serious demeanor. "Someone infiltrated the residence of the clan leader to abduct a child. If not for the timely discovery by the clan leader, they might have succeeded. The likelihood of abducting the clan leader's child to threaten him was minimal. If a clan leader could yield to such threats, he would not have led the Uchiha to its current standing. The spy must have been aware of this. Their intent is undoubtedly to covet the Uchiha's bloodline limit, yearning for the bloodline limits of other clans. In this era, such avarice is all too common. On the battlefield each year, one can often witness Uchiha or Hyuga members having their eyes gouged out, or the bodies of some senju mysteriously disappearing. The clan leader's offspring, without a doubt, possesses the most pristine bloodline. Even if the secrets of the Uchiha bloodline cannot be unraveled from that child, they could still be brainwashed, nurtured, and ultimately set the stage for a tragic tale of father and son turning against one another, engaging in fratricidal conflict. As for Chinna, at the tender age of 4, she had already awakened her double Tomo Sharingan even before reaching that age. Contemplating this, Aki's expression turned grim. They had nearly succeeded in targeting the clan leader's child. If the focus shifts to Chinna, we might truly be unable to protect her. Yin nodded solemnly. This was precisely why I did not permit Chinna to reveal her Sharingan. I understand now. I shall safeguard the secret of Chinna's eyes with utmost diligence. Indeed. Yin gazed outside the window with a worried expression. He harbored a suspicion that he did not share with Aki. The ease with which that spy infiltrated the clan leader's residence was astonishing, and the escape route he took evaded most of the Uchiha patrols. This is truly inconceivable. Within the Uchiha, there may very well be a spy providing him with information. And of no insignificant rank. 10 days is not a short holiday for Yin. Besides recuperating, he took it upon himself to teach Chinna. This naturally incited a wave of dissatisfaction from Aki, who feared that Yin might negatively influence the child. However, burdened with her own responsibilities, she felt helpless in this regard. Uchiha Yin began to impart the history of the Uchiha clan and his own experiences, gradually elucidating the nature of this world to Chinna as a father would. This is an exceedingly vital process in parental education, shaping the foundational worldview, enabling one to better adapt to this world. As she listened to the unfamiliar history, Chinna could roughly ascertain that she was now situated in an entirely different world, the reasons behind this cultural convergence remaining a mystery. Yet, what she longed for more than anything was a map of the world. The afternoon following her birthday, after the family had shared a meal, Uchiha Yin donned his armor, preparing to venture out. "Brother Yin, your injury has yet to heal. Are you heading back to the front so soon?" As he strapped his hunting knife to his waist, Yin replied, "I am not returning to the front. I am merely taking Chinna out for some recreation." Uchiha Rin, seeing Chinna at the doorway, all geared up and sparkling with anticipation, felt reluctant to intervene. Chinna had long reached the age to play with children her own age. Yet she had scarcely set foot outside the house. On one hand, Aki and Yin were concerned about the safety of the outside world. On the other, Chinna had never expressed a desire to venture out to play. Sighing inwardly, Rin lamented that Chinna was far too well-behaved, almost like a little adult. However, it was indeed time for Chinna to familiarize herself with the environment beyond her home. It would be disastrous if, in the future, she needed to find someone and was unable to do so. It is worth mentioning that, aside from IWA, neither Uchiha Rin nor Uchiha Aki harbored any suspicions after eavesdropping on the conversation that evening. As Chinna had anticipated, they regarded her merely as an insightful yet fanciful child. IWA simply requested that they keep Chinna's double Sharingan a secret. Uchiha Rin sighed. "Very well then. IWA, do return home early. Chinna will be tired from her outing. Rest assured, after a bit of fun, Aki and I shall return home for dinner." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rin stumbled slightly, realizing they would not be back until evening, an entire afternoon. IWA truly had no sense of time. "Sister Rin, you should join us for some fun." "Huh?" Uchiha Rin was somewhat taken aback. "Indeed. What a splendid idea. Let us venture out together." "Wait a moment. Don't pull me. My laundry is still outside." "Don't worry. It is certain to be a sunny day, and we will have ample time to retrieve it by evening." Thus, Uchiha Rin was unresistingly dragged out of the house by Uchiha IWA. Although she felt somewhat disgruntled about being pulled outdoors, her spirits lifted throughout the afternoon. IWA even treated both Rin and Chinna to a candied hawthorn stick. In this era, sugar was a relatively rare commodity. So the candy contained only a small amount of sugar, rendering it predominantly sour. Nonetheless, both girls relished the treat with great delight. As they walked, Uchiha IWA meticulously introduced Chinna to the Uchiha clan's territory. The architectural style of the Uchiha was rather austere and oppressive, not exactly desolate, but reflective of the common atmosphere of villages or settlements during this period. The male members of the Uchiha clan encountered on the streets typically wore impassive expressions. Even the children, young boys of 7 or 8, would strike poses of feigned profundity, which was rather amusing. Perhaps this exemplifies the clan's ethos. In contrast, the women exuded a gentle and serene demeanor. Indeed, the personalities of IWA and Aki were rare gems within the Uchiha clan. Iwa's explanations progressed slowly. Traversing the Uchiha territory would likely take an entire day. Of course, this was merely the clan's domain. Beyond it lay vast expanses of land affiliated with the Uchiha, from which Rin's biological parents hailed. IWA exhibited no urgency, demonstrating remarkable patience as he described the Uchiha marketplace, the vital Nange River, and the ancestral Nange Shrine. "Chinna, this is one of the Uchiha patrol team's posts. There is usually someone on duty, and often numerous patrolling members resting here. Remember this well. If you encounter trouble, run in this direction and seek out your father." "I understand. I will remember." Chinna earnestly nodded at the sight of the dark brown structures. "Now then, let us return to the marketplace to purchase a few items, and then we shall wait for Aki at the textile workshop before heading home together." "Agreed." Chinna and Rin chorused. In a certain room, dozens of individuals sat together engaged in earnest discussion. The person seated at the head, adorned with a headscarf, bore a resolute countenance, exuding a powerful and imposing aura without reservation. Even his posture was distinct from others, while everyone knelt. He sat casually and dominantly with his legs crossed, his hands resting on his thighs. He was known as Senju Fukin, the pillar of the Senju clan. Renowned for their robust physiques and immense chakra, the Senju clan stood in stark opposition to the Uchiha clan, famous for their fire techniques and Sharingan. Throughout the long history of the warring states, their few collaborations swiftly crumbled, as both clans had stained their hands with each other's blood in their relentless struggles, rendering reconciliation seemingly impossible. In a manner that echoed the enduring enmity between the Senju and Uchiha, the clan leader Senju Fukin faced his fated adversary, Uchiha Taijima. Lord Fukin, one of our spies sent to convey information to the Uchiha, was killed while attempting to steal their bloodline, and another managed to escape. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted subtly. This was a meticulously planned operation. A spy who had infiltrated the Uchiha for over a decade could not relay the gathered intelligence. Someone needed to penetrate the Uchiha stronghold to retrieve the information. The spy had formed a summoning contract with the Uchiha spirit beast, and if they lingered too long, the Uchiha would likely reverse summon them back. Hence, it was imperative to send someone to reclaim the intelligence. The information included the Uchiha's grain transportation routes, storage locations, outer defenses, hidden strongholds, and, most crucially, the current number of Uchiha combatants and their emerging prodigies. The significance of this intelligence was undeniable, severing the Uchiha's grain supply, targeting their geniuses, even infiltrating their territory to wreak havoc. If this information were acquired, the Senju could potentially inflict severe damage on the Uchiha in the forthcoming war. However, alongside this intelligence mission, Senju Fukin proposed a plan to steal the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai. To this end, he even disregarded opposition and dispatched the promising young Senju Yoya. Yet, the mission ended in failure. Not only was no intelligence retrieved, but they also lost Yoya. This spy had been placed during the tenure of the previous clan leader, meaning any credit would not fall solely to Fukin, and even some elders would share in the accolades. Nevertheless, the fall of a talented clan member would undoubtedly rest heavily upon Senju Fukin's shoulders. Within a clan, conflicts and disagreements are inevitable. The opposition between the clan leader and elders is a common ailment among all ninja clans. Such tensions would only be temporarily set aside in external matters. While external conflicts may be shelved, they could still be exploited. This incident, undoubtedly favorable for the Council of Elders, provided them greater leverage to undermine Senju Fukin. In the room, some lowered their heads with cold smirks, others wore expressions of resentment, and some remained silent. Yet, Senju Fukin maintained a stern demeanor, revealing no signs of turmoil. How could this happen? One individual, unable to contain their impatience, finally inquired. The speaker cautiously raised his head to scrutinize the expression on Senju Hashirama's face, which remained as composed as ever. He then continued. It was the eldest son of the Uchiha, Taijima, who discovered our dispatched personnel. Hashirama furrowed his brow and admonished, "What else is there? Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." The speaker hesitated before revealing. Moreover, the information indicates that the one who escaped is a young man. Upon hearing this, the countenances of the assembly darkened in unison. This was indeed a far graver piece of news. Everyone had assumed that it was the dispatched Senju Yoya who had perished, rather than the more astute and seasoned spy. If it was the spy who had fled, he could continue to infiltrate the Uchiha and await another opportunity to relay intelligence. The Senju would merely lose a somewhat talented youth. When weighing the significance of a seasoned spy who had been undercover for over a decade against a single piece of intelligence, the answer was clear. As long as the Senju lacked the power to utterly annihilate the Uchiha, the value of that intelligence paled in comparison to that of the spy. Moreover, even if the young man named Yoya managed to bring back the information, the Uchiha could identify the spy's identity through the corpse. Should they investigate his actions and associations and make adjustments accordingly, the worth of that intelligence would diminish significantly. Patriarch, someone exclaimed in indignation. If it weren't for these unforeseen complications, this plan would have succeeded flawlessly. Will you not provide us with an explanation? The unforeseen complications he referred to were, in fact, the theft of Uchiha bloodlines. Once these words were spoken, it was as if a dam had burst, and others eagerly chimed in. Indeed, Hong is correct. An explanation is warranted. A middle-aged man with hair touched by the frost of age maintained a calm demeanor, his tone gentle. Hashirama, although you are now the patriarch, such a task with such a blunder surely warrants accountability. While the middle-aged man appeared to harbor no blame toward Hashirama, his words bore a deeper meaning. Being the patriarch now suggested he was not in the past. The implication was that Hashirama, in his eyes, still remained a junior. He transformed the demand for accountability into a personal expectation. However, this elder's subtle motives went unnoticed by many, who eagerly awaited Hashirama's decision, unmoved by their sentiments. Hashirama's deep and resonant voice emerged from his throat. Wait. The assembly was left in confusion, questioning the meaning of his words. Whispers began to circulate, and the meeting room erupted in noise once more. The elder who had just spoken flashed a barely perceptible smirk. Hashirama, you lack the capability to lead the Senju forward. This very scene is a testament to your incompetence. The Senju require someone of my caliber to guide them. I said. Wait. Hashirama's voice rose once more, this time lacking the previous gentleness. His stern and furious tone silenced the assembly entirely. The middle-aged elder frowned, for this did not align with his expectations. What he requires is for the thousand-handed Buddha to relent, succumbing to pressure and relinquishing power, rather than compelling the thousand-handed Buddha to resort to violent suppression of these disputes. When cornered, the actions of the thousand-handed Buddha become unpredictable, and the subsequent situation becomes increasingly difficult to manage. Buddha, do not be so agitated. The elder attempted to restore some semblance of order, only to be abruptly interrupted by the thousand-handed Buddha. His expression darkened as the situation began to slip from his grasp. Chattering away, what an absurdity. The thousand-handed Buddha then turned his gaze towards the individual who had spoken first. Can you ascertain the accuracy of the information? Did you glean the tidings of the Uchiha, or were you merely fed the information they wished you to relay? Can you assure us that the news you received is indeed precise? The individual, under the intense scrutiny and barrage of questions from the thousand-handed Buddha, began to perspire profusely. In a subdued tone, he responded, My Lord Buddha, I truly cannot ascertain the veracity of the news. At this juncture, he could hardly contain his tears. For the past few days, the Uchiha's defenses have been exceedingly stringent, rendering us incapable of infiltrating their territory. This information was gleaned merely from casual conversations with residents and patrols in the peripheral areas. Huh. The thousand-handed Buddha sneered. Wait, the thousand-handed has likely been apprehended. That cunning Uchiha Taijima is undoubtedly awaiting our agents to delve into his pockets. Some individuals nodded in agreement, recognizing that if this was indeed a ruse set forth by the Uchiha, it would be unwise to dispatch more men to their demise. Yet, a dissenting voice emerged from the assembly. Another elder stood forth to counter. Buddha, your reasoning holds merit. However, these remain mere conjectures. If this information is authentic, then the child, Kahara, may very well have acquired critical intelligence. This intelligence must be retrieved. Kahara was sent to infiltrate the Uchiha at the tender age of 10, serving as a spy for a total of 18 years. If he can procure this intelligence, his sacrifice would not be in vain. Kahara, the name of the spy embedded within the Uchiha, was initially but a pawn placed by the previous generation of the thousand-handed clan, yet this pawn delivered unforeseen benefits. His standing within the Uchiha steadily ascended, bringing him closer to the core of their hierarchy. To prevent the revelation of his identity, the previous generation of the thousand-handed clan had shrouded his name in secrecy, known only to these elders. Now, this elder leaned towards the belief that the pawn was indeed deceased, hence openly disclosing his name. To become a spy at the age of 10, penetrating the Uchiha's upper echelons over the years, is no small feat. The challenges he faced are unimaginable. Such an exceptional spy, however, met his demise due to an unforeseen complication. A considerable portion of the thousand-handed clan felt a profound sense of indignation, deeming it unjust. The clan assembly thus split into two factions. One side trusted the judgment of the thousand-handed Buddha, wary of a potential trap laid by the Uchiha, while the other advocated for a rescue mission. Among them, some lamented the years of dedication and sacrifice made by Kahara, believing that at the very least, efforts should continue to ascertain the circumstances. Others, however, opposed the thousand-handed Buddha on principle, deliberately choosing to contradict him. In an instant, the entire clan assembly descended into chaos, with a cacophony of arguments and disputes reverberating throughout the room. The two elder clan members, however, refrained from engaging in the fray. For them, such involvement was beneath their dignity. They exchanged a knowing smile, filled with mutual appreciation for each other's capacity to restore order. Meanwhile, public opinion began to shift. Casting aspersions upon Senju Hashirama, they found satisfaction in this outcome, as even those who wished to remain uninvolved in the power struggle between the clan leader and the elders would inevitably attribute the death of Senju Tobarama to the immaturity of the clan leader, Hashirama. The sacrifice of one Senju Tobarama was deemed worthwhile for the widespread dissatisfaction it wrought against Hashirama. Whether it was a trap or not had become irrelevant. The two elders had resolved to send their own people, for if it were indeed a trap, it would further weaken Hashirama's influence. Conversely, if it were not, it would merely indicate that Hashirama's suspicions were misguided, further undermining his authority. Ultimately, the assembly concluded on a discordant note. Amidst the clamor, Hashirama was compelled to concede. 2 days hence, he planned to wait for the Uchiha defenses to relax before sending someone to infiltrate their ranks, seeking the truth and searching for the whereabouts of Senju Tobarama. Yet, hidden behind the screen in the room, a pair of youthful eyes observed the two elders with a cold gaze, as if they were mere corpses. As the meeting adjourned, the Senju clansmen rose and departed in small clusters, with a few fastidious individuals brushing off non-existent dust from their garments. In truth, the meeting room was meticulously cleaned before and after each gathering. However, people tend to associate the ancient, weathered structures with the accumulated dust and withered leaves, as if these elements better encapsulated the essence of antiquity, akin to the tea stains that linger in a cup over the years. Senju Tobarama had formulated a preliminary approach to the subsequent handling of the task, to observe before attempting a rescue. Yet, this had little to do with most of the elders who had just occupied the room. They had neither posed critical questions nor proffered sound advice, but merely echoed the sentiments of others. The 5-year-old Tobarama keenly noted that the opposing factions did not necessarily represent the true power dynamics between the clan leader and the elders. Many were likely merely playing the role of contrarians, lacking genuine insight and hesitant to voice suggestions. They did not truly support their faction's decisions. They simply opposed the views of the other side. The distinction lay in the fact that, if given another chance, many would likely oppose their own faction's stance. Such individuals posed a greater threat than the two elders themselves. Observing the departing figures of the elders, Tobarama mused that they resembled nothing more than noisy and foolish ducks. Much like how the elders regarded the meeting chamber, time invariably breeds some impure and decaying elements. Tobarama. The voice of Senju Hashirama jolted the pensive Tobarama back to reality. Father. In the presence of the thousand-handed Buddha, the young boy, with his silver-white hair reminiscent of his mother, bore the countenance of a small adult. However, his crimson eyes evoked memories of the Uchiha clan, which he despised deeply. Let us depart. Your mother and Hashirama are awaiting our return for dinner, declared the thousand-handed Buddha. Renowned for his stern demeanor, strict not only with others, but even more so with himself. As the child of the thousand-handed Buddha, it was challenging for him to feel close to such a father, as his memories were filled with the man's imposing presence. Thousand-handed Tobarama recalled a winter's day from the previous year when his elder brother, Hashirama, had failed to rise on time for training. Although he had merely received a slap on the palm, their father had regarded him with a cold and distant gaze throughout the day, as if to convey that he was unworthy of being a child of the thousand-handed clan. Yet, at this moment, hearing his father's voice, Tobarama was struck by the illusion that there was a hint of warmth and affection embedded within those words. Indeed, Tobarama adhered meticulously to the expected decorum. The thousand-handed Buddha rose and walked slowly, showing no urgency, utterly unreflective of someone hurrying home for a meal. Tobarama trailed behind at a slight distance. Family meetings were exclusive to those of high status or significant contributions, a standard upheld in every clan. Thus, despite being the son of the clan leader and having received his father's tacit approval, 5-year-old Tobarama had no right to attend as an observer. However, when his father furrowed his brow, ready to dismiss Tobarama's wish to attend, the boy uttered a phrase that swayed his father's resolve. Rules are meant to restrain the mediocre. It was then that the thousand-handed Buddha recognized the remarkable maturity and wisdom of his second son, far surpassing that of his elder brother at the same age. Tobarama, what are your thoughts on today's matters? The inquiry from his father did not take Tobarama by surprise. With a calm demeanor, he countered. Are you referring to matters within the clan or beyond? Let us speak of matters within the clan, the thousand-handed Buddha replied blandly. It was evident that the two elders had been privately rallying support from other members, inciting internal strife that began to undermine the clan's interests and would inevitably lead to fragmentation. Nonetheless, it seemed that his father was prepared for this eventuality. Oh, what makes you think so? The thousand-handed Buddha glanced back at Tobarama as they continued forward. After careful consideration, Tobarama spoke solemnly. Because it appears that you are allowing their behavior to go unchecked. Indeed, unchecked. At the recent clan meeting, the authority exerted by the thousand-handed Buddha stemmed from his personal strength, yet he failed to display the dignity befitting a clan leader. Thus, whether in process or outcome, the onlookers perceived their leader as being at a disadvantage in his confrontation with the two elders, appearing somewhat flustered. However, the reality was different. The two elders of the thousand-handed clan had leveraged the support of others to challenge the thousand-handed Buddha, yet none of his die-hard loyalists had come to his defense, which was decidedly unusual. It is abundantly clear that the esteemed Senju Hashirama is observing keenly, which individuals may be swayed, and which must face elimination. The confidence in cleansing is undoubtedly rooted in one's own strength. This is an era that venerates personal prowess. The mightiest among the Senju clan currently serves as the most formidable leverage in this intricate game. Is this all there is? Despite being born into the illustrious Senju family and being well-versed in such matters, it is quite impressive that Senju Tobarama can make such astute judgments at the tender age of 5. Were it the eldest brother, Senju Hashirama, he would likely perceive this clan meeting as chaotic, yet he would still wish to further assess Senju Tobarama. Taking a deep breath, Senju Tobarama understood that the contest between his father and the two elder clan members did not begin today. There must have been numerous rounds of probing and intrigue preceding this moment. Today's confrontation is undoubtedly a continuation of their previous skirmishes. Confronted with Senju Hashirama's scrutiny, Tobarama deftly steered the conversation back to the commencement of the clan meeting. Father, even if this mission succeeds, will Senju Yawara truly return alive? Senju Hashirama abruptly halted, casting a chilling gaze upon Senju Tobarama. This inquiry was one that should not have been voiced. The path to Senju Yawara's demise lies not only in his clandestine allegiance to the two elders plotting for power, but also in his reckless approach towards Senju Hashirama. As a well-regarded and somewhat elder prodigy within the clan, Hashirama naturally had a certain admiration for Yawara. If their interactions were merely casual or opportunistic, it would not be a significant concern, for gaining the trust of his elder brother Hashirama is exceedingly facile. However, Senju Yawara harbored ulterior motives. Feigning ignorance of Hashirama's lineage, and exploiting the gaps in Senju Hashirama's decisions to subtly incite him, instilling notions that starkly contradicted Senju Hashirama's views. Senju Yawara aimed to provoke Hashirama into publicly opposing Senju Hashirama's opinions, thereby undermining the latter's standing within the clan. Such underhanded tactics hold little weight, for Hashirama is not devoid of independent judgment. Yet, in Tobarama's eyes, these methods are exceedingly distasteful and vile. Upon learning of this matter, Senju Hashirama swiftly dispatched Senju Yawara to undertake this mission. The endeavor of relaying intelligence differs vastly from seizing the Uchiha bloodline. The former merely requires a scroll, while the latter necessitates, at the very least, a living infant or a pair of awakened Sharingan. If the former is conducted with sufficient secrecy, it may not necessitate an escort, yet the latter's activities cannot escape the notice of the Uchiha. Should there be any missteps during the escorting process, intentionally leaking information could enable the Uchiha to eliminate Senju Yawara. However, as the clan leader, the deliberate attempt to harm a prominent talent within the clan would undoubtedly instigate turmoil within the Senju. Tobarama, one who lacks the requisite ruthlessness, will never accomplish great things. He could clearly sense Senju Hashirama's displeasure. Such matters should never be uttered aloud. Indeed, Senju Tobarama silently nodded, refraining from rebuttal, for what he valued was the revelation of Senju Hashirama's boundaries through this statement. In the presence of Senju Hashirama, there seemed to be no intention to delve deeper into this topic. Senju Tobarama continued, I am perplexed by one thing. How could the abduction of a child or infant from the Uchiha clan lead to such unforeseen consequences? If it were not for spies from other clans embedded within the Uchiha, then it must simply be a matter of ill fortune. Hashirama displayed no concern for Senju Yawara's fate. Indeed, on this land, Alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans, there existed other venerable factions such as the Hyuga, masters of sealing techniques, the rapidly rising Uzumaki, the united Nara, Akimichi, and Yamashiro families, as well as the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, all of which wield considerable influence. Tobirama furrowed his brow, still convinced that this incident could not merely be attributed to misfortune. At that moment, he remained unaware that Senju Yawara intended to abduct Uchiha Taijima's child. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt as the topic concluded. Tobirama. At the end of this exchange, Hashirama chose to break the silence, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Tobirama. You are commendable, even surpassing my expectations. Yet, I shall not bequeath the position of clan leader to you. Tobirama, I trust you can accept this manner of communication. This is my decision. The next leader of the Senju will be Hashirama. Tobirama lowered his head, for he harbored little concern for the position of clan leader. Surely, his father believed he would not turn against Hashirama over this revelation, hence the forthrightness. The underlying intention of this arrangement was to ensure that he and his elder brother would always act in unison, regardless of future decisions. In other words, it was to maintain internal balance and stability within the Senju clan. Tobirama harbored no objections. He had merely underestimated his father's astute perception from the very beginning. Inferring from glances exchanged with the clan elders and snippets of conversation that he could instigate reform within the Senju. I recognize that this may seem unfair to you, for you are a child of ambition, yet you lack the capacity at present. I am a steadfast individual. For me, the stability of the Senju will always take precedence. In the future, if you continue to hold such aspirations, then first, you must convince Hashirama. Once you have his support, you will undoubtedly possess the means to transform your ideas into reality. Although Hashirama did not articulate this last thought, he continued in a warning tone. Rules exist only to constrain the inept, yet I, too, adhere to the principles of the Senju of the forest. Do you comprehend? Tobirama moved his lips, ultimately uttering, I understand. Today marks your first attendance at the meeting. I shall pretend I saw nothing. However, until you contribute to the clan, you are forbidden from approaching any further. Hashirama's substantial hand rested upon Tobirama's frail shoulder, and he stepped inside their home. After a while, Tobirama stood alone at the threshold of the Senju residence, feeling an inexplicable emptiness despite his indifference toward the position of clan leader. Alongside the burden of responsibility, there lingered a sense of trust and anticipation. Tobirama, a child with a watermelon-shaped head, suddenly appeared, grinning as he playfully tugged at Fei Jian's neck. What are you doing standing at the door? Hurry home for dinner. This unexpected closeness jolted Fei Jian back to reality. I understand, big brother. In the Uchiha residence, it was the 5th day of Yan's vacation. Initially, Qianai felt that Captain Murata, whom she had never met, was excessively strict. In this era of inadequate medical care, 10 days seemed far too brief to properly heal such injuries, especially with the significant risk of infection in the absence of antibiotics. Yet, astonishingly, within just 5 days, Yan's wounds had healed by half, prompting Qianai to marvel at the remarkable physical resilience of people in this age. Throughout these 5 days, whenever he had the opportunity, Yan conversed with Qianai, eager to make up for the years he had not been able to spend with her. Yan was not the type of parent who maintained an image of infallibility while expecting his child to accomplish what he himself could not. Over the past few days, Yan continued to take Qianai to various places, sharing stories of his experiences in those locations as they revisited familiar sites. From his innocent childhood to his current state of family and career, he recounted the friendships forged, the audacity of youthful bravado, the panic of losing one's way, and the fear of facing the battlefield for the first time. Rather than boasting about his past, Yan wished for Qianai to understand clearly that he was not omnipotent. For the limits of one's understanding often dictate the heights one can attain. Outside, rain fell gently as Qianai sat on the corridor beneath the eaves, observing the graceful silhouette of the camphor tree in the yard, which Yan had transplanted from the nearby mountains on the day after her birth. The faint fragrance it emitted was soothing. Yan had remarked that the camphor tree was known for its longevity. In a typical Japanese residence, the entrance connects to a jinkan, which leads to the living room, and if a garden is included, it is usually situated at the side or rear of the house. However, Qianai's home was different. The living room connected to the jinkan, but between the front door and the jinkan lay a small courtyard. The living room had access to both bedrooms and the kitchen. located to the west and east, respectively. This courtyard-like structure was a spontaneous decision made by Yin during their marriage. The elongated courtyard was nestled in the center, yet it was beautifully arranged. The ground was laid with pale gray pebbles that Yin had retrieved from the river, rounded and smoothened by the water, making it comfortable to sit upon. In the midst of the expansive gray, two intersecting paths formed a colorful cross of stone slabs, one quarter of which belonged to the camphor tree. Qianni mused that if a few flowers were planted and a pond excavated, it would evoke the enchanting essence of a traditional garden reminiscent of her memories. As Yin finished tidying up the rain gear and passed under the eaves, he affectionately ruffled Qianni's hair. With her tousled locks, she looked up and asked, "Daddy, it's already raining outside. Are we still going out today?" Yin smiled and replied, "Not we, but I. You should stay home today, Qianni. Although it is spring, it can still be quite chilly on rainy days." Qianni fell silent. As Yin suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, he found himself utterly powerless against the gaze of his daughter, Qinna, which drove him to the brink of madness. "Oh, Qinna, please do not look at your father in such a way," he exclaimed. "What should I do? If I take Qinna with me, I will surely face my wife's wrath upon returning. Yet, if I leave her behind, can I truly expect this feeling of resentment to dissipate into thin air?" The thought seems utterly implausible. Just as Yin was about to explain to Qinna that their destination was unsuitable for children, he noticed her turning away, covering her ears. "I won't listen. Nonsense." After a painful internal struggle, Yan's affection for his daughter ultimately triumphed over his fear of his wife. In that moment, he felt akin to a valiant warrior embarking on a perilous journey. Qinna, hidden from Yan's view, couldn't help but stifle a smile, though she quickly composed herself to maintain her image. In any case, after draping a large coat over Qinna, Yin led her out of their home. "Father, where are we going today?" she inquired. "We are going to pay a visit to a friend. Today is the day I promised to bid him farewell." Yin replied in a nonchalant tone. Upon their arrival, Qinna discovered that this so-called farewell was, in fact, a funeral. The deceased was a man named Uchiha Yono, a name that resonated with her as one of the two individuals who had fought alongside Yin against an invading spy. Qinna had suspected that this Yono had perished, and calculating the time, she realized that today marked the 7th day since his passing. In her memory, Japanese funeral customs included significant observances, such as the Shurchi, the 7th day, and the Hayakajitsu, the 100th day, both of which held considerable importance. Observing the Uchiha funeral rites, Qinna found them closely aligned with her recollections, though she noted the absence of monks performing prayers and rituals. This omission seemed reasonable, given that the existence of chakra, a form of unnatural energy, would likely lead to skepticism regarding supernatural beings like the Buddha. However, her mother, Aki, was an exception, though not a Buddhist. She believed in the existence of deities and had prayed for Qinna's well-being at her birth. At the entrance of the Yono household, the ground was strewn with white paper money, and a gray stone monument stood solemnly at the door, adding an air of gravity to the scene. A boy clad in white, appearing no older than 15 or 16, stood beside the monument, seemingly merging with the white scattered around him. The Uchiha clan, unlike the Hyuga, did not traditionally don white ceremonial garments, which deviated from their typically solemn and composed demeanor, as most Uchiha wore dark attire even beneath their robes. Thus, the white garments were predominantly seen on the deceased's family in the funeral procession. The boy offered a strained smile as he stood at the entrance, welcoming Yin and Qinna to the funeral of his brother or possibly his older sibling. The funeral for Uchiha Yono was quite modest. A few beats of drums replaced the traditional music. Despite his family's efforts to make the ceremony more elaborate, their economic constraints likely limited the festivities. This marked Qinna's first formal attendance at a funeral. In her previous life, as a mere alarm clock, she had not participated in the simple funeral of Luo. The education she received instilled in her a profound reverence for life and death, a sentiment starkly contrasting with that of those around her, individuals who cavalierly dismissed the gravity of existence. This notion, akin to the absurdity of luring Eve into consuming the forbidden fruit, seems laughable when applied to modernity. Such a complex metaphor originated from Luo's lips. Their beliefs were hardly of a lofty nature. It would be more fitting to describe them as a band of reckless souls, or perhaps, in a certain sense, akin to the profession of medical practitioners. For them, the fleeting moment when life teeters on the brink of death held greater significance than any posthumous honor. The inevitability of death at 20 or 50 yields the same outcome. There exists no afterlife. Once one departs from this world, the manner of one's existence transforms into a trivial matter for those who remain. She recalled telling her husband this as the alarm clock chimed. Yet, upon her own demise, she absurdly found herself transported to another realm, did she not? When Chinna encountered a mother and her child expressing their gratitude, she realized she had erred once again, having previously made a similar mistake with the vine. That fateful evening, she instinctively attributed the death of the boy to his recklessness, while the truth was that he had met his tragic end while attempting to rescue the pair from captivity. This mirrored the mutual malice exhibited during her confrontation with the vine. It took a considerable time for her to comprehend the true nature of the individual she had slain that day. Although she felt no regret, her tendency to judge others based on superficial metrics, speed, skill, led her to overlook the fact that humanity is inherently emotional. Consequently, she easily and thoughtlessly assigned reckless and malevolent labels to others. One may take a life, yet that does not confer the right to evaluate the essence of that life. Lost in contemplation, Chinna felt a gentle pat on her shoulder from Iwa, who instructed her to wait for him. He then stepped into the heart of the crowd, and amidst their gaze, began to recount the past of the young man named Shirya. Shirya joined the patrol team at the tender age of 14, prompting a subtle shift in Chinna's demeanor. The moment Iwa spoke, a youthful vigor seemed to emanate from him. During his first mission, he proclaimed with fervor, "I shall become the captain. No longer shall my seniors dare to ruffle my hair." With spirited enthusiasm, he shared Shirya's aspirations, tenderly reminiscing about his mother, and reflecting on Shirya's stubbornness regarding his own petty flaws, culminating in the unwavering courage he displayed while saving the mother and child in their final moments. Through the curtain of rain, the vivid yet indistinct outline of the young man clad in white widened his eyes in astonishment, yearning to discern something. The one uttering these words amidst the throng seemed to embody his very brother. A psychological profile, Chinna murmured from behind the crowd. Indeed, a psychological profile. This method of psychological analysis is predominantly employed in another world to study criminal minds, yet its applications extend far beyond that realm. In the execution of tasks within an organization, many individuals resort to profiling to discern the character, thoughts, attire, and habits of their targets. In this era, the relevant concepts of psychology have yet to emerge. This implies that Uchiha Iwa has independently acquired this primal skill of profiling through relentless exploration. Even without attributing a name to the method, Chinna smiled, resting her chin on her hands, adopting the demeanor of an innocent girl. Observing Iwa, engrossed in his analysis of others, it appeared that her seemingly foolish father had seen through her long before. Ultimately, the family of the deceased resolved to cremate the body, waiting for the rain to cease before commencing. This method, reminiscent of the medieval European practices used to punish heretics, did not elicit much disdain from Uchiha. He harbored neither fear nor apprehension towards flames. When Chinna was firing pottery in the courtyard, Suzu merely watched cautiously from the side, refraining from intervening. Chinna surmised that this was likely a consequence of familial culture. During her outings these past days, she often overheard fragments of conversations among other Uchiha, which when pieced together, conveyed the essence of the Uchiha clan's pride, their mastery of fire release and martial arts, the cornerstone of their dominance throughout the warring states for a millennium. Iwa returned to Chinna's side, reflecting on the fleeting nature of life. Not long ago, he had been drinking with Yeo, and now, in the blink of an eye, Yeo was gone. Chinna gazed up at the rain under the eaves, lost in thought. Was she afraid? Not at all. How peculiar. Iwa stroked his chin, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction and confusion as he looked at Chinna. In such a moment, shouldn't you be asking me where people go after death? How could that be? Chinna shot Iwa a look, one that conveyed the incredulity of an adult addressing a fool. And then, are you going to tell me that people become stars after they die? Not at all. In a tone that mirrored Chinna's, Iwa leaned forward with his arms on the chair, mimicking the gesture of looking up at the sky, and said earnestly, "People do not become stars after they die." Why not? Chinna tilted her head slightly. Do you know, Chinna, that two clouds appearing close together are actually separated by great distances? Stars are no different. Uchiha Iwa exhibited a sense of ennui, expressing that two stars that seem close together might never collide, even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Chinna followed Iwa's gaze towards the overcast sky, devoid of clouds or stars, silently critiquing that if two stars separated by countless light years were to collide, it would likely result in a supernova explosion. Is there a connection to this? Indeed, for humans are creatures profoundly afraid of solitude. If we were to transform into stars after death, the vast distance would be unbearably lonely. So, what do you think happens to people after they die, Dad? I believe that after death, nothing happens. Chinna was slightly taken aback. She had anticipated Iwa to speak of souls ascending to the heavens or bodies returning to the earth. After death, there is nothing left. Yet the bond between the living and the departed endures for a considerable time. Thus, we find ourselves in the act of bestowing blessings upon those who have departed. Chinna, do you comprehend? Life is the most precious commodity in this world. Anything else can be exchanged for something else. Money can procure sustenance. An oxen may be traded for horses. Yet life stands unparalleled, devoid of any equivalent. It can only be exchanged for life itself. Chinna nodded, though she was uncertain if her understanding of life for life aligned with that of Iwa. Suddenly, a clattering of armor resonated from the entrance of the Chiyo family, and Chinna caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. Just as she turned, she observed Iwa rising to his feet. Several figures clad in gray armor from the Uchiha clan entered, led by one whose demeanor was cold and impassive, with features as sharp as if hewn from stone, exuding an aura of relentless authority. His hairstyle, unlike the explosive locks typically seen on male Uchihas, bore a closer resemblance to that of the Uchiha women. And by the countenance alone, he appeared significantly older than Iwa. Chiyu's father stepped forward to greet him. Lord Murata, what brings you here? Is that the esteemed Captain Uchiha Murata whom Iwa mentioned? Chinna discreetly scrutinized him, sensing the palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Quite formidable. His right hand bore sturdy calluses, while his left hand exhibited scars, indicating a preference for his right hand and a lifetime spent wielding a blade. His breathing was steady and powerful, his lungs robust. He possessed a remarkable capacity for sustained high-intensity combat. His broad feet were suited for long journeys, and the pronounced muscles of his calves hinted at immense explosive strength. A single punch could undoubtedly fell a bull. By the standards of my previous life, without resorting to firearms or ninjutsu, I could likely only match him in a stalemate. He epitomized the current combat prowess of the Uchiha elite. Mere mortals would likely find themselves paralyzed with dread at a mere glance. Chinna averted her gaze. Individuals of such caliber are remarkably perceptive. A prolonged stare might betray her presence. Just passing by to take a glance, Uchiha Murata responded with a stern expression, surveying the surroundings. Has the funeral concluded? No. You have arrived just as the funeral is drawing to a close. Lord Murata, please, this way. I see. My apologies for the intrusion. Murata turned to his patrol team members, instructing, come inside. Yes. After a brief period of homage, Chiyu's father remarked, it is an honor for Chiyo to have you here, Lord Murata. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Murata slightly shook his head. No. It is I who feels honored to have such subordinates. Rest assured, your son's compensation will be dispensed in accordance with wartime standards. I have accumulated some savings over the years, and my eldest son has already started a family, so you need not worry excessively regarding this matter. Chiyu's father clenched his teeth in frustration. Yet the spy who killed my son remains at large. I shall personally send him to hell. Uchiha Murata regarded him with a stern expression. This is the responsibility of the patrol team. Please refrain from intervening. We have already pinpointed his hiding location. He cannot escape, and we shall apprehend him today. I will ensure you are notified. However, Uchiha Murata's gaze suddenly sharpened. Should your unauthorized actions jeopardize the capture, the consequences are yours to bear. Do you understand? Murata's stern warning did not shy away from implicating others, and thus, Chinna listened intently. Was the spy still at large? Yet, on that very night, Iwa had asserted that the individual had indeed been captured. After a moment of contemplation, Chinna discerned that Iwa's words held the truth. He would never jest about the safety of his family. If a spy were to roam within the Uchiha clan unchecked, the consequences could mirror the tragic fate of that mother and child. Moreover, announcing the location of the target in such a densely populated area, without apprehending the spy first, seemed reckless. Did they not fear that other spies might intercept this information and sabotage the operation? Such actions were unbecoming of an experienced commander. Thus, It appeared that Uchiha had merely disseminated the news of the spy's continued evasion to bait others into revealing themselves. The intelligence regarding the capture of the spy should have been safeguarded meticulously. It seemed that IWA had disregarded the patrol's orders for the sake of his family. If memory serves, this matter initially involved the clan leader's son. With this in mind, Shinna began to grasp the strategy behind the dissemination of false information to ensnare other spies, recognizing it as the handiwork of Uchiha Taijima, a leader adept at seizing opportunities. Coupled with the bloodied aura surrounding Murata and his comrades, it was evident that their fishing expedition had yielded some results. Shinna discreetly tugged at Iwa's sleeve. He paused momentarily, then smiled wryly, understanding her implication that he had inadvertently divulged secrets to his family. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of normalcy, clasping her hand and gently caressing her knuckles with his thumb, signaling her not to worry. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Murata's discourse was nearing its conclusion as he prepared to depart. As he passed through the throngs of people, he suddenly halted, fixing his indifferent gaze upon IWA and Shinna, and coldly remarked, I recall you are also part of the patrol team. Your name is Uchiha IWA, correct? Indeed. IWA replied with resolute clarity. No need for formalities. Murata interrupted his gesture. It seems you are still recuperating. What brings you here? Yoshio is one of my team members, and it is my duty to be present. Additionally, I have been taking this opportunity to enlighten Shinna, allowing her to experience the world beyond. He refrained from using the term little girl, patting Shinna on the head as he spoke. Under Murata's scrutinizing gaze, Shinna instinctively adopted a demeanor of bashful trepidation, lowering her head and retreating slightly behind IWA. This was the appropriate response from a child confronted with such a fearsome countenance. However, midway through her retreat, she abruptly halted and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Her petite lips quivered before she finally uttered, Greetings, Lord Murata? This effectively fulfilled her father's expectations for her to pay her respects, showcasing the fruits of Iwa's recent efforts in educating their daughter. Upon hearing her words, a smile broke across Uchiha Murata's face. Yes, the man who had appeared stoic and impassive since entering the room now bore a smile. Shinna felt a sense of helplessness, instinctively retreating once more, overwhelmed by the warmth of that smile. It is truly remarkable how effectively one can silence a child's cries. The grimace, reminiscent of a wolf grinning at you, is unnervingly disconcerting. The adage that laughter is inferior to tears may well find its apotheosis in this scenario. Observing the girl's expression of sheer terror, Uchiha Murata reluctantly reined in his smile, abandoning any intentions of further engagement. My sole aim was to leave a favorable impression, to see if I could arrange a betrothal for my son with her. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Ahem, Uchiha IWA, come here for a moment. I have a mission for you. Yes. Now, Shinna, please wait here for me. I shall return shortly, so do not wander off. After issuing these instructions, IWA followed Uchiha Murata. In recent days, has anyone inquired about that fateful night? Uchiha Murata broached the subject directly, his familiarity rendering him unrecognizable amidst the crowd. At this moment, Uchiha IWA wore a grave expression, devoid of his usual levity and irreverence. Captain, no, I have frequented numerous crowded places over the past few days, and no one has approached me. Moreover, I have not divulged the news regarding the capture of the spy. Your inquiry suggests there may be complications with the subsequent plan? Uchiha Murata shook his head, indicating that the situation had simply not unfolded as ideally anticipated. Despite our surveillance, we have not apprehended any further associates of that individual, only a few minor players, vagrants hired by various shinobi factions to gather intelligence. I cannot even provide a clear account of their appearances or whereabouts. It is likely we will not extract any useful information in subsequent interrogations. As he spoke, Uchiha Murata glanced at IWA, reassuring him, This is not your fault. The individuals were apprehended by you and Shibuya. I trust you both have not leaked any information. And besides, it is improbable that anyone would approach a meeting with such a young daughter in tow. Yes, thank you for your trust. By the way, here is this. Uchiha Murata tossed a parcel to IWA. Upon opening it, IWA discovered 3 scrolls and some currency within. This is the reward from the clan leader for the apprehension of that individual. The scrolls contain 2 high-level fire techniques, and the last one contains insights for training. IWA carefully stowed them away. Such insights could not possibly originate from the clan leader. They must be the personal sponsorship of Captain Murata. If there is nothing else, you may return. There is no need to maintain secrecy. It is unlikely that news of that individual's capture will be disclosed tomorrow. Lord Taijima believes that the absence of any captures over these days suggests either a lack of accomplices or that he has already been forsaken by his own clan. Thus, there is no need to squander further time. However, this highlights a blind spot in Uchiha intelligence. Despite Lord Taijima's meticulous scrutiny regarding the possibility of Senju having any remaining accomplices, the attack on the clan leader's residence utterly obscured Senju primary objective of conveying information to the Uchiha. Had Lord Taijima been aware of this intelligence, he would never have so readily called off the operation. Senju would undoubtedly attempt to reclaim this information, thereby inflicting further damage upon the Uchiha. And as for the whereabouts of this intelligence, it remains shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, IWA returned home with Chinna before nightfall. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Aki, her face clouded with displeasure, waiting in the courtyard. Beside him, Ling hesitated, her expression one of helplessness. Yen felt a pang of anxiety. Was the situation truly so dire? Had the fact that he took Chiana to witness another's funeral been revealed so swiftly? Yen, have you forgotten? Aki's voice was chilling. Even Chiana nearly shivered in response. Indeed, maternal and spousal figures wield far more terror than Captain Murata. Huh? What are you talking about, Aki? I haven't forgotten anything. Yan's smile belied the turmoil within him. He was in deep trouble. He had initially promised Aki he would never take Chiana to graveyards, taverns, or riverbanks. Well, reflect on it once more. Aki, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken Chiana to the funeral. Huh. The exclamations of surprise came from both Aki and Ling Yan, puzzled by their reactions. Wondered why they were not scolding him as expected. Alas, Chiana sighed, resting her forehead in her palm. Even with her skills in profiling, Yan's foolishness remained inescapable. It's about the soy sauce. Dad, Mom reminded you before leaving that you needed to get soy sauce today. Chiana, you remember? Why didn't you remind me on the way back? No sooner had he spoken than Aki's roar echoed through the air. How could you, Uchiha Yen? You took Chiana to a funeral behind my back. Today you're doomed. Amid Ling's astonished expression, Chiana grinned mischievously. You didn't take the soy sauce bottle when you left, so reminding you was pointless. Later that night, amidst the clamorous chorus of insects, a man knelt at a table, perusing a ledger-like document, occasionally marking it with a pen. The oil lamp on the table flickered softly, casting light upon his features. His long black hair fell in wild, rebellious spikes, partially obscuring his right eye. Yet it seemed to pose no hindrance to his vision. His gaunt cheeks bore two hollow depressions reminiscent of tear stains, and the corners of his mouth bore the faintest wrinkles of an elderly soul. At that moment, he sat undistracted, engrossed in his task, his heart as tranquil as still water, devoid of any creases. A cherry blossom petal was gently pushed by the wind to the table's edge. The man set down his pen, delicately picked up the petal, and tucked it into a book. Is it already April? He mused aloud, rising. His voluminous black attire swayed as he moved to the courtyard. Indeed, the cherry blossoms had quietly bloomed for several days. With a blink, 3 black tomo appeared in his crimson eyes, the descent of the petals slowing to an almost surreal pace in his perception. Leaning against a lamp post, he reveled in the beauty of the blossoms under the night sky. Lord Taijima, a servant tentatively greeted, his voice barely above a whisper, aware of Taijima's preference for solitude. Lord Taijima? The servant raised his voice slightly, infused with curiosity due to the lack of response. Has Murata arrived? Taijima replied, his expression as inscrutable as a placid lake. Much to the servant's relief. Yes, Lord Murata is waiting for you in the front hall. He has matters to report. Let us proceed. The servant trailed behind Uchiha Taijima and remarked that the 2 young masters seemed to be preparing something for him. Acknowledging this, Taijima pushed open the door. The parlor was sparsely arranged, featuring a tea set and a few cushions. Murata knelt and bowed his head in greeting as Taijima entered. Has there been any progress in the interrogation? Taijima inquired directly, clearly understanding Murata's purpose for visiting. The interrogation of Senju had only commenced today. Prior to this, he had been kept in a state of semi-starvation. One reason for this was the hope that his companions would come to rescue him, leading Uchiha's patrol team back to their stronghold, thus ensuring that he would not be hindered. The other reason was to exploit hunger, fatigue, and fear to erode his willpower. The man's identity had been confirmed. He was Senju, a somewhat renowned genius within the Senju clan, yet he had never seen the battlefield. Therefore, his identity could not be ascertained at first. What does it mean to be a genius if one has never fought in battle? Uchiha Taijima displayed a hint of disdain. In this era, the only criterion for gauging genius is the ability to kill. The Uchiha's proving grounds will always be the battlefield. You are indeed correct. That man cannot be regarded as a genius. He is merely a tool elevated for the internal strife of the Senju. Taijima encouraged. Now, please continue with the report on the interrogation results. Yes, just now, I attempted to hypnotize Senju Yuya with Jinjutsu, compelling him to divulge their plans and accomplices. But it was a failure, Murata replied. Uchiha Taijima set down his teacup and pondered briefly before speaking. Was it a technique? Yes, Murata said. Concern etched on his face. We released his restraints to allow him to write, but he could not produce a single word. Afterwards, we sent someone disguised as a Senju to rescue him, and when they discussed matters related to their plan, he immediately fell silent and lost consciousness. Taijima remained silent, his thoughts spiraling toward another matter involving the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, with its long-standing history, is a distant relative of the Senju, possessing similarly prolonged lifespans and formidable physiques. Unlike the Senju's unique bloodline limit of wood release, the Uzumaki's foundational inheritance lies in their extraordinary sealing techniques. This has evolved into various functional techniques, including the crafting of scrolls and explosive tags, as well as perception and defensive barriers. Having such an ancestral ally makes the Uchiha struggle against the Senju quite arduous. The only silver lining is that the Uzumaki's homeland, Uzumaki Village, is located on the eastern coast, several days' journey away, preventing them from offering unconditional support to the Senju. Of course, this also holds true for the Uzumaki's adversaries. The sealing techniques that completely inhibit the revelation of certain information are exceedingly complex. However, for an Uzumaki well-versed in sealing arts, it poses no significant challenge. Taijima found himself increasingly anxious. Has the Uzumaki clan become involved? A sense of unease gripped Uchiha Taijima. My lord Taijima, I deeply apologize. Murata bowed his head profoundly, unable to conceal the guilt on his face. As the commander of the Uchiha patrol, he had allowed intruders to breach the estate while the clan leader was absent. Had it not been for the untimely intervention of Lord Uchiha Obito, the clan leader would have returned just in time to eliminate one of the intruders. The consequences of such an event would have been dire. Even in the face of this turmoil, the clan leader continued to place his trust in me, entrusting me with the task of uncovering the accomplices. Yet, I failed to deliver the expected results, and even the final interrogation yielded no critical intelligence. Uchiha Murata believed this to be his dereliction of duty. He had betrayed the clan leader's trust. And so, Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow, his tone devoid of emotion. Uchiha Murata proclaimed loudly, I implore you to bestow upon me the punishment I deserve. The room fell into a heavy silence. The cup of tea before Murata remained untouched, gradually losing its warmth. Due to his bowed posture, Murata stood half a head shorter than Taijima, who looked down upon him with an air of authority. When Uchiha Taijima first laid eyes on Murata, he was but 7 years old, and he recognized a chilling resemblance to himself in the younger boy's face. For the subsequent 20 years, Murata had remained steadfastly by his side. Was he merely a retainer? No, he was a dear friend. Yet, as the head of the clan, failing to act with fairness would inevitably invite criticism from the elders. Thus, I hereby decree your punishment. Uchiha Taijima slammed the teacup onto the table with force. Uchiha Murata. Yes, a tremor coursed through Uchiha Murata's heart. Because of your negligence, a spy infiltrated the Uchiha. As retribution, your son, Uchiha Hano, shall from tomorrow reside at the clan leader's estate, serving as Obito's attendant. Without my or Obito's permission, you are forbidden from meeting in private. Since you failed to safeguard my household, having your son here will surely make you more vigilant. Uchiha Murata's face reflected shock. Clan leader, what sort of punishment is this? It is clearly a means to cultivate a foundation for Obito's future inheritance of the Uchiha clan. Though ostensibly a servant, in reality, he would be a confidant. Murata, silence. Uchiha Murata bitterly closed his mouth. You nearly cost me a son, and so I wish for you to experience the longing for your child. With that, Uchiha Taijima swept his sleeve and departed the front hall. After his encounter with Uchiha Murata, Taijima received gifts prepared for him by Obito and Izuna. Much to his astonishment, they were indeed birthday presents. Obito presented him with a finely crafted short sword, while Izuna, who had always favored the art of swordsmanship, gifted him a pen. Upon seeing the two gifts, Uchiha Taijima found himself both amused and bewildered, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. The short sword, though honed to a sharp edge, clearly displayed Obito's lack of knowledge in weapon forging. It was made from a small piece of wrought iron, sharp yet easily breakable, with an unbalanced weight between the blade and the handle. Conversely, Izuna's pen was exquisitely crafted, likely made from defatted soapberry hair. Uchiha Taijima was certain that, at that moment, Izuna's room was filled with many failed attempts. However, if I am not mistaken, the hair appears to originate from the tail of a dog. Observing the eager expressions of the two brothers, who yearned for praise yet hesitated to display their anticipation too overtly, Uchiha Taijima steeled himself. Whose idea was this? Uchiha Taijima's stern inquiry startled both Madara and Izuna. They could hardly comprehend that, despite their dissatisfaction with the gift, their father could truly be angry. Nonetheless, Madara swiftly stepped forward before Izuna, opting to take the blame first. Father, this was my unilateral decision. It has nothing to do with Izuna. Izuna was brought here by me. That is not true. Izuna hastened to interject. Father, it was entirely my idea. My brother was misled into assisting me. Uchiha Taijima scoffed coldly. You too. Do you dare to lie before me? The younger Izuna turned pale with fear. Father, I am not lying. It truly is. Silence. Just as Madara attempted to argue further, he was reprimanded by Uchiha Taijima. I do not care whose idea it was. You claim this is a birthday gift? Huh? Whose birthday? Izuna felt bewildered. Father, it is your birthday. The words abruptly ceased. Izuna's mind went blank as he realized he had misremembered his father's birthday. Despite counting the days meticulously, it was evidently incorrect. Not only had he mistaken his father's birthday, but he had also implicated his elder brother in their father's scolding. Izuna. Madara too grasped the situation, gently calling out Izuna's name in an attempt to console him. As members of the Uchiha clan, how could you fail to even remember the date? Such behavior is a disgrace to the pride of the Uchiha. Uchiha Taijima flung down his pen and knife in exasperation. Izuna, if you cannot even recall the date, then use your pen to document it. When your pen breaks from writing, I shall forgive you. Father, this is too. Madara felt a sense of injustice for Izuna. I accept. Izuna. Madara turned to gaze incredulously at Izuna. Do you understand how long it would take to break a pen? Uchiha Taijima felt a twinge of compassion and decided to focus on Madara instead. Madara, as the elder brother, you should have corrected Izuna's mistake. Saying this, Uchiha Taijima tossed two knives to the brothers. When you can use this knife to break the one in Izuna's hand, I will forgive both of you. Both of us. Madara's voice resonated with surprise. Uchiha Taijima, however, resembled a fierce hawk. Yes, both of you. But before that, you must not engage in combat with your short sword. Because of your foolish mistake. Your sword has been brought to shame. Do you understand? Answer me. Understood. Madara shouted loudly, gripping the scabbard tightly. He silently resolved to ensure that Izuna would earn their father's forgiveness, and that his own sword would never be shamed again. Ultimately, Madara was still a child under 6 years old, and he believed such reasoning. Uchiha Taijima felt relieved that Madara had not drawn that inadequate sword against the two spies that night. Had he wielded that defective sword in combat, he would most likely have faced defeat due to its breaking. Return and reflect upon your actions. Yes, father. Yes, father. Uchiha Taijima returned to his desk, calculating the situation and unable to suppress a smile, for he understood why Izuna had erred. His birthday was clearly on March 28th, yet it was now April 1st. That little fool Izuna. Since his last birthday, he had counted the days, totaling 12 months, but mistakenly considered all months except February to have 31 days. Uchiha Taijima possessed a deep understanding of his two sons. Ban revered strength, displaying courage and determination, yet he placed undue emphasis on results while neglecting the process. Overlooking trivial matters, powerful, cold, and devoid of affection. In stark contrast, Izuna was astute, meticulous, attentive to detail, and possessed considerable patience, demonstrating a greater capacity for caring for others and being mindful of their feelings. His only shortcoming was a lack of sufficient strength at present. Ban, Izuna, I have received your sentiments. Father truly looks forward to the day when you both will lead the Uchiha clan. This time, please forgive me. I am sorry. Uchiha Taijima murmured to himself as he gazed at the night sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of the night, Iwa knelt on the ground, a visage of despair, watching the family dine at a table not far away. He recalled that the stone slabs beneath him were laid by his own hands, and he winced at the pain. Unable to suppress a gasp, quietly bracing himself against the ground, he attempted to raise his knee slightly, only to catch the icy gaze of Aki. Uchiha Iwa cast a pleading look toward Chinna and Suzu. However, they feigned ignorance, fixated on the meal before them. Iwa silently lowered his raised knee. Why had he been so foolish back then? Wasn't a washboard preferable to stone? Well then, let us eat. Upon hearing the head of the family speak, Iwa felt as if he had received a pardon and scrambled onto the dining table with the speed of a monkey, behaving as if nothing had transpired. He began to eat leisurely. Suzu and Chinna exchanged puzzled glances. How could such a stark contrast exist in demeanor? Uchiha Iwa returned their gaze with a nonchalant expression. As the head of the family, should I not preserve my dignity? Suzu and Chinna continued their meal. As long as the head of the family is content, all is well. The atmosphere during dinner was quiet and peculiar. Aside from Aki's few remarks, the others communicated solely through their eyes. After the meal, Suzu began to clear the dishes, while Chinna was coaxed back to her room by Suzu. Iwa, adopting a notably proactive and candid demeanor, began to recount the events of the day. His eager gaze rivaled that of a death row inmate, hoping for clemency. Iwa, I at least wish to retain the right to sleep in the house tonight. Although Iwa once again concealed the matter regarding the mother and child. Thanks to his initiative, Chinna, eavesdropping behind the window, finally learned the content of Iwa's conversation with Uchiha Murata, despite the fact that this incident had occurred a week prior. Chinna gently closed her eyes, beginning to reconstruct the entirety of the events in her mind. The date was March 25th, nightfall. 2 spies infiltrated Uchiha Taijima's residence to abduct his 4th son, leading to the first unforeseen incident, the discovery by the clan leader's eldest son. In other words, during the infiltration, the Uchiha patrol was oblivious, and the clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, was absent from his home. This constitutes intelligence. The successful infiltration by the 2 spies indicates that they were not only aware of the patrol times, routes, and shift intervals, but also had prior knowledge of the clan leader's whereabouts. After being discovered by the leader's eldest son, they allegedly injured 2 guards and began their escape. However, a second unforeseen event occurred. Uchiha Taijima returned with remarkable swiftness upon hearing the commotion. It is deemed unexpected because the spies must have possessed intelligence regarding Taijima's direction of departure. Thus their escape route was logically opposite. Yet, despite this, one of them was slain by Taijima. This indicates that it was not their speed of escape that was lacking, but rather Taijima's rapid return. The surviving individual continued to flee and eventually reached the patrol area of Iwa, Shibuya, and Chiyo, as all 3 resided nearby, leading to this arrangement. Given the intelligence they possessed, the spies should have been able to evade the trio, yet they were ultimately apprehended. This was due to a third unforeseen event, a mother and child who had not yet returned home. Their cries for help attracted Iwa and his companions, resulting in Chiyo's death and the capture of the spy. Based on Iwa's encounter, it is highly probable that the spy hailed from the Senju clan. Now, Uchiha Taijima's most pressing dilemma is the source of the enemy's intelligence. Therefore, the Uchiha clan has been attempting to extract more information through the surviving spy over the past few days. Such a leak of intelligence is an enormous headache for a shinobi clan. It could render Uchiha's internal security as ineffective as a tattered sieve. Presumably, the clan leader has been overwhelmed with the need to reorganize the patrols during these recent days. Shinai suddenly pondered a question. What led nearly everyone to believe that both spies originated from the Senju clan? What if the 2 spies were not both from the Senju? According to Iwa, Senju's bloodline is wood release, yet not every Senju can awaken this ability. The average Senju typically employs earth and water release. Numerous shinobi clans can also utilize water release, such as Sarutobi, Yui, and Uzumaki, and even some individuals from the Hitaki clan, who primarily focus on sword techniques and lightning release, can wield water release to a degree. At this moment, Shinai remained unaware that Sarutobi, Uzumaki, and Hitaki all possess distinct physical characteristics. They are not rogue shinobi, as a wandering ninja without a family background cannot withstand the wrath of a great shinobi clan leader. The surviving spy likely hails from the Senju, but the deceased one may not. After all, the dead cannot speak. If the two individuals do not originate from the same clan, the situation becomes even more intricate. Selling intelligence to members of two different clans implies that the individual controlling the intelligence must either belong to the Uchiha or be an exceptional information broker without any clan affiliation. What could his motives be? Revenge against the Uchiha? Or perhaps showcasing his abilities for a price? Shinai's train of thought abruptly halted, her mind pulsing with discomfort. And she could even sense a faint taste of blood. Gritting her teeth, Shinai thought, what a troublesome situation. In Chihaya's mind, she harbors the mental prowess of 2 lifetimes. Yet her brain, in a physiological sense, remains underdeveloped. It is not until the age of 5 that her cerebral capacity will rival that of an adult. Such prolonged contemplation inevitably burdens her mind. In this new world, Chihaya finds herself tethered by few obligations. She exhibits little concern for the fate of the spy and desires no entanglement with the informant. However, should these matters pose a threat to the safety of the 3 other inhabitants of her home, she must take precautions. In any case, this situation warrants further investigation. Then, Chihaya hears voices emanating from the courtyard. IWA, if Captain Murata visits in the future, remember to hide Chihaya. Akim, didn't you say Captain Murata is rather decent? IWA, that is not my point. Ahem, Captain Murata has a son named Hano, who is 5 years old this year. Akim, Murata, I can hardly see my own son, yet I must consider finding a daughter-in-law? Chihaya, I am here for your safety, and you ponder my lifelong affairs? That night, as someone reaches a pivotal decision, the fate of a being named Uchiha Chihaya in the shinobi world diverges irreversibly from its destined path, veering into the unknown. In the original timeline, Uchiha Chihaya would wed a man named Uchiha Hano, who would serve as a bodyguard to Uchiha Madara and perish in the wars at the end of the Warring States period, leaving behind a son named Uchiha Satsuna. This child would honor his father's will, unwaveringly supporting Uchiha Madara until his death. In a later village known as Konoha, he would exacerbate the tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. Ultimately, on a fateful night, Uchiha Satsuna would meet his demise at the hands of 2 Uchiha successors, one named Uchiha Itachi and the other claiming to be Uchiha Madara. For most Uchiha, April 1st passed quietly, as unremarkable as any other day. There were no toothpaste-filled cookies, no gentle reminders about tying shoelaces, nor any ambiguous declarations of affection. A mere reign. A single funeral appeared trivial in the grand tapestry of the world's day and night. If this world celebrated April Fool's Day, then Uchiha Yatsuya would be remembered as the most prominent jest, cherished by ever more individuals. The first death of a person is the physical departure. The second is the funeral, and the third is oblivion. Yatsuya is indeed remembered, but to be recalled in such a manner feels like a desecration to the deceased. Thus, Chihaya swiftly discards this notion from her mind. Daylight has broken. Chihaya gently opens her eyes, gazing at the pale light illuminating a corner of the sky. Yet, she suddenly feels disinclined to rise. An inexplicable sense of irritation clouds her mood, making for a rather dismal morning. Chihaya decides to close her eyes again, turning to nuzzle into the still sleeping Rin. There shall be no April Fool's Day. In this era, people will not celebrate purely entertainment-driven holidays until they have secured a relatively stable existence. Ultimately, Chinna rose from her slumber. Although the holiday was only halfway through, IWA expressed his intention to return to duty ahead of schedule. Due to his injury, the report he was supposed to prepare with Shibuya was now solely undertaken by Shibuya himself. The chief must be overwhelmed with work during this time, and I had no justification to indulge in a guilt-free holiday. IWA lamented this before leaving home. Despite the tone of resignation, it was evident that IWA harbored an extraordinary sense of responsibility towards the patrol team. Aki followed IWA out the door. Since the weather is clear, please help Rina bring out the seasonal clothes to dry. And Chinna, do not wander off. Be obedient and wait for your mother to return in the evening to prepare dinner. In a few days, we will visit Uncle Kawa, and you can play with your brother, Bindu. Aki advised before departing. Thus, Chinna, understanding the instruction, seized the opportunity when Rina was distracted and stealthily entered Iwa's room. She had seen the room many times before, the furnishings laid bare. The counter, wardrobe, coat rack, and locked trunk comprised an array of rather antiquated furniture, its designs outdated. And the once vibrant red paint was now chipped and faded by the passage of time. Chinna walked straight to the center of the room, surveying her surroundings. Two jade ornaments silently rotated, and her Sharingan proved remarkably adept at scrutinizing details. If it were IWA, where would he conceal important items? Closing her eyes, she envisioned various forms of Uchiha IWA. A profile sketch. This was not solely Iwa's domain. IWA pouring tea, scribbling while scratching his head, retrieving clothes from the rack, stretching by the window, searching through the large trunk. Which of these was he? In her mind, Chinna eliminated one apparition after another, narrowing it down to the last. This Uchiha IWA appeared to be gazing at something in his hand before closing it. With her eyes shut, Chinna mirrored the steps of this figure, moving delicately as though fearing to disturb him. When her footsteps ceased, Chinna opened her eyes to find herself facing the side of the wardrobe. Is this it? Given the height, it should be here, she murmured, rising onto her toes, her hand reaching behind the wardrobe for a careful search. Indeed, her fingers halted at a certain spot, gently pushing aside the concealed door, revealing a wooden box. Chinna opened the box, but did not hastily inspect its contents. Instead, she meticulously picked up a hair that had inadvertently fallen while opening it. A faint smile graced her lips. How cautious IW truly was. Soon, Chinna discerned the reason for his caution. Inside the box, alongside several scrolls, lay a sum of money, presumably Iwa's secret stash. She counted it and gasped. There was quite a considerable amount. Another lever of leverage. Carefully rearranging the money to its original position, Chinna began to swiftly examine one scroll after another. Uchiha sword body technique, Uchiha throwing technique, chakra refinement, great fireball, phoenix fire technique, dragon fire technique, and great fire extinguishing technique. The power structure of this world poses an undeniable concern for Chinna. Chakra, once regarded as a supernatural energy in her previous realm, is, according to Chinna's classification, undoubtedly a form of biological energy. The only comparable forces she could conceive are the magical energies of Central Europe and the ancient spells of the East. The existence of such energy significantly elevates the potential of individuals, further solidifying the fundamental principle of strength as the ultimate virtue in this world. The techniques of the Uchiha clan, particularly their swordsmanship and throwing arts, are indeed enlightening. Chinna, however, does not excel in wielding long weapons. She prefers the nimble and compact dagger, as it allows for better concealment amidst a crowd and is more suited for close-quarter combat. In this era, carrying weapons is as commonplace as eating and drinking. The throwing techniques detailed several unique methods, yet Chinna has never utilized shurikens. Nonetheless, applying fluid mechanics suggests it shouldn't be too difficult, and she may consider trying it in the future. The remaining ninjutsu is quite complex and will require considerable time to decipher. However, Chinna does not intend to master it immediately, for now. She simply aims to commit these notes to memory. Among the numerous fire-based techniques, the only aspect she finds amusing is that all of them must be expelled from the mouth, resembling expectoration far too closely. Water release appears akin to spitting. After jotting these down, Chinna tucked her hair back and returned the wooden box to its original place. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "What are you doing in Iwa's room?" It was Rin, standing at the doorway, seemingly unaware of the earlier scene. Relieved, Chinna relaxed slightly. With a tilt of her head and a playful demeanor, tinged with a hint of innocence, she replied, "Sister Rin, I was just looking for something fun." Seeing Chinna's attempt to feign innocence, Rin felt it was her duty as an elder to impart some wisdom. How should she proceed? Perhaps imitating Akane's pose would be a good start. Clearing her throat, she admonished, "Chinna, you mustn't rummage around. Iwa's room contains very important items." With hands on her hips, Rin struck a pose, prompting Chinna to comply and stand properly, lowering her head. "I understand," Chinna replied, and Rin, satisfied, lifted her chin proudly. Embracing the principle of positive reinforcement, she returned to her nurturing demeanor, saying, "Come here, Chinna. I'll reveal where IWA hides all the fun things." Rin beckoned Chinna towards a locked chest, her movements furtive, as if she were about to commit an act of theft. With a slight nudge, the lock clicked open, much to Chinna's surprise. "Sister Rin, you're amazing," Chinna exclaimed. "Oh," Rin replied, somewhat bashful. "Actually, this lock was broken. It opened with the slightest touch." "IWA, doesn't he know this? He always uses a key." "Huh, is that so? But how did the lock become broken?" Rin glanced around to ensure no one else was present before continuing. "I'll let you in on a secret. but you mustn't tell anyone else. Of course. Chin-nun nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Last time, she and Nai accompanied Sister Chiyo to find the hidden stash of money concealed by Brother Yan, which was directly pried open by Sister Chiyo, resulting in the lock being broken. She and Nai envisioned that terrifying scene, and thus resolved not to report on Yan's secret funds. For surely such an act would lead to dire consequences. Yan had collected a variety of intriguing items, some of which were rather useless, such as oddly shaped stones, seashells, paper boats, and wooden swords. This piece of ceramic is remarkably smooth and well-rounded, adorned with exquisite patterns. It must be worth quite a sum. Indeed, a boy's collection is often filled with peculiarities. On the other hand, there were several exceedingly practical items, such as files, wooden hammers, small iron pliers, magnets, nails, fine needles, sheep intestines, and several uneven pieces of glass mirrors that, once polished, could serve significant purposes. When Xian-Nai laid eyes on a piece of saltpeter the size of a human head, her composure completely faltered. It had been lying in the room for so long without incident, that could be deemed a miracle. With Ling observing closely, Xian-Nai could not brazenly take away these evidently dangerous items, so she decided to wait for another opportunity. Instead, she selected a few visually appealing stones and shells to bring back to her room for play. As Qian-Nai proclaimed this, her demeanor was anything but casual as she walked straight out of the house. Her voice was youthful, yet her expression bore an incongruous gravity. Qian-Nai pondered throughout the night, questioning whether those two spy ninjas had indeed originated from Senju. Her mentor once stated that the true method of devising strategies lies in considering every angle and contemplating every possibility. The teachings of her mentor had proven invaluable, and even upon entering another world, Qian-Nai held them close to her heart. The evidence was irrefutable. Countless alarms had spared her life due to this wisdom. Ultimately, Qian-Nai's conclusion was negative, for there was another query. Why was it the clan leader's son? The identity of Taijima, the clan leader's son, only bore significance while he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Once he became a pawn threatening the Uchiha from an external clan, his identity would be rendered worthless. According to Qian-Nai's conjecture, the Uchiha clan's Taijima would not compromise for a son who was neither the sole heir nor the firstborn. Rather than yielding, he would likely prefer to engage in direct conflict. Even if Taijima were to concede, the Uchiha beneath him would certainly oppose, as this would jeopardize their own safety. Yet, in Taijima's eyes, the opposing forces of the Uchiha would undoubtedly arrange such tasks, for his son was worthy of such considerations. Meanwhile, the other clan leaders, upon acquiring the Uchiha bloodline, would naturally prefer it to be Taijima's son. However, this perspective does not align with that of those executing the mission. In unraveling the identity issue, the value of the clan leader's son becomes increasingly concentrated on the Uchiha bloodline limits. Yet, this value diminishes considerably in reality. The clan leader's progeny may indeed represent the purest strain of the Uchiha bloodline, but an infant who has yet to awaken the Sharingan. Removed from the nurturing environment of the Uchiha and deprived of their secret techniques, to what extent could this bloodline potential be realized? Perhaps it is due to an inherent absence of class consciousness that Chiharu perceives no distinction between these children and the ordinary Uchiha offspring. Thus, when tasked with a mission, faced with comparable rewards, would one opt for the high-risk clan leader or the low-risk commoner? Undoubtedly, the latter, for Chiharu would choose the same. For instance, a young Uchiha, like Chiharu, who has awakened the double Tomo would indeed be the optimal selection. Upon clarifying these points, one must return to the original inquiry. Why the clan leader's son? Because there exists an individual intimately familiar with the Uchiha's patrol routes, well-versed in the clan leader's movements. Perhaps it is a remarkably effective scheme or a sufficiently secure fallback. In any case, it is highly probable that this person has orchestrated the espionage to abduct the clan leader's son. Consequently, it can be surmised that the informant is not an Uchiha, for they possess a bloodline limit, making them a likely target during the transaction. This individual does not belong to any clan. The act of abducting the clan leader's son, if mishandled, could become the catalyst for a conflict between two shinobi factions. And now, it is merely April. Once war breaks out, irrespective of the victor, Chiharu can vividly envisage the devastation wrought by widespread jutsu, rendering the farmlands afflicted by war utterly barren. Without the summer and autumn harvests, in this era of food scarcity, it would be akin to a cataclysm. When they realize that the rewards of this war are far outweighed by the sacrifices, the land will lie in tatters. Both sides will eagerly seek to replenish the population lost in battle through procreation, yet they will confront the dire reality of insufficient sustenance to nurture the newborns, leading to a prolonged state of decline. The worst outcome would be that post-war, they must seize resources from other factions, as the remaining shinobi clans take advantage of the chaos, igniting a new cycle of warfare. This vortex will only grow larger, consuming ever more lives in its relentless spiral. Such tumultuous upheaval. How could such a person limit the sale of intelligence to a single clan? The Senju and another yet-to-be-identified shinobi faction, collaborating with such an individual? Chiharu halted her steps. Before her stood an abandoned house, devoid of any signs of life. What a secluded place. No wonder it was chosen as an escape route. The small shrubs outside, tinged with yellow, bore the scorch marks of fire release, while the splintered wood and the indents on the threshold all indicated that this was indeed the site where the IWA encountered that spy. The blood had been cleared away by the patrol team, leaving only these remnants. Chiharu let out a gentle sigh. Too much time had elapsed, and with yesterday's rain, little could be inferred. Had she arrived a few days earlier, perhaps there would have been something to uncover. She had become sluggish, a truth she could no longer deny. Very well, it is time to return. Chiharu found herself reflecting. Was it her deep-seated yearning for a stable, tranquil life that led her subconscious to believe she resided in a golden age of peace, rendering her less sensitive to such matters? Yet, regardless of how one views it, the matter has concluded, has it not? Chiharu posed this question to herself. The spy has been apprehended, and the Uchiha clan's bloodline has not been lost. Clan leader Taijima is making efforts to address the leaks of information, with one spy dead and another injured. Diplomatic negotiations have become a source of concern for the clan leader. Only a single spy without a family background remains. These matters seem to have little connection to me or to IWA and Aki. So what is my purpose here? Am I here to ascertain the threat posed by that spy, or to uncover some nefarious plot? Perhaps it is to remind myself through these traces that I can no longer indulge in complacency. Likely, it is the latter. Shinai gazed up at the sky, resplendent and bright. Is this what it means to live beneath the sun? Without warning, a hand landed on Shinai's shoulder, causing her face to pale instantly and her heart to race with alarm. An ominous premonition surged within her. When did this person arrive behind me? I recall seeing you yesterday. Your name is Shinai, correct? A sweet and dulcet voice drifted from behind, yet to Shinai, it sounded like a foreboding specter. What are you doing here all alone? Shinai flinched. Indeed, she flinched. She sensed the aura of danger and death emanating from behind her. And though she could not discern the identity of this individual, she was certain they were no ally. It is somewhat humorous to consider, in this era, the distinction between good and evil is exceedingly blurred. It is challenging to evaluate whether a person is virtuous or malevolent based on their intentions, actions, or outcomes. Even the so-called good can commit heinous acts, while those deemed bad often strive to support their families. The only true differentiator of morality is one's stance. More often than not, one merely has not witnessed the benevolent engaging in wrongdoing. Yet, Shinai's perception of good and evil is rather simplistic. The world feels too foreign to her, allowing her to draw a clear line between herself and it without any psychological burden. Thus, the delineation of good and evil becomes stark. Good to me is good. Evil to me is evil. The person behind me may not be the latter, but they certainly do not embody the former. This marks the first time Shinai has encountered a crisis since her arrival in this world. With merely a few stones and a handful of needles discreetly tucked into her sleeve, Shinai felt a surge of fear. She was startled, as she had not forgotten that she was only 4 years old, both physically and psychologically. IWA and the others often inquire if she is afraid or startled, yet Shinai rarely manifests the reactions they anticipate. The fear of a child can manifest in many ways: pale complexion, vacant gaze, trembling body, and weak legs. Shinai opted for one of the more pronounced expressions of fear, as it might allow her to temporarily escape the grip of the hand on her shoulder. The moment the stranger finished speaking, Shinai leapt up and let out a perfectly timed scream. Upon turning, she clearly saw the figure before her, judging by the voice. It was a woman, and indeed, she appeared to be a woman, cradling a child, or perhaps an infant, in her arms. To Shinai's astonishment, she recognized this person from the funeral yesterday. That night, The mother and child who had been taken captive now appeared silently behind Qian, instilling in her a profound sense of peril. Oh, how terrifying! Qian, still trembling from the memory, patted her chest and naturally inquired, This lady seems somewhat familiar. How do you know my name? Have we met before? Before her stood a woman with an oval face, a statuesque and voluptuous figure, adorned with peculiar, elegantly arched eyebrows. Clothed in white, Qian recalled that she had donned the same attire at the funeral yesterday, initially thought to be a gesture of mourning. But now it appeared to be her everyday appearance. The woman withdrew her empty left hand, gently patting the infant cradled in her arms, a gesture typically meant to soothe a child to sleep. Yet, at this moment, the baby lay eerily still, its breaths barely perceptible. Qian could not help but wonder whether the child was alive or dead. The woman regarded Qian with a seemingly playful smile, her gaze soft yet imbued with an indescribable aggressiveness, as though she sought to see through Qian entirely. Indeed, we met just yesterday, little Qian. You were sitting with your father at the funeral. The woman's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet her hand continued its rhythmic motion over the infant. Suddenly enlightened, Qian exclaimed, no wonder you look so familiar. Are you a friend of my father's? Her innocence radiated like that of a child venturing out for the first time, and she displayed no sign of trepidation, despite the woman's familiarity with her name. Not quite, the woman replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Mr. Yin is my savior, though he may not remember me. She continued, he left a lasting impression on me, and I have long wished to repay him, yet I have not found the opportunity. The woman attempted to weave a narrative reminiscent of a heroic rescue to pique Qian's curiosity. Half-truths can often deceive. While it was indeed a fact that Yin had saved her, in her effort to embody the innocence of a 4-year-old girl, Qian hesitantly asked, Really? Such a thing happened? The woman smiled broadly, bending her knees to lower herself closer as she spoke. Indeed, I would never deceive you. I learned your name in my quest to express my gratitude. Qian noticed the woman's gestures. Body language, expressions, and glances often reveal a person's true intentions. Beyond merely concealing them, one must learn to utilize these cues. Crossing arms suggests resistance. Closing the distance creates a sense of pressure, while leaning in reduces height disparity and fosters intimacy, thereby easing the other's vigilance. Thus, Qian acquiesced to her intentions, slightly rising on her toes to bridge the gap, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture of hushed speech. But you must be careful, Annie. This statement was her subtle test. However, the woman's demeanor remained unchanged. No signs of panic, no hint of tension. Her smile remained fixed, as if painted onto her face. Qian felt a chill in her heart. It was futile. Qian finally realized that her adversary at this moment was no ordinary person. If she had only uttered the first half of her sentence, she might have met her demise. Thus, Qian completed her thought. It would be disastrous if my mother found out. She is quite formidable. So that is how it is. The woman's tone remained as nonchalant as a seasoned butcher who had slaughtered livestock for many years, casually dispatching a mere chicken. In that moment, Qian's heart sank entirely. Yin would never admit to being dominated by his wife, and Chiyo would never allow anyone to undermine Yin's dignity in front of outsiders. It was this woman, or perhaps those behind her, who had betrayed the Uchiha's patrol routes and the whereabouts of their clan leader to a spy. But why was she captured by the spy that night? Qian was at a loss and lacked the energy to ponder such matters. The most pressing concern now was to survive this encounter with the woman. However, dear girl, you have yet to answer me. What brings you here alone? The woman's voice remained as charming as before. Nearby, several trees towered, casting a shadowy gloom, while insects and birds fell silent, and a chill hung in the air, palpable and close. Qian had once heard of a blue cat without ears that could produce various items from its pocket. Yet she had neither seen it nor recalled its name. In this moment, she suddenly remembered a golden-haired boy who had recounted such a tale. Qian was not Doraemon, so when she retrieved a soy sauce bottle from her pocket, she couldn't help but marvel at Yan's extraordinary memory, capable of repeatedly forgetting the same thing. She also felt fortunate to have devised a reason for her outing before leaving home. Because we ran out of soy sauce at home, I thought I would help buy some. Qian's tone bore an inexplicable pride and self-satisfaction, but it quickly shifted to disappointment. However, on my way, I spotted a cat. I've never seen a blue cat before. I just kept chasing it, and then I got lost here. Thus, the blue cat and the soy sauce bottle wove together a fabric of deception. Ah, so that is how it is, the woman remarked. Yet her gaze never wavered from Qian, observing every bead of cold sweat, every tremor, every subtle shift in expression. Should she detect even the slightest inconsistency, Qian would have no hope of leaving alive. Yet, what faced her was Qian's impeccable and innocent smile. The woman harbored no suspicion towards Qian's words. No one would question the allure of a rare-colored cat for a little girl. Indeed, blue cats existed within the ninja world, the most renowned of which was famously known as the Two Tails. Qian secretly exhaled in relief. Then, shall I take you to the market? Qian was taken aback. This woman still did not fully trust her. Is that all right? Auntie, shouldn't you be looking after your child? Qian attempted to politely decline. It's fine. You're lost, aren't you? I'm headed back the same way anyway. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Qian's hands, hidden within her sleeves, clenched tightly. There was no escaping. No matter what, she could not break free from this woman, who still harbored doubts. The moment she showed even the slightest sign of weakness, the woman would tear away her disguise and resort to violence to take her away or eliminate her. This would be troublesome for the aunt. Qian had no choice. Then let us go? A woman cradling a child extended her hand toward Qian. After a moment's hesitation, Qian ultimately reached out her right hand. The woman took Qian's hand and walked leisurely, while Qian gazed curiously at the familiar surroundings. The pretense of a 4-year-old girl served as her final bastion of protection. The desolate, crumbling well, the tightly shut doors of the houses, the overgrown weeds by the roadside, and the towering tree that they embraced together. All these places shared a commonality. They were sparsely populated. In her heart, Qian quietly calculated that along this route, there would be at least 3 checkpoints patrolled by the Uchiha clan, yet this woman had skillfully evaded them by timing their movements perfectly. The Uchiha's patrol routes had only recently been altered. How terrifying! To what extent had this woman infiltrated the Uchiha? We have arrived, after passing through the market. I will be home, the woman said, leading Qian toward the market, exactly as she had indicated, a convenient detour. In truth, the woman had consistently avoided densely populated areas, taking Qian on a route that was nearly 2/3 longer. Why, then, did they ultimately pass through the market? At this moment, the market was bustling with activity. Qian reflected on the paths they had traversed in recent days, eventually mapping them into a Uchiha blueprint, with the market as the starting point from which it expanded. She could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the Uchiha clan leader. The reason the woman brought her to the market was simple. It was unavoidable. The market served as the most heterogeneous gathering place, where even within the Uchiha enclave, one could find individuals with ulterior motives, exchanging information, trading goods, and purchasing supplies. For this reason, the Uchiha marketplace was not designed with the intricate network of roads akin to those of Rome. It had only 2 entrances and exits. These eastern and western exits functioned as transportation hubs, with roads leading to vital locations such as the shrine, training grounds, and warehouses, all converging at these 2 points. By not passing through the market or acquiring supplies, one would be severely restricted in both scope and time. By placing watchmen at both exits, this layout significantly reduced the time and effort the Uchiha spent managing outsiders. While it might cause some inconvenience, the Uchiha had retained a more expedient means of movement, such as traversing rooftops, provided one did not fear becoming a target. With hidden watchmen, there must also be visible ones. Both complement each other to maximize the efficacy of such a design. A visible watchman could be a shopkeeper or a buyer, discreetly blending into the crowd under an unassuming guise. Qian needed to identify this person within the throng. The market was her last opportunity. The woman, evidently aware of this, engaged Qian in trivial conversation while gradually quickening her pace, her grip on Qian's hand unwavering. Curiously, the child she held showed no signs of waking. Regardless of the bumps along the way, IWA had never disclosed the meaning of the double tomo, merely warning Qian to conceal her eyes from others. Yet, Qian could infer what the 4-year-old's double tomo signified. Such eyes were destined to evolve into the 3 tomo, a certainty, and perhaps even further beyond that. However, trouble soon followed, as she might be sent to the battlefield or, more likely, reduced to a mere breeding tool to ensure the Uchiha lineage remained pure. At this moment, what she needed was to reveal her double tomo Sharingan before that Uchiha sentinel. Perhaps, in the end, Qian would never discover that person. Perhaps he never noticed her eyes. Perhaps he did not care for those eyes as much as Qian had imagined. Perhaps a woman had already realized this first. Perhaps that woman would ruthlessly take action in front of everyone. Nothing in this world is entirely certain. Chinna's heart began to tremble. Any outcome was unpredictable. But when did she begin to fear death? What of being unprepared? What if she lacked weapons? What if she was powerless? Hadn't her teacher already stated that one's life must be held firmly in one's own hands? In a moment of introspection, had she ever shied away from the uncertain future? Death, whether filled with resentment or regret, whether burdened with guilt, was it not an experience she had already endured? A mayfly has its life. How can it be taken away? Oh dear, isn't this the daughter of that obnoxious boy Yin? An unexpected voice startled both the woman and Chinna into a brief stupor. The man speaking appeared to be in his 30s, his lower half obscured by the counter of the grocery store. He wore a long black robe, and his rare Uchiha buzz cut was partially hidden by an old gray scarf that effectively concealed the graying at his temples. His slightly protruding belly made him appear somewhat corpulent, exuding an air of leisure and comfort, perhaps due to years of exposure to the elements. Even the skin on his face was rough, marked by a scar on the left cheek. This elicited a flicker of fondness in Chinna, for she too had once borne such a scar. The store owner, at that moment, leaned over the counter, squinting his murky eyes in an effort to discern Chinna's features. His gaze then shifted to the woman, clearly imbued with a touch of scrutiny and caution. "Excuse me, sir, do you know my father?" The woman was about to speak when Chinna abruptly interrupted her. Unyielding, the woman had no choice but to accompany Chinna towards the store owner. "Of course, I've watched that obnoxious boy grow up. I still remember him playing in his open-crotch pants, covered in mud." The store owner casually recounted Yan's embarrassing history, conveying the sentiment that Yan was indeed a fool. "How do I know if what you say is true? How can you prove you are my father's friend? What if you are a bad person?" As soon as the store owner finished speaking, Chinna unleashed a barrage of questions, giving the woman no opportunity to interject. "Yan has a younger sister named Suzu, and his wife is Uchiha Aki. They have a daughter named Chinna. You are she. There is a tree planted in your yard. If that is not enough proof, Yan always brought you sweets, and those candies were all from me." The middle-aged store owner gestured towards the candies displayed on the counter, claiming they were purchased from the grocery store owned by Uchiha Hiba. It seemed that this store owner named Hiba took great pleasure in engaging with children, mirroring Chinna's rapid speech as he finished his explanation. "What do you think?" Manager Jibwa wore a smile. "Do you believe it? You may call me Manager Jibwa, little Chinna. When you refer to me as uncle, it makes me feel quite aged. However, there was still an air of suspicion about you." Chinna pouted. Manager Jibwa chuckled heartily. "It is indeed a good thing for children to be wary of strangers." He picked a piece of candy from the counter. "Why don't you taste it and see if it's the same as what you usually eat?" The woman, who had not left despite the circumstances, finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Wait a moment, Mr. Jibwa, this is too." Just then, she noticed her hand was empty. Seizing the moment while the woman was distracted by Manager Jibwa, Chinna deftly slipped free from the woman's grasp, accepting the candy from the manager's hand. "It truly tastes the same." "Chinna, this is rather rude," exclaimed the woman. "Mr. Jibwa, I will pay you." She made a motion to hand over the money, but Manager Jibwa waved her off. "This candy is a gift for little Chinna." However, Manager Jibwa's gaze shifted sharply towards the woman. "And who might you be?" The woman forced a smile, inwardly cursing her misfortune. She was so close. To untangle the last 20 years of a person's relationships in just a few days was no easy feat. And now she found herself encountering a familiar face of Uchiha Iwa in such a place. And that clever little girl, how had she been so easily deceived? The level of vigilance she held for the two individuals was entirely different. Now that she recognized this individual named Jibwa as her lifeline, she felt compelled to approach him. From beginning to end, she had not managed to assert her voice. Cursed be her fate. Yet she had no choice but to continue her masquerade. "My aunt mentioned that Iwa is her savior, and she has long wanted to repay him, so I have been inquiring about him for quite some time. I got lost while out buying soy sauce, and my aunt said she could take me to buy some." Chin now interrupted the woman once more. The woman's smile visibly stiffened. The little girl was about to expose her true intentions. Manager Jibwa frowned slightly. "What savior? I was never informed. Actually, it was something that happened just a few days ago. Perhaps due to the patrol's confidentiality, Mr. Iwa did not inform you." The woman spoke the truth, at least in the realm of accepted facts, her tone laced with a sense of pleading. "Oh, so it's about the spy incident. I only learned the details this morning," Manager Jibwa realized. "So, The pair that was kidnapped was you? But why would a woman take a child to such a remote place in the dead of night? Upon learning that the woman had been kidnapped, Manager Jibwa refrained from offering comfort. Instead, he posed the question, clearly harboring a very poor impression of her. He suspected her to be a potential trafficker of little Chinna. My husband is a craftsman, and recently he was called to repair a watchtower. That day was supposed to be his return, so I took the child to meet him, thinking he would be so pleased to see us. But after waiting for half the day without any sign of him, I ended up encountering such a situation. The woman spoke, her voice breaking into tears, her child in her arms beginning to wail. If anything were to happen to my son, I truly do not know how I would face him. The woman's tears attracted quite a crowd of onlookers and customers. Manager Jibwa furrowed his brow. Her reasoning lacked credibility. However, as the crowd began to swell, he preferred to avoid escalating the situation. Enough of the crying. You are indeed a pitiable soul after such an incident. Please take your child home. He gently dismissed the woman. Before leaving, she expressed her gratitude to let Chinna convey her thanks, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary woman, betraying no hint of resentment. As the spectators dispersed, realizing there was no spectacle to behold, Chinna felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing she was safe now that the woman had drawn attention away. Turning his gaze towards Chinna, Manager Jibwa's expression softened. Little Chinna, you are truly clever. He praised her generously, recognizing from her initial words that the woman was not to be trusted. Hee. Thank you so much, Manager Jibwa. Chinna felt pleasantly surprised. Just days prior, Yin had bought candied hawthorns for Ling and her from Manager Jibwa's shop, and she had sensed their acquaintance but hadn't anticipated the depth of their friendship. Thus, when she first inquired whether the manager knew Yin, he immediately sensed a complication. However, do not venture out alone next time. You were fortunate to encounter me today. Keep your distance from that woman in the future. Manager Jibwa expressed his concern, imagining the chaos that would ensue if his daughter were lost. Yin would surely go mad. Do you know that woman? Chinna asked. I do not. She likely just married into the Uchiha clan recently. Little Chinna, be cautious. I have heard of those vile individuals who engage in unspeakable acts, abducting children to sell them to mines or brothels for profit. Such people deserve to be punished. Manager Jibwa's expression turned fierce as he spoke. What is a brothel? Chinna feigned ignorance. Manager Jibwa cleared his throat awkwardly. You are still too young to comprehend such matters. You will understand when you grow older. Noticing Chinna's slightly displeased expression, he quickly changed the subject. Ah, weren't you going to buy soy sauce? Let me take you there, and then I shall escort you home. Really? Is that permissible? Aren't you still open for business? Chinna inquired. It matters not, he replied, turning to call out to the neighboring shop. Hey, do keep an eye on the store for me. I'll take this young lady home and return shortly. Peering into the adjacent store, Chinna heard a lethargic voice respond. Hurry up and go, don't bother me. Huh. Manager Jibwa chuckled and introduced. That fellow next door selling furniture is due. If you ever find yourself in trouble and I am not around, you can seek him out. Chinna nodded and waved at the neighbor. However, Chinna, if you ever sell something, do not buy from him. He added with a grin. Though his prices are low, the quality is atrocious. It breaks down within days. Look over there. That other shop offers superior quality. Chinna silently took note. Uncle Du was indeed a shrewd merchant. You old coot. Don't tarnish my reputation in front of customers. My furniture is of the finest materials and craftsmanship. Du's voice called out in protest as Manager Jibwa stepped out from behind the counter. Let us be off, he said to Chinna. It was then that Shinai noticed the thudding sound emanating from Uncle Jibwa's right foot as he walked. It was unmistakably a prosthetic limb fashioned from wood. Shinai averted her gaze, feigning ignorance, and followed closely beside Jibwa. As they walked, Jibwa enthusiastically introduced her to the market. Unlike Yen, the store manager Jibwa had spent a considerable amount of time earning his living at the market, making him far more knowledgeable about the local trades. He spoke eloquently about which stalls were noteworthy and shared valuable shopping tips. For instance, he advised that when purchasing vegetables, one should rise early, as those picked overnight are fresher due to limited exposure to the sun. Conversely, when it comes to meat, it is best to shop in the evening. As the supply is limited and demand is high, it is more prudent to arrive later, when everyone has divided the meat and set up their stalls for the following morning. Ah, and over there, Jibwa pointed towards a vibrant weapons shop, where a woman in her 20s was busily hammering away, seemingly testing the quality of the weaponry. Sister Jingxiang is quite an old friend of your father. Quite an old friend? Shinai tilted her head, looking at Jibwa with curiosity. Jibwa's expression turned slightly melancholic. Indeed, this matter was rather lengthy to explain. The woman noticed their attention and wiped the sweat from her brow. Hey, old Jibwa, where did you pick up a granddaughter? The woman, named Jingxiang, teased with a hint of sarcasm. Hello, Sister Jingxiang. I am Shinai, not Jibwa's granddaughter. My father is Uchiha Yan, whom you should know. Humph. So Yan introduced me to his daughter like this? Jingxiang muttered, waving her hand dismissively, urging them to leave her be. It seems this sister has a rather short temper. Jibwa chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently created a misunderstanding. Perhaps it would be best to clarify later that Jingxiang almost became Shinai's mother. Oh, what a headache. Before long, Jibwa led Shinai to a grain store. The sign above boldly proclaiming Uchiha Grain Shop. This is the place. Impressive. It's enormous. Shinai exclaimed, unable to contain her awe, excluding the second floor. The size of this shop was more than 4 times that of Jibwa's store. A tall, robust man easily hoisted a sack the size of 2 people from a cart. Casting a cold glance at Jibwa and Shinai before striding directly into the shop, Jibwa smiled, explaining, this Uchiha grain shop primarily sells grains, but it also deals in oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, and sugars. That indifferent fellow is the store manager, named Muramasa. Though he appears unapproachable and speaks little, the quality of the goods here is truly excellent and reasonably priced. However, he has a rather unfortunate habit. If anyone attempts to haggle, he immediately refuses to sell. Isn't that rather off-putting? Well, he does come off as unlikable, Jibwa shrugged, but he is quite capable. In fact, he is the sole person managing the entire store. Yet, I have never heard of anything going missing from here. Does losing things mean theft? Shinai inquired curiously. Shinai, you're quite astute. Just remember, you must not take things that belong to others. Stealing is not the behavior of a good child. Chitos, in truth, I had been contemplating returning to gather all the treasures from the rock box. What to buy? It was at that moment that the store manager, Muramasa, appeared before them. His tone so indifferent that it was difficult to discern if he was posing a question. Due to Chitos's insufficient funds, the manager, Jibwa, ultimately covered a portion of the cost, despite Chitos repeatedly asserting that she had only feigned being lost to deceive that woman. The physically impaired Jibwa insisted on escorting Chitos home, citing the unsafety of a child wandering alone. Along the way, Chitos gazed upward at the sky, lost in thought, while Jibwa, assuming the child was merely playful, chuckled and paid little heed. However, Chitos was actually preoccupied with thoughts of manager Muramasa. Muramasa was likely the watchful eye placed by the Uchiha at the market. This deduction was not influenced by Muramasa's peculiar demeanor. How could the Uchiha ensure that merchants, holding substantial grain during times of famine, would not exploit their situation? The answer lay in becoming the Uchiha's largest grain vendor. By purchasing surplus grain from the populace at regular market prices during ordinary times, they could then sell the amassed grain at fair prices when famine struck. Before long, they arrived home. Mr. Jibwa, I am truly sorry for the trouble I caused. I inadvertently let Chitos slip away. Suzum, the little mistress, lamented to manager Jibwa. Haha, it's quite all right. In fact, I had a delightful time with Chitos on our journey. Jibwa replied, bending down to whisper. I'll keep that incident with the woman under wraps for now, but do be cautious in the future. Jibwa was referring to Chitos's encounter with that woman. Thank you, manager Jibwa. Well then, I must be off. I cannot leave the shop to that scoundrel for long without it suffering losses. As for the money, I'll ask IWA for it when I see him. I, the esteemed manager Jibwa, shall not engage in unprofitable transactions. Suzum interjected, we look forward to your next visit. Chitos should also bid farewell to Mr. Jibwa. Indeed. Goodbye, manager Jibwa. Oh, by the way, Chitos suddenly exclaimed. It's going to rain soon, so please be careful of the slippery roads on your way back. Jibwa glanced at the still bright sky. Rain? Chitos decided to shift the blame, saying, it was my father who predicted rain for today. That rascal IW certainly dabbles in all sorts of peculiar matters, Jibwa mused. Stroking his chin, I see. I will be careful. Farewell, young ladies. Despite returning with a bottle of soy sauce, Suzum maintained a stern demeanor, chastising Chitos for sneaking out. This provided her with a pretext for when Sister Aki would reprimand Chitos later that evening, allowing her to plead for Chitos's mercy. Chitos listened absently. The branches hung high, clothes spread wide, and lanterns swayed gently in the breeze. Such tranquil days were truly wonderful. Yet, Only Chitose knew the magnitude of trouble awaiting this family. That woman. And the child she held? Amidst Suzume's scolding, a fine drizzle began to fall, carrying an unexpressed chill that slipped through Chitose's hair. In this season, the rain arrives sporadically, while swallows and sparrows hurriedly return to their newly built nests or seek refuge under the eaves of nearby homes. The rain, too, is in a rush, cascading from the stratocumulus clouds to the horizon. You have traversed this world, and you must behold the sun. The rain cannot see. It is merely responsible for cleansing. It drifts along with the clouds, falling chaotically alongside the wind. It descends upon the earth, a landscape of ashen brown, bearing the weight of innumerable burdens. Homeless wild dogs, rusted blades, mud stained with blood, and the half-decayed remnants of spring's flesh lie scattered across the ground. Beneath the dust, the weary white bones refuse to decay. A kite resembling a sparrow breaks free from its tether, devoid of a nest or eaves. Unable to escape the rain, emitting a plaintive, rhythmic cry before plummeting from the sky. The rain remains indifferent, merely continuing its relentless patter. Indeed, this rain has come unexpectedly. Uchiha Jibo returned to his shop, and as soon as his heels touched the ground, the rain began to fall in a light drizzle, gradually intensifying. Grumbling in a coarse, deep voice, Jibo began to move some exposed goods indoors, sensing the rain's increasing ferocity. He hurriedly covered some items with a tarpaulin that he had not yet managed to bring inside. The marketplace quickly grew desolate as people retreated to avoid the downpour. Had he foreseen this rain, he might have seized the opportunity to stock up on rain gear, perhaps even turning a small profit. Jibo then pondered. Why not ask that lad, IWA, to predict the rain next time? What a splendid idea. However, with fewer customers today, it seems he has lost out. With this thought, Jibo shouted next door, Hey did you sell anything while I was away? Don't you dare steal my customers. Not a single thing. Just your junk that no one wants. Du replied from his newly crafted wooden lounge chair without turning his head. In truth, 2 customers had come in, but he had chased them away with his brusque remark, buy it or get lost. It surely couldn't be his fault. It must be that old Jibo's wares were subpar. Or else why would he have turned away potential buyers? He mused. How could no one recognize the comfort of his lounge chair after all these days? Hey, you little brat. I'm only 33, and you dare call me old? And a miser too. Do you even know how to respect your elders? The sounds of grumbling and the clattering of drawers being inspected echoed from next door. Jibo's words were rarely pleasant. He often scolded anyone he encountered as brats or little rascals. His scarred face was intimidating, and though he was known to be a miser, the townsfolk only dared to speak harshly about him verbally, never in action. Jibo's general store had been established since his grandfather's time. At the tender age of 7, he had assisted his father in the shop, making him one of the oldest and most experienced figures in the marketplace. Over a decade ago, following a defeat in war, the Uchiha family had taken up arms and gone to the front lines. After the war's conclusion, Jibo returned to the marketplace, but his father was nowhere to be found. A teenager leaned on his crutch, diligently managing the grocery store, a scar stretching across his face as he greeted and bid farewell to waves of customers. Having spent most of his life unmarried and childless, he often quipped, Money is my own flesh and blood. Yet, whenever he learned of someone in the marketplace facing hardships, he would lend a helping hand, using his connections to assist in locating lost items. Whether it was the furniture store or the quiet weapon shop across the street, he had generously supported their businesses during their openings. By the way, it was he who had maintained the wooden prosthetic leg for the past few years. Amidst the downpour, a youth named Yen hurriedly splashed through the puddles, one hand shielding his head from the rain, a sight both comical and pitiful. Without a second thought, he ducked into the grocery store to escape the rain. Hey, Yen, you little rascal. This isn't a place for you to hide for free. Jibo, busy removing his shoes to inspect his prosthetic, couldn't help but scold him, his scar momentarily twisting into a fierce expression. Old miser, Yen retorted nonchalantly, casually snatching up 3 candies. Jibo, his face lighting up, extended his hand towards Yen. A favor, 9 taels. Wow, old man, you're getting greedier by the day. How did you raise the price so much in just a few days? Hey, what do you mean by greedy? This is the debt your daughter owes. I haven't even charged you interest yet. Yen, slightly bewildered, questioned how this involved Qian Nai. When did that happen? Jibo shrugged. Today? If you don't believe me, just ask Du next door. Yen glanced at the neighboring shop, his expression souring as he turned away. The townsfolk were well aware that Yin and Du were not on friendly terms. When Yin had purchased a few stools and a cradle from Du, Jibo happened to be running his shop. Yin had entered with the stools to chat, and unfortunately for him, Du's merchandise, though often of poor quality, had its share of defects, and he had unwittingly picked the worst of the lot. Just as he sat down, 2 legs of the stool collapsed. Upon inspecting the other stools, they appeared fine, but when he tested the cradle, it fell apart with minimal effort. Unable to contain himself, Yin stormed into Du's shop to confront him, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Everyone knew Du had cut corners. Du insisted that children weren't as strong as adults and that the quality was sufficient. While this was true, being caught in the act was a different matter entirely. Ultimately, Du refunded Yin in full and swore that henceforth, Yin would receive a discount of 70% on all purchases, which appeased him, yet a rift had formed between them. Since then, Yin often exploited the discount, while Du, eager to avoid being taken advantage of, consistently recommended the shoddiest goods. Jibo recounted the entire situation to Yin, leaving no details about the woman unspoken. In such circumstances, it was imperative for children to inform their guardians to take precautions. Jibo assured Qian Nai that he would keep it confidential. Yet how could a child ever trust the malevolence of adults? Without hesitation, Jibo seized the last 9 taels from Yin, indifferent to whether this would exacerbate Yin's already precarious financial situation. What does that concern me? Jibo declared, before producing an umbrella and handing it to Yin. Consider this a loan of yours. Make haste and depart. Do not linger in my shop and disturb my business. The old man spoke thus, yet his hands accepted the umbrella. Jibo had no intention of reclaiming it either, snorting coldly, do not push your luck. Were it not for your lack of funds, I would still demand rent from you. TCH. The boy has children now, yet remains as reckless as ever. Knowing it would rain and still forgetting to bring an umbrella? Yin hesitated for a moment. When did he become aware of impending rain? But he quickly masked his expression, concealing any hint of a flaw. Perhaps it was because someone had a penchant for striking my head in childhood. This resulted in my inability to remember even to purchase soy sauce for days. The shopkeeper Jibo tapped his finger on Yan's head. Has your father struck you less than I have? If blame is to be assigned, it should first fall upon him. Well then, I shall take my leave. By the way, your leg is all right, isn't it? As Yin departed, he cast a glance at Jibo's prosthetic limb, having heard that such injuries throbbed painfully with the rain. I am well aware of my own leg, so spare me your false concern. If you truly cared, you would bring more money next time and purchase more goods. Yin jested, chiding the old miser. Return home early. Once the rain begins, the market becomes desolate. It seems today will yield little business. Don't let your old bones meet their end here. I'm off. You scoundrel. Yan's hurried silhouette soon vanished into the curtain of rain. The silence at home was palpable. Jibo sighed heavily, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that Chinna informed me of the rain due to her own leg troubles? Impossible. Jibo quickly dismissed the notion. Yet a hint of a smile lingered in his eyes. She is a good girl. In a shadowy corner, unseen by Yin and Jibo, a woman emerged, cradling a child, allowing the rain to drench her. One hand mechanically patted the child, her gaze fixed intently on the direction Yin had departed. Upon returning home, Yin caught sight of Chinna holding an umbrella beneath a tree. Following her gaze, he noticed a yellow kite perched atop the tree, resembling a small bird. Whose kite could this possibly be? It certainly looks valuable. Inside, Yin and Chinna examined the intricately crafted kite, its frame sturdy and resilient, even featuring oiled paper. However, the wings were poorly made, almost circular in shape. As darkness enveloped the sky, no one came to claim it. Shopkeeper Jibo had advised against taking others' belongings. Chinna looked up at Yin. Unable to suppress a laugh, he suggested, let us leave it at the doorstep. Its owner will surely retrieve it upon seeing it. Chinna nodded in agreement, and then returned to the living room, bracing herself for a scolding. In the dead of night, the wind howled fiercely. A hand as dark as ink emerged from the rain, deftly seizing the kite in the night. How did it come to rest here? A mere coincidence? The voice was soft, yet possessed an unsettling sharpness. The shadowy figure, resembling a viscous liquid, writhed like maggots. Although the original plan had encountered some setbacks, it mattered little. The shadow lifted its head, seemingly peering through walls to glimpse the slumbering family within. Please, do enjoy these last 2 days in this world. The shadow released its grip, allowing the kite to tumble to the ground before turning away. Ha 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 ha. A bizarre and somber laughter echoed. reminiscent of an empty shell filled with immense joy and excitement. The shadow tilted its head back in laughter, yet in that very moment, it was abruptly silenced. Akin to a realist sculpture frozen midair, the night sky was devoid of any light, save for the gentle patter of rain and the ominous clouds. A hoarse call emanated from the throat of the shadowy figure. "Mother, where are you?" The shadow's voice grew frantic and mournful. "I can no longer see you, mother. Where are you?" The shadow stumbled forward, calling out for its mother. Suddenly, it tripped and fell. A woman in white lay in the cold rain, her consciousness fading. Her breath barely a whisper. The shadow rushed over, lifting the woman from the ground. "Mother, what has happened? Please do not frighten me, mother. I cannot bear to lose you again." The shadow wiped the rain from the woman's face, only to find it did not correspond with the visage etched in memory. It let out a sudden scream and cast the woman back to the ground. "No, no, you are not my mother. You are an impostor." The woman fell once more into the rain, her head striking the ground with a heavy thud. The shadow crawled on the ground, seeming to weep. "Mother, where are you? I miss you so dearly. Mother." The rain flowed through its fingers, and only then did it realize. "Ah, it is raining. That is why I cannot see my mother. Yes, she is imprisoned. I must rescue her. I shall make Yui and Yutsuan pay the price. Yes, yes." The shadow suddenly became exhilarated. "Indra, Azura. Yes, I must find Indra. Utilize him. Yes, Indra has been reincarnated. Soon, mother, soon I shall rescue you. At that moment, you will surely embrace me. Ah, such happiness. I feel so blissful. It is almost overwhelming." The shadow became neurotically enraptured in its own fabricated embrace. In the next instant, its gaze fell upon the woman in white. Suddenly turning icy, almost dead, for the sake of the plan, this impostor's body shall suffice for a while longer. After all, dealing with a corpse is quite troublesome. The shadow gradually transformed into a liquid, seeping into the ground, while simultaneously, the woman in white began to rise in an eerie manner, starting from her feet. She wrapped her arms around herself, softly murmuring "Mother, mother," as she ventured into the rain. The following morning, the rain had ceased. How could this be? It turned to Shinai and said, "This makes it impossible to return it. We might as well dispose of it. If they think we damaged it, claiming compensation would be troublesome." At this, instinctively touched his withered purse and sighed. Shinai crouched down, picking up the kite. The kite had been utterly deformed. With several sharp scratches and parts crumpled together, the framework broken in multiple places. Who could have done this? Uncertain, perhaps it is the wild cats outside. It is said that wild cats sharpen their claws, Yin casually remarked. Yet, Chiyo felt it did not resemble a cat. However, the mention of cats reminded her of the lie she told yesterday, leading her to ponder, perhaps it is a blue one. Far along the coastline, a colossal feline creature, engulfed in azure flames, could not suppress a sneeze. Indeed, it was still too cold by the sea. "Samway, did we not agree that you would treat me to seafood? I have been waiting for half a month. Have you not caught anything yet? You are not sleeping again, are you?" Urwei attempted to extend her claws into the water, releasing a puff of white smoke. She promptly withdrew, shivering involuntarily. Why is it so difficult to catch a fish? Alas, life is tough, sighed the cat. At home, Chiyo endeavored to reassemble the broken skeleton. Yin chuckled as he patted Chiyo's head, suggesting she could keep it for play, but advised her not to venture out alone today. "Your mother hardly slept a wink last night out of worry." "Yes, I understand," Chiyo replied without turning her head. Noticing Chiyo's greater interest in the kite, Yin chose not to comment further. "I am heading out now." Chiyo, expressionless, fiddled with the skeleton, seemingly crafting an appropriate design. Subsequently, she broke it down piece by piece, tossing the fragments into the woodpile. The wings of the kite unmistakably resembled the thousand hands of the forest. The Death Forest, situated on the still expanding territory of the Fire Nation, stands as a remarkably iconic geographical location. Its vast expanse and lush trees signify abundant natural resources, plentiful water supply, diverse flora and fauna, and rich minerals, all of which are often associated with peril. Without adequate experience, wandering within the Death Forest can easily lead one astray. Confronting the threats of wolves, tigers, grizzly bears, wild boars, venomous snakes, spiders, leeches, and unknown plant fruits. Those rare individuals who emerge alive from the depths of the Death Forest are often afflicted with mysterious ailments, ultimately succumbing to agony. Just as the forest's ominous name suggests, it serves as the hunting ground of death. At this moment, a group was swiftly traversing the edge of the Death Forest, clad in crimson armor and wielding blades at their waists. Behind their unified armament, a symbol representing their identity, the 1,000 Hands of the Forest, was proudly displayed. Halt. Rest for 10 minutes, and assign 2 individuals to keep watch. The leader signaled, and the following group came to an abrupt stop, many glistening with beads of sweat on their foreheads, indicating the physical and mental toll of navigating the Death Forest. Nevertheless, 2 individuals stood vigilant, scanning their surroundings. This team comprised 10 members, each equipped with supplies for 5 days. Just yesterday during the day, the 1,000 Hands received a signal from an undercover agent. The signal's color indicated some unforeseen changes, yet the plan was to proceed. Such news invigorated the 1,000 Hands, affirming the correctness of their leader's decisions. Thus, the 1,000 Hands seized this opportunity to propose that the team, led by the illustrious 1,000 Hands Hong, go forth to assist the one bearing intelligence, 1,000 Hands Yue. As for the Uchiha's bloodline, the senior ranks of the 1,000 Hands had nearly abandoned all hope. Senju Hiroshi has consistently aligned himself with the neutral faction of the Senju clan, possessing formidable strength and showing little interest in the power struggles within the clan. Therefore, his decision garnered the approval of the elders. This group set out last night, entering the Death Forest just as dawn broke, and they navigated a circuitous route around its perimeter. Why embark on such a late-night journey and take such a lengthy detour? It felt utterly torturous. One individual in the party could no longer contain his quiet grievances. The forest paths were treacherous, and his exhaustion was compounded by the lack of sleep. His discontent towards Senju Hiroshi had been brewing for some time. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than a resounding slap struck his face. The assailant was a confidant of Senju Hiroshi, who coldly admonished him, "Silence. If you wish to survive this, obey the orders. Rest in place to regain your strength." He then turned to the others. At that moment, Senju Hiroshi approached, signaling for silence. "Allow me to clarify," he said, producing a map for all to see. This route was meticulously planned from the outset. Here we are, and here is the rendezvous point. We will circumvent the Death Forest to reach the other side of the Uchiha territory. The Death Forest is perilous, as you all know. Even its outskirts pose significant dangers at night, with numerous tales of deaths from venomous bites. Hence, it is imperative we traverse this section during daylight. We shall camp in this relatively safe area, and upon receiving our people tomorrow morning, we will retrace our steps while it is still light. Timing will be perfect. There are 3 advantages to this route. First, it offers ample concealment. The Uchiha will find it difficult to discern our departure from the Senju. Second, we are near other clans, enabling us to shift the blame for our identities onto them, particularly the nearby Yui clan. The third advantage is that the Uchiha will be deterred from a deep pursuit. Should they chase us too far, they will find themselves unable to retreat swiftly, spending the night within the treacherous Death Forest instead. Now, we have half a day left to travel. Let us rest for another 10 minutes, and then push forward to reach our destination before dusk. One individual appeared flushed, while another remained expressionless as he stowed away the map, silently contemplating a fourth advantage. The Death Forest is an apt setting for an unexpected demise of Senju Yoya. Senju Hiroshi would be the executioner. This was spurred by the clan leader, Senju Butsukane, who presented Senju Hiroshi with an irrefutable rationale. He was tasked with selecting and training 2 of his sons from among children of similar ages to serve as guardians, with 1 slot designated for a girl. Senju Hiroshi's daughter, Senju Momoka, had just turned 4. She could potentially become the wife of one of these boys, perhaps even the future matriarch of the clan. This was a tempting offer. Alternatively, she might be adopted as a daughter, serving as a pawn in the alliance between Senju and other clans, a veiled threat. The implications of Senju Hiroshi's choice were unmistakable. Meanwhile, in the interrogation chamber of the Uchiha, Senju Yoya hung from a wooden frame, his body marred by the marks of torture. Lacking proper care, the injuries to his right foot and left leg persisted, though, given the recovery capabilities inherent to the Senju lineage, they were not severe enough to cause lasting harm. Damn that Uchiha Murata. Once I emerge from this predicament, I shall ensure that you repay 1,000-fold. Your kin and friends will bear the consequences. I demand that you kneel before me in desperation, while I watch you helplessly as I eliminate them one by one. Senju Yuya cursed maliciously, just as the door to the interrogation chamber creaked open. With great effort, Senju Yuya lifted his swollen eyes, only to find it was the guard overseeing the prison. It was not Uchiha Murata, and Senju Yuya couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Weren't all the secrets extracted from you through Jinjutsu? What is this? Are you eager to experience the pleasure of inflicting pain upon me? Release me, and I shall grant you a taste of ecstasy and agony. The guard smirked subtly, quite pleased. Senju Yuya still believed that the Uchiha's Jinjutsu had rendered him unconscious. Excellent. Senju Yuya truly fancied himself a person of integrity, enduring the Uchiha's torment without divulging any secrets. In reality, his mind had been ensnared by a curse. Should he reveal any intentions or actions regarding the plan, the curse would activate, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The guard concealed his amusement and, imitating an unfamiliar tone of this body, spoke coldly. Prepare yourself, at dawn. An opportunity for your escape shall arise. At that time, I will divert the guard's attention, creating chaos among the Uchiha, allowing you to flee with the intelligence. I have signaled my family. They will assist you as previously arranged. Senju Yuya widened his eyes in disbelief. That voice. Senju Tanahara, is that you? Senju Yuya recognized the voice. It had belonged to the shadow who made contact with him while infiltrating the Uchiha. It was this individual who had concealed his true identity during their meeting, failing to provide the crucial information meant for transmission, and even proposed stealing Uchiha Taijima's third son. After being discovered, there had been no word from him. Had it not been for such treachery, how could matters have escalated to this point? Senju Yuya seethed with rage. Senju Tanahara, is this your true nature? For days, you have stood outside, reveling in my torments, have you not? Senju Tanahara displayed no reaction, standing calmly and responding placidly. Senju Yuya-kun, you have endured much these past days. This demeanor only fueled Senju Yuya's fury. Even within his clan, few dared to treat him with such disdain. Moreover, Senju Tanahara had undoubtedly relished in his misfortunes from outside the door. Endured much. Do you think a mere acknowledgement suffices? The one suffering torment here is not you. Do not forget, I am favored by the two elders. You cannot return to the Senju. The decision lies with me. You had best explain why the plan has gone awry. Who was the individual I encountered? Senju Yuya-kun, please remain calm. Shouting will only attract the Uchiha's attention. Senju Tanahara spoke leisurely, showing no concern that the Uchiha might be alerted, clearly indicating that none would come at this hour. The individual you encountered that night was arranged by me. His task was to steal valuables before you, drawing the guard's attention to create an opportunity for you. Unfortunately, he met his demise. Senju Yu scrutinized Senju Guara, his eyes brimming with skepticism, yet he found himself incapable of discerning the veracity of the latter's words. This part was not included in our plan. Why have you deviated from it? Senju Guara approached Senju Yu, locking eyes with him. Senju Yu, it is you who has strayed from the plan. Me? Senju Yu scoffed disdainfully. Is it truly I who has failed to adhere to the plan? Or is it you who conceals matters from me? Senju Guara. Upon hearing these words, Senju Guara's gaze turned frigid. Adhere to the plan? During our rendezvous, I risked being discovered for leaving my post and waited an additional 10 minutes beyond the planned time for your arrival. Can I truly rely on you? And that night, Senju Yu, I know not what mindset compelled you, but you arrived nearly 20 minutes earlier than scheduled. You were only discovered because you collided with the individual I had arranged to meet, were you not? And now you admonish me to adhere to the plan. The facts themselves attest. My decision to keep certain things from you was indeed a sagacious one. Otherwise, the Uchiha would already be aware of the information that has been leaked and my true identity. In such a case, no one would come to your rescue. Senju Yu was rendered speechless by his words. He had underestimated the journey and the time needed for their meeting, resulting in his tardiness. That night, driven by a desire to prove himself, he had lost patience after confirming that Uchiha Taijima had departed, leading to his unfortunate encounter with another individual. Senju Guara leaned in closer to Senju Yu, his overly intimate gesture accompanied by a dangerously low tone. At this moment, within the Uchiha, I am your soul's savior. Thus, I advise you to contemplate your words carefully before speaking, understood? Junior. As his words echoed, the interrogation room became suffused with tension. The various implements of torture lying quietly on the table, their sharp edges reflecting a blinding light. Senju Yu remained suspended on the torture rack, forcing a ghastly smile upon his face, his words dripping with flattery. Of course, you are the senior, and we juniors ought to learn from you. I was too impulsive earlier, speaking disrespectfully to you, my senior. I apologize and hope you will overlook it. Your plan, Senior Guara, is flawless. It is merely my incompetence in executing the task that has led to our current predicament. Please regard my earlier remarks as the ramblings of an impetuous youth. Senju turned away, emitting a cold snort. Senju continued to lower himself, feigning a pained expression. Senior, both you and I hail from the Senju clan. With bloodlines intertwined, my personal life and honor matter little. We are all striving for the greatness of the Senju of the forest. All your years of effort must not be rendered futile because of me. Seeing Senju tense form gradually relax, Senju felt a surge of triumph and continued with his compelling argument. Moreover, Senior Guara, after we deliver a heavy blow to the Uchiha with this intelligence, you can feign death and extricate yourself from their grasp. Your old friends within the clan eagerly await your return. Before my arrival, the elder held my hand and recounted tales from his youth. Though I, Senju may lack remarkable talents, I am still willing to pave the way for your return to the Senju clan. With a shift in tone, Senju continued, not only that, but Senior Gyuin. With this achievement, you could easily secure a place within the clan assembly. Enough, do not speak further. Senju Gyuin interjected, gently lowering him from the wooden frame. A spark of joy illuminated Senju face. Indeed, the elder's words rang true. For these old relics, who have spent years away from home, the allure of returning to their family far surpasses anything else. Thank you, Senior Gyuin. After you exit, at the rendezvous point we discussed, there is a tree. The intelligence has always been concealed within the bird's nest atop it. Please take the information back. Your efforts are much appreciated, Senior Gyuin. Senju exclaimed. However, Senju Gyuin, discerning his intention, replied with seriousness, the Uchiha have already gleaned our purpose from you. I have withheld the information from you. Thus they remain unaware of the specifics of what has been leaked. For the time being, they have merely adjusted the Uchiha patrol routes. The value of that intelligence remains intact. You need not worry about that. Senju appeared hesitant, as if he had more to say. A dismissive huff escaped Senju Gyuin. I have thoroughly mapped the new patrol routes these past few days, he stated while producing a note. You must withdraw along this route. I have also prepared a set of Uchiha clothing and armor for you, along with the commotion I've created in other directions. You should be able to leave the Uchiha safely. That is excellent. That is excellent. Senju now fully aware of his subordinate position, dared not question Senju Gyuin's arrangements. In matters of espionage, he was indeed less seasoned than Senju Gyuin. The prospect of returning to Senju with valuable intelligence felt like an unexpected boon. As long as he returned with something, he would have leverage for future accolades. With this thought, Senju couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Senior Gyuin, if you have discerned so much in just a few days, you must know the whereabouts of Uchiha Murata as well. Senju Gyuin abruptly turned and glared at him, admonishing, do not indulge in unnecessary complications. Yes. Senju quickly conceded. The priority is to relay the intelligence back. I fully understand that. However, considering Uchiha Murata is also a formidable Uchiha, I thought, if his residence is near my route, might it be possible to strike while he is away? He smirked ominously, mimicking a throat-slashing gesture. Eliminating his family would certainly strike a blow against him, would it not? Senju Gyuin waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the notion. Your route does not approach his residence, and his most valued son, Uchiha Haken, has already been sent to Uchiha Taijima for special training as a family guard. Cast aside that thought. However, Senju Gyuin's tone shifted, a radiant smile gracing his face as he cryptically added, that night, the 3 Uchiha who captured you, I possess their family records, and fortuitously, their residences align with that route. Time is of the essence. You should hasten your actions. Senju felt a fleeting sense of illusion. The smile of Senju Koyahara resembled that of a tiger spotting an unsuspecting lamb. He disregarded these thoughts, moistening his parched lips, and thus addressed his senior with a hint of trepidation.